Chapter 1. Daily Life in the Granvelle Residence. It was now the end of October. Alan was currently in the garden of the residence belonging to Baron Granvelle, lord of this fiefdom. The place was beautifully maintained by the house gardener. Alan thought back to the day he had first started as a manservant of House Granvelle. He had just arrived together with the Baron after a 5-day journey from Krina village. Along the way, the procession had stopped at the village where Alan's parents were originally from, but he did not get the chance to meet his grandparents. He planned on going back by himself someday. 30 or so servants had lined up to greet Baron Granvelle when he arrived home. Of these servants, the Baron had instructed Alan to learn the ropes from Rickle, the head manservant. Rickle was a young man with freckles and brown hair who looked to be around 18 years old. Apparently, he was a rather lazy worker, as the butler had warned Alan to not pick up his work ethic. Although Rickle often skipped work, he was good at caring for others. He would always answer any question asked of him. He would even answer the questions no one had asked. So when Alan had a spare moment, he asked Rickle the difference between a houseboy and a manservant. As it turned out, the two were very different. There was an established hierarchy among the service staff. Alan wrote down the whole list in his grimoire, in order of superiority. Gentleman-in-waiting, lady-in-waiting, head chef, coachman, cook, gardener. The butler, housekeeper, head chef, and gentlemen and ladies-in-waiting were all considered upper servants. They each commanded great authority and were to be obeyed. The butler and housekeeper oversaw the entirety of the male and female staff, respectively. The coachman, chefs, gardeners, and maid and manservants were considered lower servants. Houseboys and housemaids were not even considered actual servants and were, in so many words, just the help. In addition to the hierarchy of the serving staff, Rickle also let Alan in on an important fact regarding noble families. As it turned out, the concept of family among the nobility of this world was at odds with Alan's understanding of it from his prior life. That is to say, nobles here considered servants to be part of their family. Alan finally understood why Rodan had been so happy that he had started crying when Baron Granvelle offered to hire Alan. That offer to become a manservant had, at the same time, been an offer to join the Granvelle family. It was not easy to become a noble's manservant, even for a commoner. In fact, it was difficult enough becoming a houseboy, and yet Alan had gone straight from serf to manservant. Baron Granvelle had truly gone above and beyond, rewarding Rodan for saving Krina village and contributing so greatly to its development. Right, I've got to be thankful, Alan reminded himself as he thought back to what Rickle had told him.
Alan, Stantala.
You're my manservant, aren't you? I still can't reach. Directly in front of Alan's face was a tree. Above his head dangled a large, ripe, red fruit. He was standing beneath a large tree in the garden on the grounds with Baron Granvelle's daughter, Cecil, sitting on his shoulders, her legs astride his neck. Earlier, when Cecil had shot Alan a glare with her slanted, willful, crimson eyes and ordered him to come to the garden, he had thought he would be in for a beating. Instead, she told him to let her ride on his shoulders because there was fruit on a tree and she wanted to pick it. With it being the end of autumn, the fruit looked extra ripe and enticing. Although she had never eaten one before, she still wanted it. However, the fruit was so high up that even an adult would not have been able to reach it. Now, up on her perch, Cecil furiously mussed up Alan's hair in vexation. "Lady Cecil, you might fare better if you were to stand up on my shoulders," he offered. "That does make sense. You won't get off easy if you drop me. I'll definitely tell my father on you." Ever since she had found out that she and Alan were the same age, Cecil had started seeking him out for all sorts of tasks. According to Seabass the butler, Cecil had specially requested Alan as her personal manservant. When Seabass had told Alan, "Good luck," his eyes were filled with sympathy. There was nothing for Alan to do but sigh. Cecil carefully positioned her feet on Alan's shoulders, then slowly stood up. Alan held her ankles tightly to help her maintain her balance. "In that case, how about you stand on my hands and I lift you higher?" As he slowly lifted Cecil up, Alan ended up seeing her drawers or pumpkin panties or whatever they were called. Of course, he felt nothing from seeing an 8-year-old's underwear. He had, after all, lived for 35 years before even coming to this world. Alan obediently brought Cecil back down to the ground. She was holding the vivid red fruit in her hands, smiling proudly. She had probably been wanting to pluck it for quite some time now. A quick wipe with her sleeves, then one big bite. The texture was apparently similar to an apple, judging by the crunch. As Alan watched on, thinking to himself, looks like Milady is a bit of a tomboy, the smile on Cecil's face disappeared. As it turned out, the fruit was very sour. Cecil threw the fruit she had worked so hard to obtain onto the ground with a huff. Alan then noticed that the same fruit was scattered across the ground in great numbers, all rotting away to some degree. The gardener had not bothered to harvest them. Apparently, this fruit was not meant to be eaten. Well, there's that saying about fruit you can't reach being sour and all. I don't know any such saying. Don't tell me you knew this wasn't edible? Humph, then it's fine. I now want to eat a popo to get this awful taste out of my mouth. Go to the kitchen and fetch me one. If they don't have any, go to the market and buy one. Gah, she's not going to let me off the hook with just sorry they didn't have one, is she? With no other choice, Alan headed straight to the kitchen. He had a bad feeling, and sure enough, the head chef told him they were out of popos. It was now confirmed. He would have to go all the way to town. He explained the situation to the butler, who then gave him a silver coin. Alan would not be forced to pay for it out of his own pocket. Alan then left through the back door used exclusively by the servants of the mansion. Generally, the servants were not allowed to use the front door. But honestly, going into town isn't all that bad. As a manservant, Alan's job basically entailed miscellaneous tasks. He would be asked to do any number of duties that may or may not have direct relevance to the care of the Baron's family. Rickle told Alan to expect to be sent out for errands quite frequently. The feudal lord's mansion was tucked away in a corner of the city. Upon stepping outside the grounds, Alan found himself in the noble's residential area, where minor nobility, such as knights and baronets, and influential members of the city lived. The market was farther beyond. To reach it on foot, it took 2 hours one way. Unlike the market in Krina village, the one in the city had a large variety of fruit available. When Alan had asked how many popo he should buy, Seabass had replied that one was sufficient. They were not to needlessly waste money answering the young lady's selfish whims. Wow, 1 silver for a single fruit. So expensive. Still, surprisingly, the price here is the same as it was in Krina village. Alan turned around and headed back with nothing more than a single popo inside his basket. There were so many different fruits at the market just now. I wonder if there's an orchard near the city. Wait, but it's going to get cold soon. Do trees bear fruit during winter in this world? It had been 8 years since Alan was reborn into this world. Every once in a while, he realized how much he was still bound to the common sense of his previous world. Now that he thought about it, he recalled seeing the same fruits offered all year round, regardless of season. It was now nearing November, but the available fruit lineup was the same as in the summer. The general store back in Krina village had stocked popo and malmo even in December. Just as Alan was imagining a nearby orchard that produced fruit even in the dead of winter, he heard a powerful rumbling, and his surroundings were suddenly cast into shadow. There must have been something flying overhead. Even without looking, Alan could tell that it was absolutely massive, whatever it was. He lifted his gaze skyward, half expecting to see a dragon.
Huh.
But that's... Alan inadvertently exclaimed out loud with surprise. What he saw was a rugby ball-shaped ship, several dozen, no, at least 100 meters in length. It was a flying ship. It was slowly descending, most likely toward a landing terminal at the edge of town. I see, so this world has airships.
Oh.
Does that mean the fruits in the market are imported from tropical countries further south? The massive size of the vessel evoked an inexplicable twinge of excitement in Alan's chest and also gave him a hint as to how expansive this world was. He was reminded of the time when he was 1 year old and his father, Rodan, had pointed out albaherons, the monsters Alan's name was derived from, high up in the sky as they migrated north for winter. Here in Granvelle City, a place many times larger than his birthplace, Alan's life as a manservant had just begun. It's morning. Alan woke up to the distinctive scent of an old wooden building, one that reminded him of libraries and museums. He had yet to get used to this smell. No light shone through the slats of the wooden window in the small room. It was November, which meant the sun had not yet risen. Nevertheless, it was time to get out of bed. Alan checked his grimoire to confirm that his MP was full again, then proceeded to spend it all training as usual. Right now, Alan was in his private quarters. To his surprise, he had been assigned his own bedroom. At least, that was the nicer way of putting it. In reality, it was little more than a storage room in the attic of the mansion. It was only about 4.5 square meters, or 50 square feet, and it had a rather low ceiling. There was unused furniture and dinnerware stored there, so Alan could technically only use 2/3 of the room space. It was therefore too cramped for a real bed, so Alan slept on a mattress on the floor. The only reason Alan had received this room in the first place was because all of the other male servants' quarters were fully occupied. Those were all 4-person rooms, so Alan was actually quite happy about his arrangement. Having his own private space made things much more convenient for him, especially for when he wanted to test his skills or even call out smaller summons. It's still double the size of a booth in an internet cafe. It's more than enough. Back in his days as Kenichi, he had gamed in internet cafes, so he knew how tiring it was to spend the night in a cubicle too cramped to stretch out his legs. With that perspective in mind, he did not have a single complaint about his current accommodations. Alan then changed into his work clothes. The threadbare hemp outfit he had once worn as a serf had been replaced by a mostly black, well-tailored suit. He had been instructed not to get it dirty as it was his servant's uniform. Even the casual wear that he had been sleeping in before was of a much higher quality than what he had worn mere weeks ago. After getting dressed, he descended to the servants' dining hall on the first floor. There were already about 10 people in the servants' dining hall. Alan had just picked up a wooden tray when Rickle, who happened to be nearby, greeted him with a "Hey there, morning," and invited him to sit together. Alan responded to the greeting and grabbed the seat across from him. Rickle was a rather caring person and asked Alan questions like, "How are things? And do you have any questions?" Every day. "How's Lady Cecil treating you?" Rickle asked this morning, looking somewhat concerned. It was almost unheard of for a manservant to be appointed personal attendant to a member of the Lord's family immediately upon entering service. Normally, a man or maidservant would do all the miscellaneous tasks assigned to them and, if they did a good job, might eventually catch a family member's eye. That member would then reach out and appoint them as a personal attendant. Rickle himself was serving as the head of the other manservants, because his service had not been evaluated highly enough to become a personal servant. The two struck up a lively conversation over their breakfast of soup filled with vegetables and a pitiful amount of meat. Honestly, Alan had more meat in his diet when he was living in Krina village, especially this year and last year. Alan shared how he had seen a ship flying in the sky while he was out buying a popo for Cecil the day before. Magic ships were vessels built from magic tools. They made round trips between Granvelle City and the kingdom's capital 3 times each month. A one-way journey cost 1 gold, which was not extremely prohibitive, so Rickle suggested that Alan save up for a ride one day. Speaking of magic tools, there were many in use in this mansion. There was a large grandfather clock on the first floor, as well as multiple sources of illumination scattered throughout the premises. Alan had heard from Palomas long before that these were all powered with magic stones. It looked like Rickle still had a lot more to share, but it was almost time for the Lord's family to wake up. So Alan bid him farewell and headed to Cecil's room together with several maidservants. As the maidservants helped Cecil get changed, Alan was made to wait outside. Her room was on the 3rd floor, directly beneath Alan's. Once she was dressed, his duties mostly consisted of keeping her bedroom clean and tidy and putting away her pajamas. In other words, it was all odd jobs. Seabass had assigned Alan 2 primary duties, to attend to Cecil's needs and to serve meals. The latter was a responsibility reserved only for those with exceptional looks. Rickle had never once been called upon for the role for that reason. Alan, however, had inherited quite a lot of his mother's good looks, although he was not very aware of it. What's more, his black hair and eyes were especially eye-catching, given their rarity in this world. These factors together led to his immediate selection for meal service duties. Now Alan was regularly serving the Baron's family's meals as a training experience. His primary duty was, at the end of the day, attending to Cecil. However, there were large blocks of time each day where she would be preoccupied with her lessons and tutors, and thus would not call for him. All in all, Alan did not have very much to do. He now understood how Rickle developed his penchant for slacking off. Although the mansion was quite spacious, there were roughly 30 servants on staff. There were bound to be idle moments. Some people, such as the butler, had an inordinately large number of duties, but generally speaking, there was a lot of downtime. During the evenings, the Baron's family ate together in the dining hall on the second floor. Dinner was always a time-consuming affair, as it was served in courses, one dish at a time. However, it was not overly hectic for Alan, as other staff members brought the dishes up to just outside the hall, where Alan worked together with 2 other servers. "You seem to have gotten rather used to your duties, have you not?" Baroness Granvelle asked Alan. Back when Alan had been Kenichi, he had been a corporate worker for over a decade and, as such, had no experience in waiting or food service jobs. However, the media that he had consumed, including manga, TV shows, and movies, had depicted how to wait on tables in places such as high-end restaurants and hotels. He drew on those references as he went about serving the Baron's family. "Thank you very much, my lady. I have all my mentors to thank for their wonderful guidance." Alan lowered his head graciously in gratitude. The Baron's wife widened her eyes in surprise as an impressed "my" escaped her lips.
Huh?
"He looked into my talent? Well, I suppose it makes sense to do a background check before admitting a complete stranger into the family. That means they must know about all my stats being E2. That is indeed the result I received from the appraisal ceremony, milady." Alan was careful not to say, "I am talentless," himself. If he were to be appraised again, the talent field would very likely be filled. This way, he was laying all responsibility for being registered as talentless on the clergyman who had officiated his appraisal ceremony. "Really? Well, I'm a wizardess." Cecil smiled smugly and puffed out her chest. "That is a wonderful talent indeed, Lady Cecil. It is a very rare talent to possess, is it not?" Cecil clearly wanted to be complimented, so Alan laid it on thick, leaving her smiling cheerily from ear to ear. This attitude of his was a big part of why Cecil kept bugging him, but he had yet to realize it. A wizardess. Which probably corresponds to wizard. I don't remember seeing that as a class option. I do remember mage being a 1-star class and archwizard being a 3-star, so I guess that puts wizard in the middle as a 2-star class? That's still pretty high up, considering. As Alan recalled what he had seen about this world's classes before being sent here, Baron Granvelle scolded Cecil. "Cecil, how many times must I tell you? Do not mention your talent without cause." At the same time, Baron Granvelle also scolded Thomas, his second son. Thomas, who was sitting next to Cecil, sobbed, "I am so sorry, father. Hick, for being your only child, without a talent. Having a talent or not has no bearing on anything. How many times have I said I would be sending you to Nobles College in the royal capital? You may not. Listen, Nobles College is a fine place. I don't have a talent myself, so that was the school I attended. In fact, that's where I met your mother at one of their evening balls." "Oh my," Baroness Granvelle exclaimed, clapping both hands over her flushed cheeks. "Interesting. So Academy City will reject even nobles if they don't have a talent. Instead, talentless nobles go to a school specifically for nobility. Well, it makes sense that they have a place to go. In this world, chances of a noble having a talent aren't very high. The balancing for this world made it so that talents appeared more easily among those born in lower social classes, such as commoner and serf. Even so, Thomas still looked very despondent about being the only one of 3 siblings to be talentless. Ugh, Cecil's glaring daggers at me again. Come on, how is it my fault you got scolded?" Alan avoided eye contact with Cecil and continued serving as if he had seen nothing. Today, Alan only had to work in the morning and had the rest of the day off. "Are you heading out now?" Rickle asked as the 2 ate lunch together in the servants' dining hall. Alan, who was wearing casual clothes instead of his uniform, replied, "Yes, I'm thinking of checking out the city." Once again, Rickle, a true exemplar of a superior, briefed Alan on a variety of things. He explained that there was no strict curfew in this house, but anyone who returned too late would earn a summons from the butler. Generally, returning between 9 p.m. to midnight was fine. Alan was relieved to hear there was some leeway. 2 or 3 times a week, Rickle would go out into town to go drinking. He shared stories with Alan of how he would slip out around 3 p.m. only to get upbraided by Seabass afterward, as if these were feats that he was proud of. Lastly, he instructed Alan to always keep House Granvelle's crest on his person whenever going out. With that, Alan was allowed to go. So far, Alan had investigated pretty much every store that caught his interest along the way from the mansion to the marketplace. However, whereas the Baron's mansion and the noble's residential area were close to the North Gate, this city had gates arranged in all 4 cardinal directions. The Adventurers' Guild was close to the South Gate. Being on the opposite side of the city made it too far away for a quick detour while running an errand. The fact that it took Alan 2 hours to reach the marketplace, which was located in the center of the city, meant that it would take him 4 hours one way to reach the Adventurers' Guild. Alan was worried about getting back too late, so he took off at a run. There were things he really wanted to confirm for himself today. According to Rickle, the Adventurers' Guild was a worldwide organization, and even the Baron would post bounty quests for monsters there at times. As Alan made his way, he passed someone wearing armor with a gigantic sword on his back. He was most likely an adventurer, one of those in this world who made a living hunting monsters for rewards. Alan had seen quite a few of them while on his shopping trips.
Oh.
I'm seeing more and more adventurers around. There are so many people holding swords, staves, and everything in between. As the South Gate loomed up ahead, Alan eventually spotted a large building along the main avenue that adventurers were flowing in and out of. It was surrounded by inns and taverns, leaving little doubt that this was the Adventurers' Guild. Alan stepped inside, without hesitation. The place looks pretty empty overall. It's around 3 p.m. right now. I guess I missed rush hour. That's a relief. Quite a few gazes converged on Alan, some because of his hair color, some because he was a child who had come into the guild by himself. However, he walked on, paying them no mind. Indeed, this was precisely what Alan had wanted to confirm today. He approached the pretty woman standing behind a counter, who had been staring at him the whole time. Alan had become a manservant as part of Baron Granvelle's reward to Rodan for his contributions to the development of Krina Village. While he planned on keeping at the work for now, the position was too restrictive to dedicate the entire rest of his life to. He was considering becoming a full-time adventurer after serving the Baron for a few years. When the time came, he could tell Rodan that he had tried it for a few years but found that it did not suit him. He had wanted to get a leg up on his next career now, but had just learned that he could not actually become an adventurer until he turned 12. He was not finished just yet, though. After all, the age requirement was not the only thing he wanted to confirm today. Changing topics, I want to know what kind of monsters live around Granvelle City. Do you have any reference materials that I can read? I'm sorry, only adventurers are allowed to enter the reference room. Apparently the receptionist was not at liberty to tell Alan anything. He thanked her, then stepped away from the counter. However, he had come all this way, even going so far as to use up half of his day off. He could not just go back with nothing to show for his efforts, so he started to check out the rest of the guild to glean whatever information he could. Oh, these must be quest posters. One wall was covered all over with sheets of parchment and torn-off stubs, most likely remnants of posters already torn off the wall. Okay, so this wall is where adventurers get quests from. The details on the posters were written in Japanese, so Alan was able to read them without issue. Each poster detailed the target monster's name and rank, and the reward for killing it.
Orned Rabbit, rank 1 copper goblin, rank di 5 copper.
Big Toad, rank D8 copper armored ant, rank C3 silver. There was a bit of variety among the monsters mentioned, with all the targets lined up along the length of the board according to rank. Alan promptly wrote everything down in his grimoire. Problem is, these don't say where each kind of monster is found. Does that mean they appear everywhere? Hey, what's a brat doing in a place like this? Kiddo, this ain't a place for squirts like you. Just as Alan was getting absorbed in his thoughts, a voice broke his concentration. He turned around to find a man standing before him. He appeared to be in his early 20s and had countless scars across his arms and face. There was a sword on his waist. I'm already on my way out. Alan had caught on that he was not very welcome here and did not want to bother with getting messed with, so he decided to leave. However, as a shot in the dark, he decided to try asking the adventurer who had just addressed him the question that had just popped into his mind. Mister, why don't these quest posters say where the monsters are located?
Huh?
Well, that's 'cause they're all over the place, the man answered with a somewhat annoyed expression. According to him, the higher-ranked monsters gathered at the foot of the White Dragon Mountains. By that, he's referring to the mountains on the other side of Krina Village, right? Or does the range extend that far, this close to the city? Alan had yet to see a map of this world, or even of this fiefdom. There was probably one in the mansion study, but servants were not allowed in that room. The adventurer revealed that the ranks of monsters increased the further they were from Granvelle City. Alan made sure to properly write down everything he said. There was also a poster up for a Murdergalsh with a high completion reward that no one seemed interested in picking up. Murdergalsh, rank B 200 gold, currently located, Ramba Village. Wow, the reward amount suddenly jumped way up. Is no one going to kill this Murdergalsh? Alan asked the adventurer, who was actually answering quite a few of his questions. As it turned out, the Murdergalsh was a monster that moved around frequently and arbitrarily. Even if someone was to head for Ramba Village right now, they could very well find their target gone, and their trip a complete waste of time and effort. Add this to the fact that the Murdergalsh was on the stronger end of the rank B spectrum, and little wonder no one seemed interested in hunting it. In most cases, Murdergalsh quests remained up for so long that they were eventually left for the realm's knights to take care of. White Dragon, rank A 1000 gold, currently located, White Dragon Mountains. The parchment at the far end of the board was completely discolored, as if it had been left untouched for decades. The promised reward of 1,000 gold coins was such a staggering amount that all other quests paled in comparison. Only after Alan promised this was the last thing he wanted to know did the adventurer sigh and relent. He explained that the white dragon living in the White Dragon Mountains was too strong for anyone to defeat. However, there were mithril or veins in the mountains, so the realm really needed the monster gone. Because of this, the reward for the quest kept going up until it eventually reached 1,000 gold. In other words, the mithril veins are precious enough to be worth more than the quest completion reward. That aside, even though this guy's really curt, he's actually a pretty nice guy. Did he originally talk to me because he was worried I might get into trouble being alone here? Just then, a voice called out to the man. Raven, I'm done reporting to the guild. A girl who looked to be in her late teens approached. She was wearing an outfit that exposed her midriff and was armed with daggers. Following right behind her was a woman wearing a hooded robe and holding a staff. She appeared to be in her early 20s. They were both adventurers and clearly companions of the man named Raven. I'm sorry for being a bother. I was just asking Mr. Raven a few things about monsters. Mr. Raven, thank you very much. As he had asked pretty much everything he wanted to know, Alan courteously thanked the man and left the Adventurers Guild. So all the monsters close to town are low-ranked. I'd have to go far away to encounter ones that give more XP. This trip had turned out very fruitful. Based on what he'd just learned, Alan already knew what he had to do next. It was mid-November, and the days were so cold. The first snowfall of the year could arrive any day now. Alan woke up in his attic room once again. Because it had become common practice for him to wake up at 6 a.m. every day to do his daily skill training, oversleeping was never a concern for him. In the dim light of his room, he accidentally bumped his hand against a planter. He had borrowed this from the storage shed in the yard on his third day here. Several servants had seen him along the way, but he knew that the best thing to do in such situations was to act confident. If anyone asked, "Why are you taking that?" he had prepared to answer with, "Lady Cecil told me to," but no one had stopped him in the end. In this way, he had successfully brought 2 planters to his attic room. One now had an aroma tree growing inside, the product of a grass F cards. Ability. This tree had the effect of speeding up Alan's MP recovery. This was the specific description that Alan had written down in his grimoire. Effective aroma. The only way to gain skill XP was by expending MP, which recovered back to full naturally 6 hours after the last skill usage. However, thanks to the aroma tree, that time was shortened by 1 hour. When his MP recovered, it did so all in one go, so fast that Alan could not see the numbers tick even if he kept his eyes glued to his grimoire. The other pot was filled with dirt to create leaves of life with grass cards. Alan now had 3 leaves of life inside his grimoire storage, but he had no immediate plans to use them. Based on their name, they likely helped recover HP, but there was no way to tell just how much. Alan had to wait to encounter someone hurt to test their efficacy. The leaves of life were not the only things he was having trouble studying. During the past 2 years, Alan had been swamped with housework, farm work, hunting, and playing night. On top of that, Mash would also tag along behind him practically every moment Alan was at home. Due to this, there was still much that he did not know even about his rank F summons, let alone the newer rank E ones. Another reason I must succeed in today's negotiation. Today, Alan planned on asking Seabass for something. After waking up and converting his MP into skill XP, he went downstairs and had breakfast as usual. Today's fare was, of course, soup with meager ingredients and bread. This was the norm for servants. After finishing his breakfast, Alan went up to the 3rd floor to put away Cecil's pajamas, empty her garbage bin, and generally tidy up her room. This one room alone was more spacious than his entire house had been when he was a serf. The 3rd floor was the living quarters of the 4 members of the Baron's family: the Baron, his wife, Thomas, his 2nd son, and Cecil, his 3rd child and only daughter. His firstborn son, Mihai, was studying at the academy at the moment, and therefore his room remained unoccupied. On the 2nd floor was the family's dining hall, reception room, guest quarters, and the butlers, housekeepers, and head chef's rooms. On the 1st floor was the kitchen, the servants' dining hall, servants' quarters, and more guest rooms. There was a cellar underground used both as a pantry for foodstuffs and an armory for weapons and armor. There were quite a few servant rooms underground as well. Cecil had a light breakfast of bread and soup followed by some tea. She loved spreading a thick layer of jam on her bread. In the afternoon, she had lessons 5 of the 6 days of the week. Education was important for nobility. "You're a new face," said Cecil's tutor of the day when he found Alan waiting for him in the lobby. "Yes, sir," Alan replied. "His lordship took me in last month." "My name is Alan." The tutor nodded, but did not say anything else. He silently followed Alan to the reception room on the 2nd floor. Most of Cecil's lessons took place in this room. Although Alan had an interest in magic, naturally, he was not allowed to take part in the lessons. He opened the door to the room, announced the tutor's arrival, then let him in. "Well, there's no telling whether or not I'd be able to use magic even if I took classes, what with being a summoner. But still, a magic teacher, huh? And right after I saw all those adventurers equipped with blades and staves the other day. Boy, this really is a fantasy world of swords and magic." Once Cecil's lessons began, Alan was left entirely to his own devices. It was finally time for the negotiation. He headed to Seabass's room on the 2nd floor. "Pardon me." Alan explained that he had something he wished to discuss, and the butler gestured toward a sofa, taking the one directly across for himself. The room was quite spacious, at least twice the size of that of any other servants, as befitted someone of Seabass's stature. Alan did not beat around the bush. Currently, he was allowed half a day off on 2 out of 6 days per week. He wanted to combine those 2 half-days together so that he could work 5 full days and take 1 full day off. Seabass went, and seemed to give it thought. After remaining silent for a while, he said, "Alan, I started around the end of October, so it has been around 20 days, sir." The reason behind Alan's request was that he wanted the full day to go outside the city to raise his levels and explore the capabilities of his summons. The rank E summons were around 1 to 2 meters long, which made them too large to summon inside his small attic room. Still, he was a brand new hire knocking on his superior's door to talk about his off days almost immediately after starting work. This was the same as a new company employee suddenly demanding his salary. What? Alan's answer shocked even Seabass, who, at almost 60 years of age, had been surprised by fewer and fewer things in recent years. It had been quite a while since he was so taken aback he let it show on his face. This was because Seabass understood just how much of a privilege working for a noble truly was. During this brief period of time, Seabass had received multiple reports of Alan's work performance. He greeted everyone courteously, learned his work quickly, and even helped with the laundry, a task that no one liked doing, when he had spare time. He had a lot of strength despite being a child, and was generous with it, helping make many other servants' jobs easier. There were even some who doubted his origins as a serf, due to his admirable attitude and actions. Although it was still early, Baron Granvelle and Seabass had discussed raising Alan's salary, which was currently half the amount those of his station normally received, little by little. But then today's talk came out of the blue. Seabass found his evaluation of the boy being slightly shaken. "I'm sorry, sir?" Alan looked confused at the sudden change in topic. The butler closed his eyes and slowly began talking. As long as the decree was in effect, all nobles owning fiefdoms were obligated to continue establishing new villages and expanding viable farmland. This was true even of Baron Granvelle, who had already created one success story. "Yes, sir," Alan replied, indicating that he was listening carefully. "It's still a secret, but we are already in the middle of deciding where the next village should be founded. Of course, the new village will need a village chief. This is also confidential for now, but one of those being considered for the role is Rodan." As Seabass put it, Baron Granvelle was a man who valued merit over bloodline. As such, he currently held a very high evaluation of Rodan in light of his contributions to Krina Village. He had helped found Krina Village, stood up to provide leadership to the serfs, and was now highly respected by all the villagers. If he was entrusted with starting another village, many would surely follow him. Then, in all likelihood, that new village would host great boar hunts as well. The new village would need a boar hunter champion too. The kingdom was in dire need of boar meat, after all. In so many words, Alan was now working for the lord who ruled the realm of Granvelle. No one could tell how far up he would eventually climb in the hierarchy among the servants, but everything he learned in his current position would prove useful if he were to succeed Rodan one day and become village chief himself. In other words, he should be satisfied with his current schedule of 2 half-days off each week. Alan's answer, however, was silence. Even after hearing everything Seabass had said, he showed no intention of changing his mind. Back when he had been born in this world, Alan had already decided he would challenge this world with all he had. He had already decided how he would live. Namely, he would focus on leveling up and getting stronger. If he could not have his day off each week, he considered staying here at the mansion a waste of his time. As the silence dragged on, it was Seabass who finally folded in the end. "So, this is that important to you?" "I'm not sure I get it, but very well. You may have your full day off." In the first place, although taking 2 half-days was the general rule, there were indeed a few servants who took 1 full day off instead due to family circumstances. It was simply because Alan had brought the matter up so soon that the butler felt he had to give at least a little bit of a pushback. In this way, Alan managed to secure 1 rest day each week for his leveling up. Chapter 2. Hunting around Granvelle City. Alan woke up right after 5 a.m., 30 minutes earlier than usual. He quickly put on his casual clothes and then ran out the back door of the mansion to the city gates, relying solely on the illumination from the streetlights. "What's the matter, lad? It's not time to open this gate yet," the guard told Alan. This gate was mainly used by members of Baron Granvelle's household, as well as those living in the noble's residential area. Alan had already learned from Rickle beforehand that it opened at the 6 a.m. bell. Back in Krina Village, the bell had only rung at 9 a.m., 12, noon, 3 p.m., and 6 p.m. However, here in Granvelle City, 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. were also added to the schedule for a total of 6 rings every day. As expected of the big city, the mornings were early and the nights late. Alan got out his grimoire and confirmed what he had put inside its storage. During his previous day off, Alan had gone out to town and bought everything that he thought he would need traveling outside the city. He had also adjusted the distribution of the cards in the holders. Before he had kept 20 birdie cards, but he had swapped most of them out to adopt a build more suitable for hunting. Consequently, his stock of rank E magic stones had decreased from more than 10 to only 3.
It was pretty much all tapped out.
Alan had also been informed by Seabass that as a manservant, he was forbidden from carrying weapons on his person. This applied to the short sword that he had received from Dagora as a parting gift. Therefore, the weapon was now inside storage alongside a few wooden swords. Wait, I have firewood, the kind for warming rooms, but no flint to light it with. Oh well, I can always buy it while out on another errand. Cecil sent Alan to buy things for her quite often. He could easily drop by a general store along the way.
Clang, clang, clang.
The large city bell pealed loudly, indicating that it was now 6 o'clock. The gate guard called out to Alan. Hey lad, gate's open. You got your pass with you? Alan retrieved a badge bearing the crest of House Granvelle's servants from his trouser pocket. This gave him access to all of the city gates. And my apologies. I did not realize you were in his lordship's service. No worries, Alan responded before stepping through. He immediately found his breath taken away and murmured with emotion, I'm finally outside. Alan had dreamed of the view currently spread out before his eyes for 8 years. He walked forward as if mesmerized. A part of him heard the gate guard say, Lad, stay safe, but he was too occupied to pay any mind. A nearly bare grassland stretched out for about a kilometer from the gate, beyond which was a sparse forest that obscured the horizon. The trees seemed planted at regular intervals, indicating unnatural growth. It had been the same around Krina village. After walking for a while, Alan took his crest back out for a better look. The symbol was made of 3 trees, likely in reference to the wealth of untouched nature in the fiefdom. Well then, rank D monsters seem like a good place to start. I don't think I'll lose to something on par with an Albaharan. Alan had already learned at the Adventurers Guild that the strength of the monsters in this area was proportional to proximity to the White Dragon Mountains. The mountain range lay beyond Krina village to the southwest of Granvelle City and stretched north to south into the far distance. The base of the mountains was a 7 days' walk from the city. Everything that Alan knew about the geography of the vicinity had come from Rickle, since he himself did not have access to the mansion study where maps of the fiefdom were presumably located. If I have the misfortune of bumping into a high-ranked monster, I can just aggro it with Hopper and run away. When used, Insect G's ability, Provoke, would cause monsters to become enraged. Alan intended to use it as a way to get unwanted monsters off his back. Because his time was limited, Alan started to run. He stopped only after traversing around 10 kilometers. This should be far enough. Before I start hunting, I want to have a better look at the bird E-summon. Come on out, Hawkins. A giant hawk with a wingspan of 2 meters suddenly appeared in midair. Hold on, it's doing what I told it to even though I never trained it. Is this because of its high intelligence? Spin around once, please. Sure enough, the creature slowly turned around in a circle. Alan was delighted to have a summon that could finally understand orders, but the first order of business was to analyze why. The first possible answer that came to mind was intelligence. Whereas Bird E only started with 50 intelligence, strengthening LVL, buffed the stat by 100, bringing it to 150 in total. I'll tentatively take this to mean summons can understand instructions once they reach 150 in intelligence. Next, walk 1 meter to the right. Nice, so it already understands words. Saves me the trouble. Let's try this with other summons. Tama, come on out. A saber-toothed cat appeared, towering at a bit more than 1 meter tall and 2 meters in length. Now that Alan was getting to the 3rd tier of unlockable summons, they were starting to look quite intimidating. The large beast started rolling about on the ground, rubbing its back against the soft green grass and purring with contentment. So I can't give instructions to Talma, who's the same rank but only has 28 intelligence. In other words, the deciding factor really is the intelligence stat, not the rank of the summon. Because he was done confirming the factor behind the summon's ability to comprehend words and instructions, Alan reverted Talma back to card form. The other tests I want to do all need an opponent, so we might as well get started. Hawkins, use Hawkeye and find me a target. Then Alan remained in place, waiting and enduring the heat of the sun that had climbed quite high by now. However, even after waiting 15 minutes, Hawkins showed no sign of returning. The term encounter rate referred to the probability of encountering a monster while moving around in a game. In many of the games that Alan had played as Kenichi, the player character only had to walk for less than a minute after leaving town to bump into a monster. In contrast, despite currently being more than an hour away from Granvelle City, Alan had yet to see battle. Apparently monsters were not all that common in this world. I've also waited more than an hour for an albaheron to fly overhead. This is just way too inefficient. I've got to make the most out of the limited time I have for hunting. You know what? I'll send out the rest of the bird summons that I stocked. Alan gave the 5 summons that appeared the same instruction he had the first. They cried out in unison, then took off in a burst of fluttering. Okay, that should make it faster to find monsters to kill. Oh right, gotta take my short sword out. And in exchange, I'll put the crest inside storage so that I don't accidentally drop it. This time, a bird came back right away. It descended and landed on a nearby tree as if saying, "This way." Alan drew his weapon and cautiously proceeded in the direction indicated. He walked 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, and yet there was still no monster to be seen. Ugh, is there actually a monster up ahead? I'm going to have to use more precise questions to figure out exactly how far away the target is. 3 other Hawkins were circling overhead, indicating that they had also found monsters. Thinking about it, I should probably also limit the search radius I want. If it turns out what I'm now heading toward is 10 kilometers away, not only is it too far away, I would be continuing on blind for the entire distance. Just as Alan pondered how to use Hawkins in a smarter way, he noticed a humanoid figure looming ahead. It turned out to be a monster about 150 centimeters tall with green skin. It had a cloth wrapped around its waist. That's gotta be a goblin, right? Alan stopped and faced off against a goblin, who turned out to have 4 more companions. They all had muscular bodies and were holding swords or clubs. They cackled loudly, as if they thought lunch in the form of an 8-year-old boy had just dropped into their laps. One of the basics of fighting was to get a preemptive strike in. Alan would have preferred starting off the fight by first taking a few pot shots from behind cover, but he had let his guard down and barged right in instead. Gaga gaga, one of the goblins screamed, after which all of them charged forward, weapons held aloft. Alan could freely call out as many summons as he wanted at the same time without any concern for MP costs. With that, 5 strengthened saber-toothed cats surrounded Alan in a defensive formation. The goblins faltered in their steps, surprised by the sudden appearance of the summons. Growling. That moment, 5 more Tamas appeared behind the group of goblins. Alan was capable of calling forth his summons anywhere within 50 meters that he had direct line of sight to. Now the monsters were surrounded. Attacking an enemy from behind was the most basic and the most effective method of attack. Alan ordered all the saber-tooths to use their ability, Claw. The goblins flew into a mindless panic, clearly not very intelligent. When they turned around to face the assailants behind them, the ones protecting Alan surged forward in attack. 2 goblins fell immediately. A giant butterfly with a meter wingspan appeared. It flapped its wings toward the goblins, covering them with a yellowish powder. 2 of the remaining 3 monsters fell asleep on their feet so quickly it was as if they had lost consciousness. Alan took out a rock from storage and threw it at the face of one of the sleeping goblins with his full strength. However, no line appeared on his grimoire, indicating that it was still alive. One of the beasts dealt the finishing blow to the monster with a crushed-in face. I see, so 1 goblin gives me 200 XP. There's 5 of them here, which means a total of 1,000 XP.
Yahoo!
Alan could not help but do a little jig inside his mind after calculating how much XP he would gain from this fight. He earned 100 XP from 1 albaheron and 400 XP from 1 great boar. Thanks to the adoption of his suggestions, the hunting party at Krina village had become capable of hunting 3 great boars each trip, which added up to a total of 1,200 XP. Efficiency is always important to consider when grinding. Goblins have better hourly rates, plain and simple. Back when Alan was Kenichi, he had always thought of earning XP within games in terms of hourly rates. Great boars were, including the time needed to reach and return from the hunting grounds, worth 1,200 XP for 6 hours. In sharp contrast, he had just earned 1,000 XP before 2 hours had even passed. That made the hourly rate for great boars 200 and for goblins 500. It was blatantly obvious which was more efficient. The hawk encircling above told Alan his next target was already lined up.
Good.
Let's grab the magic stones in these goblins and then move on. But so scale powder causes the sleep debuff. Just one Ajiha was enough to have an effect. This supports my hypothesis. From what he had observed, Alan had realized there was a certain rule to the debuffs cast by the insect cards. He wanted to confirm it through today's battles. For now, he approached the dead goblins and used his short sword to cut into their chests, taking out their magic stones. It was honestly quite a gross task, but magic stones were precious. This was especially true for Alan as a summoner. Magic stones could very likely determine his survival someday. As such, just leaving them untouched was not an option. Soon, Alan's stock of magic stones had gone up by 5. During that time, multiple Tamas kept a vigilant lookout around Alan just in case there were other goblins nearby. Getting attacked from behind was a very real danger when soloing. All right, that's the harvesting done. Hawkins, I want more goblins. Those who saw a group of 5 or more just now, come on down. Has to be within 3 kilometers, though. The rest of you go back out there and keep looking with Hawkeye. Promptly, 4 of the hawks flew off. 2 descended, seemingly having found something that matched Alan's criteria. They indicated the direction, then Alan took off. After this, Alan completely lost himself in goblin hunting.
Time passed in a
Nice. Thanks to killing 80 goblins and 5 horned rabbits in total, my level's gone up by 2. Days off are the best. A single goblin gave 200 XP, and a horned rabbit gave 10. Altogether, Alan had earned 16,050 XP today alone. He was now LVL 9. As a result of his testing today, he had also figured out a rule behind the insect summons. When he wanted the insect GS to use their ability on Albaherons, a monster 3 ranks higher at D, he needed 3 of them to work together. Conversely, a single insect E had been able to affect a group of goblins, rank D monsters. From this, he derived the following postulates. The debuff from scale powder turned out to be sleep. It was roughly 80% effective against goblins, which was a very high number. Admittedly, this might be a number specific to only goblins, so more testing was needed. Unfortunately, Alan's side did not exactly get through the day unscathed. The goblins, buff as they were, had proved surprisingly effective at killing the saber-toothed tigers. The strengthening skill had given the beast E-summons more HP and attack, which meant they were still quite low on agility and endurance. It certainly did not help matters that their rank was lower than the goblins. Alan started off every fight using Insect E, but there were times when he got unlucky and scale powder still left more goblins standing than not. When that happened, the Tamas would end up taking more attacks. In order to offset his losses, Alan searched out horned rabbits every now and then for their rank E magic stones. Another thing that Alan learned today was that he could not create rank E summons using the rank D magic stones harvested from goblins. When creating and synthesizing new summons, he needed magic stones of the exact same rank. Groups of goblins were the perfect targets, as they meant more XP in one place with less searching. Alan continued seeking them out, feeling like he had become a goblin hunter. However, all 6 of his hawks suddenly circled once in the air and then descended. Alan recalled when, as Kenichi, he had gone hunting with a party in an online game for 8 hours straight until a member yelled, "I'm tired already." The birds, which were now standing in a row on the ground, all shook their heads. Apparently the reason for their behavior was not fatigue. With a start, Alan suddenly realized his surroundings had gotten rather dim. It would not be long before the sun set completely. "Oh my god, you guys really are hawks. So you can't scout at night." "Oh, I'm in trouble then." It was at this moment that Alan finally realized that he had completely lost his sense of direction after all the twists and turns he took chasing goblins. He had no idea where he currently was, nor what direction Granvelle City was. I'd planned on having Hawkins direct me back home, but it looks like I'll have to figure it out myself. Thankfully, there was still a little bit of sun, which gave Alan a general idea of direction. He then dashed as fast as he could through the darkening forest. Several hours later, he successfully returned to the city gate. By now, it was pitch black outside. It was the same guard who had been standing at the gate since morning. Guards sure have it tough, having to be on their feet all day long, Alan thought while producing his crest. But okay, that was a really close shave. I'm going to have to wrap things up earlier in the day next time. Thus, Alan's first full day off ended with a little bit of introspection. It was now mid-December, roughly a month after Alan had started dedicating his one day off each week to hunting. The arrangement made him think back to his elementary school days, when his parents only allowed him to game on Sundays. A rather nonsensical rule, now that he thought about it, but that was neither here nor there. One day, after finishing work hours, Alan visited a weapon shop around the chiming of the 9 p.m. bell. "Here you go," the owner said, handing over iron spheres the size of baseballs. "Still haven't the faintest idea what you plan on doing with those, but what do you think?" "Oh, these are perfect. Thank you very much. 60 silver for all three, right? These feel great in the hand. Now I finally have replacements for my throwing stones." After exiting the store, Alan put the iron spheres away inside storage and returned to the mansion. Today was Alan's 4th day off. Thanks to spending all his off times so far on hunting, he was now LVL 12. The stat increase was great, but it had come with a new problem. Namely, stones broke whenever he threw them. Because he no longer had any chance to use Insect G's Provoke, he replaced most of them with Beastie instead, which buffed his attack even higher. All the throwing stones that Alan had brought along from Krina village had been shattered in attacks against goblins. As replacements, Alan had ordered iron balls from a weapons shop. According to the owner, it was not all that much trouble, as it was simply a matter of changing the shape of a lump of iron originally meant for making a weapon anyway. Because of this, he was willing to part with 1 ball for 20 silvers. Alan had ordered 3. The list of things I need to buy just keeps growing. Armor is a given, but I also want a fire-starting magic tool, and I want to eventually have 10 iron balls in total. Of course, I really also ought to get a better weapon. But that's at the lowest priority, since I mainly fight with my summons. Alan reviewed the shopping list that he had written down in his grimoire. The fire-starting magic tool cost 3 gold. There was a huge range of prices when it came to armor, but the higher-end ones naturally cost several gold. The same was true for weapons. I really feel like a game character who's arrived at the starting town and is gathering his first set of equipment. Despite being in need of money, Alan's heart still beat quickly in excitement. He recalled the emotions he had felt from visiting a new town inside a game and anticipating the new equipment available. Hunt monsters, earn XP, use money to improve my equipment. Now this is the old-school playing style, though the money I'm using is from my salary and not from selling drops. Servants at House Granvelle received their salaries at the end of each month. Alan's monthly salary was 50 silver. 100 silver equaled 1 gold, which meant his annual salary was 6 gold. Servants of House Granvelle were exempted from the head tax. The monthly salary for each rank in the household servant hierarchy was as follows. The top rank, which the butler belonged to, received 5 gold. The second rank, which the head chef belonged to, received 2 gold. The lowest rank, which Alan belonged to, received 1 gold. The reason Alan was receiving only half the amount that was normal for his standing was because he was under 12 years of age. Rickle had been the one to tell Alan all of this. As head manservant, he received 1 gold and 50 silver each month. If I could register goblin killing quests with the Adventurers Guild, I would earn more. Oh well, it's not like I need money so badly it'd kill me. And most importantly, the guild building is too far away anyway. In every one of the fights so far, his summons tanked all the attacks, and Alan had yet to get hurt even once. Because of this, armor was not very high on his list of priorities either. He was content with waiting for his money to slowly accrue. Once again, Alan got back late that night. He was about to head back to his own room when he bumped into Rickle. "Hi, Mr. Rickle. Good night." "Ah, there you are. I know it's late, but Seabass is calling for you." Alan could not remember doing anything that would merit being called for, but ignoring the summons was not an option. After thanking Rickle for conveying the message, he headed to the butler's room. Come in." Despite it being quite late at night, the butler was still willing to talk. When Alan entered the room, Seabass gestured toward one of the sofas. A long silence then ensued. Alan patiently waited for Seabass to broach the topic. "Alan, your work in the mansion is beyond reproach. I've heard from the other servants that you are diligent and conscientious." When Seabass finally started speaking, it seemed like he was carefully choosing his words. "However, work is not the only thing that matters. What you do in your off time is also important. You must remain constantly self-aware of your identity as a member of House Granvelle." "What's this? Am I getting scolded for something?" Seabass looked straight into Alan's eyes. "What are you doing on your days off?" On his days off, Alan would head out before the sun rose. In a great hurry, too. And when he returned, it was invariably after 9 p.m. With this having continued for a full month, it was only natural his behavior would lead to questions. Just as Alan was considering whether to tell the truth or not, Seabass said, "I'm not letting you out of this room until you answer my question." Alan was hunting around Granvelle City, and while he did his best to avoid people, there were still times he passed by adventurers. It was only a matter of time before word of a black-haired child hunting in the area spread. Not that he had any intention of stopping what he was doing. "Yes, sir. On my days off from morning to night, I've been hunting monsters." The butler's eyes widened in surprise. He felt as if he was looking at the very concept of absurdity given the form of an 8-year-old boy. "Is that why you asked Rickle about the White Dragon Mountains and the Adventurers Guild?" Alan felt resentful toward Rickle for a split second, but then thought better of it. If the butler asked Rickle about the possibly suspicious behavior of one of his charges, it was only natural for him to share what he knew. "Because I am Boar Hunter Rodan's son. I want to grow up into an upstanding person, like my father one day." To Alan's own surprise, the words flowed naturally from his mouth. He realized he believed what he had said. "I see, so I really am the son of Rodan, the man who wanted to become a hunter. I just happen to also really love hunting. I guess we really are father and son." Alan was satisfied with the answer that he had just found within himself. Despite being far apart, he and his father had a common bond in hunting. It was a very deep connection as far as bonds went, as this was their shared purpose in life, their raison d'etre. Alan even suspected that him being born to Rodan had been an intentional arrangement on the part of the gods. "What you live for, huh? So it's that important to you. I suppose you really are Rodan's son after all." Understanding dawned on Seabass's face. Surely, Alan had been greatly influenced by his father while growing up. The son of the village's champion now declared hunting his reason to exist. Back when he had said he would quit being a manservant if he did not get full days off, his eyes had been lit by the, "I see. Well, having a raison d'etre is a good thing, as long as it doesn't cause other people trouble like Dudley's does." "Dudley? That's the head chef, right?" I do remember him and Seabass locking horns every once in a while. The head chef loved cooking above all else. By and large, that was a good thing. However, he would go over budget buying ingredients to experiment with dishes. He showed no qualms about standing up to Seabass despite being one tier lower on the hierarchy, likely due to them being close in age. During his time at the mansion, Alan had already happened upon the butler and head chef shouting at each other multiple times, the former repeatedly upbraiding the latter for not staying within budget, and the latter insisting on raising the quality of the food being served. "If I can be entirely frank with you, Alan, I want your work in this mansion to become what you live for, just like it did for me." "Well, that's going to be difficult. After being reincarnated and all, I don't want to live out my years in someone else's service." Alan's half-hearted answer and stiff smile caused Seabass to sigh and shrug his shoulders. "Well then, what have you been doing with the horned rabbits you bring back?" Apparently, Seabass was under the misconception that Alan had been hunting horned rabbits close to the city walls. The thought that Alan was hunting goblins hours away had not even crossed his mind. There's no need to hide it. You've been selling them to a butcher's for some pocket money, yes? So that's what he really wanted to know. Should I correct? Nah, let's play along. It's not a very good look for a member of House Granvelle to be earning pocket money on the side. There's no telling what rumors might be generated from this. I'm sorry, sir, Alan repeated, doing his best to seem apologetic. The truth was that he only harvested the magic stones and left the rest in the forest. He did not want to waste the time it would take him to drop by the butcher's after hunting, after all. Currently, XP was much more valuable to him than money was. But that said, we can hardly let the meat go to waste. As such, bring the horned rabbits back. We will pay you for them, separate from your monthly salary. You're that happy about it? I'm making it clear now, but we won't be paying you all that much. 1 silver for each horned rabbit is all we'll give. This was still more than enough. In this way, Alan's hunting was, partially, exposed to Seabass the butler. The first off day since Alan's confession to Seabass rolled around. Just as before, he left the mansion first thing in the morning and ran to the city gate, where the usual guard was standing sentry. Alan was impressed with how the man could keep it at this early and in such cold weather. You heading out again today, lad? The two exchanged light banter while waiting for the 6 a.m. bell. Last time, the guard had told Alan he did not need to show his crest anymore. Because of that, it was now inside his storage. Apparently, the check was not as strict as it was when using train or plane tickets in his previous life. The gate soon opened at the usual time, and Alan took off. The first snowfall had come, and the year was almost over. The casual wear that he had been issued was not very thick, but because he was moving about so vigorously, he did not really feel the cold. 6 bird-e summons appeared at the same time several dozen meters in the air. After Alan instructed them to go look for goblins, they scattered in various directions. Alan had tried hunting other monsters, but ultimately concluded that goblins gave the highest hourly rate. Only goblin groups gave more than 1,000 XP for each encounter. There were other rank D monsters that gave more XP per monster than goblins did, but they wandered in much smaller groups. Goblins also appeared much more frequently than other monsters did, which definitely helped make it much more efficient hunting them. Today, let's aim to kill 100 goblins and a few horned rabbits for their magic stones and meat. Bringing 5 back should be enough, I think. While waiting for his summons to return, Alan decided on his quota for the day. The rate of encounter with monsters was not all that high. If he did not have Hawkins constantly scouting from the sky, he might only have 3 encounters a day. Hawkeye was proving helpful in improving Alan's hunting efficiency. Before long, one Hawkins returned, and the day of hunting kicked off. 3 hours later, Alan stopped to eat his lunch of steamed potatoes and malmo. Because he was running around all day long, it was important to give his body the energy it needed. The malmo fruit also served to replenish his liquids, making it a very efficient food. Of course, it did not hurt that it was delicious too. Just as Alan was biting into a malmo, one Hawkins landed on the branch of the tree beside him. What's this? The bird's behavior seemed somehow different from usual. A quick look upward revealed 3 other Hawkins circling overhead. That meant they had found targets for Alan to hunt, but they were not coming down, almost as if yielding priority to the one that had landed. Pai. The Hawkins on the tree cried out again, louder this time, and with a noticeable tone of urgency. Alan put his half-eaten potato into storage and stood up. Immediately, Hawkins spread its wings and slowly flew off. When it looked down and confirmed that Alan was indeed following along, it then started flying faster and faster. Of the summons, bird cards had high agility as a base stat. After being strengthened, Hawkins's speed was nothing to scoff at. Thankfully, Alan was capable of keeping up thanks to the buffs he received from the cards. 15 minutes of running later, Alan's ears picked up faint shouts coming from up ahead. When Alan got closer, he spotted the 3 adventurers he had met before in the Adventurers Guild. The man with the sword who had answered all of Alan's questions, Raven, was clearly wounded. The woman with the staff was supporting him, while the dagger-wielding girl was standing protectively in front. Although 2 goblins lay dead on the ground, there were still 4 currently concentrating their attacks on the dagger girl, whose name was apparently Rita. One of her arms seemed to be out of commission, merely dangling and dripping blood. Despite this, she was putting up a good fight with her one good hand, desperately standing her ground. The goblins inched closer slowly, their faces warped in sneers. When he got within 20 meters, Alan took out an iron ball from his storage and threw it with all his strength. Squish! The iron ball showed no sign of shattering even after completely caving in one of the goblins' faces. The monster crumpled to the ground. Wah! Don't turn around. You're still in a fight. Another iron ball made contact with a goblin's face. This one, however, remained on its feet, albeit very shakily. Apparently, the iron ball alone was not quite enough to guarantee a one-hit kill every time. The ones that took my attack are still alive. Don't let your guard down. Rita looked taken aback by the sudden arrival of reinforcements, but there was no time to let her compose herself. Alan threw his last ball. Unfortunately, the goblins were now aware of him and had their guards up. The goblin he was targeting managed to raise an arm in time to block the projectile. The impact clearly broke the arm, but the monster still had more than enough vitality to pose a threat. It shifted its club to its other arm. There are 2 goblins left who can still attack. Guess I have no choice but to get personal. Alan had zero intention of showing his summons to other people, so he drew the short sword on his waist and charged out in front of Rita. He had already reverted all Hawkins to card form when he had first heard the group shouts. Alan's chosen opponent rushed toward him, brandishing a rusty, beat-up longsword. When Alan hunted Albaherans, he had started the fights by draining their power using Insect F summons. This time, that option was not available to him, leaving this a purely physical fight without the use of any abilities on either side. Because Alan did not want to unnecessarily wear down the edge of his short sword, he opted to dodge all of the goblins' wide swings. As he had already reached LVL 12, after adding in the buffs he received from his cards, his attack and agility were both above 300. He closed in on his opponent in the blink of an eye, slashed at its throat, then backed off to avoid the jet of blood. The monster crumpled to the ground, dead. That was easy. So I'm already strong enough to effortlessly handle rank D monsters. The reason Alan never fought in person up until now was because he did not want to get his valuable outfit, which had been issued to him, dirty with blood spurts. When Alan turned around to aid Rita, he found her delivering the killing blow to her opponent. She was capable enough of winning the fight, though she did apparently suffer a few more shallow wounds in the process. The 2 then went over and finished off the 2 goblins who had taken iron balls to their faces. Same person he had bumped into at the Adventurers Guild. Rita and Mihai called his name in desperation, but all he could do was let out a weak rattle. He was clearly on the verge of death. This lady called Mihai looks like the party healer. Does the fact that she can't do anything mean she ran out of MP? There's no other choice. It's time to test out a leaf of life. When Alan approached, the 2 women became slightly wary. He was a black-haired boy clearly under the age of 10 who had appeared out of the blue to make short work of an enemy they were struggling so much against. Alan did not fault them for their caution. Really? The 2 women cried out in unison, their expressions instantly brightening up. Alan pretended to reach behind and pulled out a leaf of life from storage. I never expected the first test subject to be someone so close to dying. This probably looks different from every other commonly used herb out there, so I should probably cover it with my hand. The name of the item hinted at its ability to restore HP, but Alan had yet to test it out. Because he had no idea how to actually use the wide, flat, perilla-like leaf, he reached out with it clenched in his fist and attempted to press it directly against the wound on Raven's abdomen. The 2 women worriedly looked between Raven's blank face and Alan's actions. They were so desperate they were grasping at straws for any scrap of hope. Please don't look at me with so much expectation in your eyes. I have no idea how much this can heal him. In the first place, I don't even know for sure that it's an HP recovery item. When the leaf of life made contact, it shone brightly and then disappeared like bubbles. Right after that, Raven's wound, which had been deep enough to reach even his organs, closed back up gradually right before their eyes. Soon enough, the only sign there had been a wound was all the sticky blood left around the area. Raven regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes, his mind completely clear. He gingerly touched his stomach, then looked down at it. Really? He murmured in bewilderment, realizing that he had made a full recovery. What happened? The man failed to understand how he was still alive. He asked Mihai if she had healed him, but she shook her head, wiping tears from her eyes. I'm glad you're fine. Ms. Rita, was it? Here, I'll heal your arm too, Alan said before pressing another leaf of life against her dangling arm. Of course, he made sure to hold it in a way that it was not visible. As all three adventurers looked on, time seemed to rewind for the arm. Before long, it was back to being as good as new. Some of the bones inside had been broken, but Rita had no problem lifting it up. She clenched and opened her hand multiple times in marvel. Suddenly, all three started and shouted in unison, "Flower of Muellers." As Raven and Rita wondered why Alan had used such a precious herb for their sake, the boy said, "Well, it looks like you're both fine now. What about you, Ms. Mihai? Are you hurt?" Although she did not have any obvious external wounds, Alan did have one last leaf of life, so he offered it just in case. "And no, I'm fine," Mihai replied, thrusting out both hands in a fluster and shaking them vigorously to demonstrate how healthy she was. "I'm glad to hear it. Can you guys get back on your own? Granvelle City's that way." Because he always hunted until the last available minute, Alan was now very practiced at deriving the direction to Granvelle City based on the location of the sun. "Huh? We're good. If I'm not injured, I can easily take care of goblins," Raven responded. When Raven stood up, he realized that he was unarmed. The group had probably been attacked quite a distance away, which was when he had lost his sword and gotten hurt. So he walked over and picked up one of the rusty swords dropped by a goblin. "Well, then my work here is done," Alan said, turning to leave. "You guys take care." "No, wait," Raven protested before stopping himself. Now that he was no longer on the verge of death, he finally had the composure to take a good look at Alan. "Huh? Aren't you the kid I met at the guild?" "Yes, I am. Why?" Alan replied curtly, an annoyed look on his face. "If you can get back by yourselves, then do it already. I really want to get back to hunting." This whole incident had cost Alan about an hour of time. This was his precious day off. He was itching to get going. However, Raven stopped him once again. From Raven's point of view, Alan had saved his party from certain death and even used 2 flowers of Muellers on them, an item that cost several gold per pop. It would eat at his conscience to not return that favor in some way. "I still have 60 goblins to go for my quota for the day. Let me go already." Of course, Raven had no idea what Alan was thinking. "Can't we thank you in some way?" he asked one more time. Seeing how persistent Raven was, Alan gave it some thought, then said, "In that case, Mr. Raven, right? You're an adventurer? I'm in a hurry today, but when we meet again next time, tell me a lot more about adventurers." "Why does he look like he, bro? That's all. I'm done. What else do you want me to say?" I do have one thing." Mihai and Rita also nodded. Then Raven waited once again for Alan to continue. "Nothing else really comes to me. Oh, right, can I have all these goblins' magic stones?" "Oh." Speaking of magic stones. Finally, something substantial came to Alan's mind. Once, when he visited a magic tool shop in Granvelle City to check out items that he might need while adventuring, he had also asked the store owner if he had rank E magic stones for sale. The owner replied that he only bought them and was not selling any. Now, the idea to have Raven and his group gather some came to Alan's mind. "So, if you really want to thank me, let me have these goblins' magic stones, then also get me 100 rank E ones." "I see. Where is it?" "I'll drop by to pick the magic stones up in person. Please leave them with reception and tell them to expect someone named Alan to come for them." "How long would it take you?" According to Raven, they could gather that number in a week. Although he still seemed somewhat unconvinced that this was enough as a reward, he finally backed down. Alan wasted no time in cutting out the magic stones from the goblins' bodies. Well, I won't see you off. I hope you get back to town safely. Then Alan took off into the forest, not even sparing a single backward glance. He stopped only after having gotten quite far away.
I lost so much time from that.
But, well, I did gain 100 rank E magic stones in exchange, so I guess I can consider it a wash. What should I do now? Should I get back to hunting, or should I sit down and go over what I just learned? First, this leaf of life. Now I know for sure it recovers HP. I honestly never thought this would be how I'd end up testing it. He stared closely at the last remaining piece in his hand. By all appearances, it looked like a perilla leaf from his previous world. He now knew that it could be used by pressing directly against a wound. There are two kinds of recovery items. This is most likely the fixed amount kind. Different games had different names for HP, but in all of them, the game character would be considered dead when that specific number reached 0. Items that could be used to replenish health were called recovery items, and these fell into two large classifications. For the former, if a character had maximum 1000 HP and used an item that replenished 30% health, that would work out to a recovery of 300 HP. For the latter, if the item healed a flat value of 500, then it would just heal 500 HP regardless of the character's max HP value. In light of this, the way Rodan and Raven each recovered made for an interesting contrast. After using a flower of Mueller's, it had taken Rodan another full month before he could walk again. On the other hand, after using a leaf of life, Raven had become fully conscious, had no trouble standing up, and had even gone to pick up a goblin sword. The obvious conclusion to draw is that the former is percentage-based and the latter is a fixed number. If Leaf of Life was percentage-based, then it would be 100%. That was far too good to be true, especially considering it was an item generated from a mere rank E summon. Raven's max HP was probably still low, which was why one Leaf of Life had brought him back to perfect health. Well, that's enough about Leaf of Life. Next thing to check is the log on my grimoire. The last 3 lines were from the goblins that Alan had killed as a joint effort. This amount of XP is only 80% of what I normally get when I fight alone. The people present during the fight were me and 3 other adventurers, but only Rita and I actually fought. But if I got 80% because of that, that means XP distribution is not divided by the number of fighters. It's probably more along the lines of receiving 80% when fighting as part of a group. Some games required players to hunt together in large groups. In such situations, if XP was divided equally among all participants, each person would get a very limited amount, and it would not be worth it. Instead, those games set it up so that participants gained a marked-down percentage of the maximum XP givable by the target, for example, 60 or 80%, unrelated to the actual number of people fighting. The Great Boars gave me 400 XP. If that was 80%, then it means one Great Boar gives 500 XP in total. But there's no way a rank C monster gives only 2
times what a goblin does.
It would make more sense for it to give something along the lines of 1000 XP. Based on what he had experienced firsthand and learned about combat in this world, Alan deduced what he thought were 2 rules about XP distribution from fighting in a group. Alan made sure to make proper notes in his grimoire about what he had just figured out regarding Leaf of Life and XP distribution. A bird appeared. As they were now in an open area, Alan would have normally summoned it up in the air. This time, however, he purposely summoned it on the ground, right in front of him. What were my orders? Find me a group of 5 or more goblins within 3 kilometers that I can reach in a straight line without bumping into adventurers. Right? The bird bobbed its head once. The sight left Alan struggling quite a while for. The bird tilted its head, puzzled either by the concept, the terms, or both. I see. So you're not intelligent enough for that kind of thinking. But, so the summons possess consciousness. Up until now, Alan had thought of his summons as mechanical existences that only moved as he told them to, rather like androids or computer programs. However, that was apparently not the case. Hawkins had chosen to prioritize its own will above a direct instruction from Alan, and instead led him toward a group of adventurers who were about to die. In other words, summons were sentient and could think for themselves. If it was really the god of creation who had created humans and this world, then it was probably a piece of cake for him to create summons with egos. When Alan reached forward to rub Hawkins's head to offset his strict tone from earlier, the bird's expression immediately turned into one of delight. All right, I'll change up the instruction next time onward. Make sure to follow them, okay? Pie. Hawkins cried loudly and spread its wings, a gesture that Alan interpreted as, okay. Chapter 3. Huntsman. It was now the end of December. The week after saving Raven and his companions, Alan went hunting again. Afterward, he picked up the promised rank E magic stones. Raven had gone out of his way to wait for Alan to hand the pouch over in person rather than leaving it with reception, as originally agreed. Alan was currently in line for a meal at the servants' dining hall, deep in his thoughts, when Dudley suddenly talked to him. The head chef had started engaging Alan in conversation every once in a while as of late. The pensive look on Alan's face had apparently caught his attention. Here, have this. Eat up. A rather large piece of meat was added to Alan's bowl of soup. Rickle, who had just been served, whirled back around. Why does Alan get some, and I don't? I want meat too. Huh? And what have you done that makes you think you deserve meat? Alan's already brought back 10 horned rabbits. What about you? Alan had delivered a total of 10 horned rabbits from the past 2 days he had gone hunting. 5 rabbits per day was the quota that he had set for himself, figuring that was the limit of what a normal 8-year-old boy might be able to bag after a full day hunting outside. Plus, he could never have too many rank E magic stones. In reality, however, Seabass had been more than impressed with Alan bringing back 5 horned rabbits each time. After all, the number of monsters was not all that high in this world in the first place. Horned rabbits were also solitary, so hunting them was not very efficient. Due to this, being able to catch 2 or 3 a day was already considered a job well done. The head chef was absolutely over the moon about the meat being brought back and happily butchered the beasts. This was the reason he had started speaking to Alan recently, and also why he gave the boy extra meat during meals. By the way, have you heard? Young Master Mihai will be visiting home next spring. Mihai is the oldest son, right? The one who went to study in Academy City. When he last left, I asked him to bring back some honey sold in the royal capital. You ever tried any? It's so sweet like you wouldn't believe. I was hoping you'd say that. If you catch me a few big toads when they pop up next spring, I'll secretly share some of the honey with ya. Damn. How long has it been since I've had honey? Big toads, was it? Is it because they're hibernating right now that they only appear in spring? What? Mr. Dudley, what are you saying to Alan? Big toads are rank D monsters. And Alan, don't you take him seriously, Rickle cried loudly, drawing the attention of other nearby servants. After breakfast, Alan went upstairs to clean Cecil's room as usual. When that was done, he then did the laundry. He did not have to stick to Cecil's side at all waking hours of the day, so he had spare time every so often. He often spent that time proactively helping out other servants, be it with cleaning or other miscellaneous jobs. He just so happened to be cleaning in the garden when Knight Captain Xenoff arrived. He did not live in the Granvelle mansion, but his duties did require him to drop by often, including when he had to report to Baron Granvelle in person. Rickle had told Alan quite a bit about the chivalric order. The kingdom was not currently embroiled in any wars, and even if it were, the fiefdom of Granvelle was not on the border. As such, the knights mainly dismantled bandit rings and killed monsters that were causing trouble for the citizens. While adventurers could also handle problems with monsters, a variety of circumstances sometimes made it difficult for them to do so. And that was where the knights came in. Nighttime arrived, and it turned out Xenoff was staying for dinner. It was not all that rare for the knight captain or vice captain to do so. As always, Alan took part in serving the meal. It looks like you've gotten quite used to your work, Xenoff commented appreciatively. You do your father proud. As I'm sure you've already heard, Krina Village has successfully finished hunting 20 great boars this year. Krina Village had met this year's quota by the end of November. Thanks to the villagers squeezing in 3 hunts before the Baron's arrival, they had ended up quite ahead of schedule. Before Alan left, Rodan had told him that they now had the leeway to scale back and leave 10 days between each of the remaining hunts. But why aren't we getting any of the meat even though they hunted so many? Thomas asked with a scowl. Whenever winter comes, we've always had boar meat. Now that he's mentioned it, it's true I haven't seen much meat here at the mansion. The great boars killed in October should have already arrived in town by now. The meat from the great boars needed to be preserved first, a process that normally took around 2 months before being transported to Granvelle City. Consequently, several metric tons of it should have arrived in town not too long ago. However, it had yet to appear in the dinner fare at the Granvelle mansion. The Baron chastised his son and told him to not make a fuss, leaving the boy visibly dejected. Baron Granvelle was a man who was rather strict with his children. Back at Krina village, the Baron did explain during his audience that the reason he asked the hunting party to double the number of great boars was because of a royal decree. In other words, it was the king who wanted the meat. Did all of it get sent to the royal capital, then? On that super huge magic ship? As Alan was in the middle of his thoughts, Thomas turned to the knight captain and asked with hopeful eyes, "Xenoph, can you catch a deer for us this year?" "I'm sorry, young Master Thomas. Hunting for food is not part of our duties as knights." I mean, the knights did come to Krina village to hunt great boars. I guess the Baron means for this to be a teaching opportunity for Thomas. Thomas, that's enough. The knights aren't here to listen to your whim and fancy. Finally, Baron Granvelle lost his temper with his son's complaints. Thomas flinched in fright, prompting the Baroness to intervene. "Darling, I'm sure Thomas knows better. Right, Thomas? But it is true that if we have no boar or deer, the coming New Year's greeting is going to be rather modest." The greeting was a celebration hosted at the feudal lord's mansion at the very start of each new year. It was normally supposed to be a grand affair. Both the Baron and Butler sighed bitterly. This prompted the Baroness to also look down sadly. Thomas, after seeing everyone's reactions, turned to Alan. In this world, even barons and their families had to live quite frugally. Food was one of the very limited sources of enjoyment in this world. And thanks to Alan catching horned rabbits, the meals this family enjoyed had improved quite significantly. Of all people to make such contributions to their diet, it had been an 8-year-old boy with rare black hair and eyes. Naturally, Alan's offerings had garnered him quite a lot of attention. By now, every single person in the mansion knew that his father was called Boar Hunter Rodan and had been lifted to commoner status in recognition of his contribution as the champion of his village. Everyone took Alan bringing back so many horned rabbits as him having inherited his hunting prowess from his champion father, hence Dudley's coaxing him to catch big toads and now Thomas's demand for a white deer. "That's right. Hunt one for us." Thomas had a carefree smile on his face, as if he was making a perfectly normal request. White deer were monsters that appeared only during wintertime. Because great boars provided more meat, Krina village's residents focused solely on them, shifting to hunting white deer only once boar season was over. A white deer. It's a rank sea monster, just like the great boar. My level's gone up quite a bit these past few months. It might be interesting to give it a go. Understood, young master. I shall bring back a white deer. Everyone at the table had heard this exchange. However, they were all so. 3 days later, it was New Year's Day. It was another one of his days off, so Alan once again left the mansion early in the day, paying no mind to the snow accumulating on the ground. He was wearing straw-woven boots that he had borrowed the day before. "You still going out today, lad? Be careful. The snow can get pretty thick some places." What's with that?" Alan, who had a large shovel tied to his back with rope, answered, "I thought I might need it today, so I borrowed it from the gardener." The shovel head was wider than 30 centimeters, so it did not fit inside storage. The 2 ropes Alan used to secure it to his back had also been borrowed, this time from the stables. He had picked out 7 thick and long ropes. The remaining 5 had gone into storage. After promising the guard to be careful, Alan passed through the gate and took off. Dozens of minutes of running through the snow later, he arrived at a spot with trees growing sparsely all around. Should I hunt goblins in the morning? On second thought, hunting the white deer will probably take some time. I should dedicate the entire day to hunting it, just in case. Come on out, Hawkins. I wanted to look for a large deer-like monster with white fur. It's called a white deer. It has antlers longer than 2 meters on its head, so you should be able to spot it easily. You may go 10 kilometers away max, but the closer, the better. Alright, time for me to get to work too. Moles, come out and dig for me. For beast, G summons in the form of moles appeared. In response to Alan's order, they worked together to push the snow back and dig one large hole. Ever since learning this summons had self-awareness, Alan had started making an effort to be much more precise when giving Hawkins instructions. Just now, in addition to the command to look for white deer, he had also told them to prioritize any adventurers in need of help they might find. He had even decided on signs with them, such as landing on a nearby tree branch and crying 3 times to signify an emergency. Communication is always key when working with others. The summons had a will. In other words, they could very well refuse certain instructions. But seriously, summons that are self-aware and can stay out for 30 days without rest, huh? That's pretty nuts if you think about it objectively. Back when he had been living in Kreena village, Alan had figured out that regardless of rank, all his summons could remain summoned for 30 days straight. They could continue functioning at top performance the entire time, not needing sleep or food. And now, he knew that they could move about of their own will. The realm of possibility had been blown wide open. When Alan came back from his thoughts, he realized 3 Hawkins had returned. 2 kilometers? 3 kilometers? 4 kilometers? 5 kilometers? Only when Alan reached 5 kilometers did one of the bird E-summons react and slowly descend. Because moles did not have very high intelligence, they would stop listening to instructions once Alan got more than 50 meters away. In other words, he had to stay here to continue commanding them to use their ability. Because of this, he decided to prioritize finishing the hole first. He waited patiently, occasionally using his shovel to gather the displaced dirt into one pile. It ended up taking quite a bit of time to get the hole as deep as he wanted. During that time, he sent out Hawkins periodically to keep an eye on the target. Thankfully, it did not stray too far beyond the 5-kilometer mark. As soon as the hole was finished, Alan obscured it with snow, then set off in the direction of the closest white deer. Thanks to his straw boots, he made good progress even while running on snow. Under the guidance of Hawkins, he soon came upon a monster that was busy feeding on horned rabbit carcasses.
Oh.
There it is. The white deer was slightly smaller than a great boar, but after adding in its neck and head, it still measured roughly 3.5 meters in length. Its antlers, which grew out parallel to the ground, were at least 2 meters long. This was a monster that Alan had seen before back at Kreena village. However, because its white fur served as effective camouflage and this species was not very populous, the village only managed to capture 1 per winter month, if any at all. Because the target was rank C, Alan had prepared for insect G summons. He summoned all of them while hiding behind a tree himself. Hoppers, use provoke. The 4 frogs obediently started leaping up and down a distance away from the white deer, rapidly flashing various colors. Mia. The instant the monster noticed the summons, it promptly charged toward them, plowing through the snow. The provoke had worked. The split second before they got trampled, Alan reverted the hoppers into card form and then resummoned them a slight distance away, having them use provoke again right off the bat. By repeating this process, he steadily lured the monster toward the hole he had prepared. Along the way, Alan found himself impressed by how effective provoke was. Although he was moving from tree to tree, his black outfit was still conspicuous here, in this world of white. Even so, the white deer was so blinded by rage that it did not glance at Alan even for a split second. Eventually, hunter and prey both reached the place of reckoning. One last time, Alan repositioned the hoppers and had them use provoke. Mia. The white deer continued rushing straight ahead. Then, all of a sudden, it disappeared from Alan's sight. Does intelligence go down when provoked? To be honest, my pitfall was actually pretty obvious. Alan looked down into the pit that the white deer had fallen into. It was 10 meters deep and 2 meters wide, but because the deer's antlers were 4 meters across, the beast ended up being suspended in midair. Its head was the only thing left visible above ground level. Before the monster managed to collapse the hole with its struggling, Alan drew his short sword and clambered onto its neck from behind. It bellowed loudly and desperately tried to throw him off, but because its feet were not touching ground, it could not muster any significant strength. Alan gripped his weapon tightly, then reached around and drove it straight into the beast's neck. He repeated this until blood jutted out, indicating that he had pierced the jugular. The inside of the hole gradually filled with blood, painting a vivid mark of red in stark contrast with the whiteness of the world around them. When the white deer finally stopped moving, Alan called out his grimoire and looked at the log on its front cover. "You have defeated one white deer. You have earned 2,500 XP. Alan dispelled the grimoire and used all his strength to lift his prey back onto the ground. He then dragged it over to a large tree nearby, tied 3 ropes to each of its hind legs, threw the other ends of the ropes over a firm branch, and hoisted the beast up, so that it was now hanging upside down. Gravity did the rest, causing blood to flow profusely from the open wound. "I've got to drain every last bit of blood to make it that much lighter for when I lug it home. Well then, while that's going, I should get started with cleaning up." All the displaced dirt from the 10-meter-deep hole went back in, filling it. Normally, Alan aimed to kill 100 goblins each time he came out here, amounting to over 20,000 XP. In contrast, by the time the white deer was fully bled, it would already be time to head back. In short, he had spent the entire day and only had 2,500 XP to show for it. But on the flip side, this one monster alone probably has more than 500 kilograms of meat. Considering that meat is generally priced at 1 silver per kilo, that's 5 gold in total. I'm gonna make sure I get my due from sea bass. It would have to be quite a tidy sum to make the day worth his while in exchange for all the XP he could have earned instead. He still had to buy a new weapon and armor among many other things. It was already past 4 p.m. by the time the beast was fully drained. Alan slowly lowered the huge carcass back to the ground, then tied its legs flat against its torso so that they would not get in the way on the walk back. He also tied the bulky shovel in together with it for convenience's sake. During the wait, Alan had replaced all his insect G cards with beastie cards, bringing his attack to over 300. He shouldered the white deer carcass and stood up with a heave. "Oh, this is actually pretty heavy. I hope I don't throw out my back." Okay, time to head back to Granvelle City. Although the monster had already lost all its blood, it still weighed more than 800 kilos. Because of Alan's short stature, the deer's hind legs still ended up dragging in the snow. Its long neck drooped over his shoulder, similarly dragging its long antlers on the ground. However, he paid all of this no mind, forging ahead through the snow using sheer strength. Because Alan always ran back, he had no idea walking would take this long. He continued inching toward town as the setting sun stained the whiteness of the world madder red. When the city gate finally came into sight, he noticed a white deer is coming. One of the guards seemed to be shouting at Alan. It was true that when viewed from the side, the white deer carcass completely obscured Alan's figure. Consequently, it looked like the monster was slowly approaching with its head bowed. The other guards milled about in a fluster. Alan could not see clearly, but he thought he spotted at least 5 of them. To curtail the possibility of being turned into an arrow pincushion, he shouted loudly while continuing to draw close. "Yes, sir. May I go through, please? I caught this white deer on the orders of House Granvelle." Alan continued plowing ahead. He felt someone approach, so he thrust out his crest from underneath the monster. That seemed to have done the trick, as he was allowed through with no further questioning in spite of what he was carrying. On and on Alan went, now walking over the stone-paved streets of the city. Because the deer's horns were too wide to pass through the back entrance, he circled around to the front of the mansion instead. "Is that you, Alan?" The guard on gate duty was familiar enough with Alan to recognize him by his voice. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry. The back entrance is too small to pass through. May I come in through the front?" "All right, of course," the guard replied in a slightly frightened voice. "All right, I got a first report to Seabass," Alan thought as he continued making his way into the garden. Ha ha ha. A lady-in-waiting who was looking out into the garden from a second-floor window screamed loudly. Her knees gave way, and she pointed a trembling finger toward the window, prompting other servants to look out as well. The commotion grew larger and larger by the minute. "Gentlemen in waiting, grab your weapons. Someone call the knights." Alan thought he would be able to explain the situation away, but the servants filing out of the mansion were starting to arm themselves. So, he dropped the white deer in a fluster so that they could see his figure clearly. The monster was so heavy that the moment it hit the ground, a tremor rumbled through the ground and blew snow away. Both those looking on from the second floor and those who had exited the mansion froze with shock, with some even falling on their rear ends. Most of them had never seen a monster up close in their life, and now a huge, white beast had seemingly walked into the grounds. The next thing they knew, however, it had transformed into Alan's form. Their minds scrambled to comprehend what they were seeing. Ugh, that was really heavy. I guess my level is still a bit too low to carry something like that by myself. Seabass pushed through the crowd to confirm the situation for himself. Is that you, Alan? Yes, sir, it's me. I've just returned. Young Master Thomas told me to hunt a white deer, so here it is. To avoid being held responsible for the commotion, Alan immediately brought out Thomas's name front and sent her to leave the impression that he was simply following orders. The butler started when he recalled the exchange at dinner several nights ago. No one present had taken the conversation seriously, himself included. However, it was true that Alan had firmly declared that he would indeed bring. At almost 60 years of age, very little surprised Seabass anymore. However, ever since Alan came to the mansion, he felt as if the perception of normalcy that he had built up over his entire life was slowly but surely being eroded away. He struggled to remain upright despite feeling his common sense crumble internally. "What is the commotion about?" Baron Granvelle roared as he came outside. When he got a good view outside, however, his words died in his throat. That's, the hell y'all just standing around for, eh? Dudley, the head chef, bellowed roughly while emerging from the first-floor kitchen. It was time for dinner, and yet no one had come to pick up the dishes. He had gotten tired of waiting and decided to come out himself. When he saw the beast on the ground, however, the look of irritation on his face immediately melted into one of delight. It was his first time seeing an entire white deer in person. He approached it all a-tremble. White deer." "Yes, Mr. Dudley," Alan replied. "I've only been able to bleed it. I haven't done anything else yet." "I see. So you've done the bare minimum. Good. Now we need to remove its organs." In the chef's eyes, this terrifying beast was merely another ingredient for his cutting board. This situation did not faze him in the slightest. "Vans, what are ya just standing around for? Get your ass over here. The rest of y'all, keep preparing for dinner." Dudley called his assistant Vans over and ordered someone to fetch a large butchering saw and a magical tool to provide illumination. He intended on doing the butchering right here, handling the task personally while leaving the rest of the preparations for dinner to the other chefs and servants. "Of course, sir." Alan's offer was not purely out of the kindness of his heart. He still had to retrieve the monster's magic stone. He had similarly taken out the magic stones from all the horned rabbits that he had handed over so far. He was willing to part with the meat, as this was a promise with Thomas, but the magic stone was his. In the middle of following Dudley's instructions to raise this leg, support this part, keep that part open, and everything else, he surreptitiously took out the magic stone and threw it into storage. As the gardener watched his carefully tended garden ruined with blood and viscera in dismay, Baron Granvelle turned to Seabass. "What is the meaning of this? Why didn't you look into Alan's background?" "What? Master, you are the one who told me there was no need to dig any further after we learned he has no talent and very low stats. As you commanded, I did not investigate any further. Have you gone senile? Look at that. An 8-year-old boy just brought back a rank C monster by himself. How could he be talentless? I want to know every last detail about him." "Oh, of course, master." When the very next envoy from Krina village arrived, the Baron's hawk-like eyes narrowed. "My apologies, master. I will dispatch a man to Krina village tomorrow." Sending someone to Krina village took 10 days round trip, and to do so now would cost much more than usual due to all the snow. As the one managing the mansion's finances, Seabass very much preferred conducting the investigation on the side of normal communications between the mansion and the village. It would not be long before the next shipment of great boar meat was due. When it arrived, he could simply ask the villager who was accompanying the delivery. However, that was apparently not enough for Baron Granvelle. Cecil watched her father and the butler exchanging heated words with an exasperated face from a window on the second floor. Dinner was the last thing on everyone's minds now. Thomas, the one who had been the cause of all this, dashed out of the mansion. "It's a deer," he whooped. He tried to touch the monster, but his assigned maidservant desperately held him back. Noticing his approach, Alan walked over and bowed respectfully. "Young Master Thomas, I have brought back a white deer, as you asked." This incident was what prompted the Baron to launch a full-scale investigation into Alan's past. Despite working late into the night, Dudley and Alan were forced to suspend their work after only managing to skin the beast and remove its organs due to the sheer size of the white deer. Thankfully, it was currently winter, and the cold helped prevent the meat from spoiling so easily. They were to continue the following day. Dudley had requested that Seabass excuse Alan from attending Cecil for the day so he could focus solely on the butchering, making the case that the boy had a deft hand and was a quick learner. Well, it had been more like a declaration, but that was just the head chef's way of asking for things. "You really are good at this, Alan. You should stop being young Mrs. Manservant and be a chef instead. Want me to speak to Seabass for ya?" Dudley still referred to Seabass without his title despite being lower in rank. "Thank you, sir, but young Lady Cecil has been good to me so far." Being Cecil's manservant was not easy, but it did come with opportunities to go out into town, plus free time during her lessons. These were way better terms than working as a chef. "That aside, lad, you really pick things up quick. Vans takes ages to learn even the smallest things." That's probably due to intelligence. Alan had noticed himself picking things up much faster as of late, and this applied to his work as a server as well. Every time he leveled up, the feeling became all the more obvious. The ease with which he could now remember things was beyond comparison to his life as Kenichi. He could memorize anything now, and his body would naturally move the way he wanted. That said, this did not mean he was getting clever. Just as before, he had to think hard for ideas. It was not the same as becoming a brilliant genius. "Man, the white deer sure was heavy yesterday. I guess summoner is a support class in the first place." Due to being a summoner, Alan's intelligence stat was ranked at S, presumably the highest possible ranking, but his attack was only a paltry C. As someone who threw iron balls and used a sword during fights, instead of having such lopsided stats, he would have preferred having all his stats ranked at A instead. Alan's hand moved deftly and surely, even when he was deep in thought. In the end, that day's butchering also lasted until quite late in the evening. Once he returned indoors, he was told that Seabass wanted to see him in his room again. "I sure am getting summoned a lot lately," Alan thought as he knocked on the butler's door. "Excuse me, sir." "It's me, Alan. Sorry you had to work late yesterday even though it was your day off." "It was no problem at all, sir. After all, I hunted the white deer on my own volition, and I was helping out until late in the night because I wanted to get the magic stone. May I ask why I was called today?" "Before anything else, here you go." Seabass placed a heavy-looking pouch on the table between him and Alan.
Huh?
"So, I'm only getting 100 silver for the white deer? On top of having more than 500 kilograms of edible meat, the beast's fur had remained largely undamaged and therefore should have been able to fetch a rather sizable sum. In short, the beast was worth way more than 100 silver.
What?
My salary is 50 silver, which means I'm technically only getting 50 silver for the deer. I sure as hell ain't doing that again. I pretty much just lost the entire off day. Talk about a crap deal." A sigh naturally escaped Alan's mouth as a look of disappointment painted his face. "Alan, you have a habit of letting your emotions show on your face. Don't misunderstand. That is your salary going forward. You're diligent and take things seriously. However, that is not the reason we're raising your salary. The full salary of a manservant was 100 silver, but Alan could only receive half of the amount until he turned 12. If this increase in salary was not a reward for his good work, then it could only mean, you do catch on quick. That's correct. We want you to also be a huntsman. The role of gamekeeper from medieval English aristocratic society came to Alan's mind. Back then, the gamekeeper was in charge of rearing the game that his master would hunt, as well as protecting the game population from being poached by the common people. According to Seabass's explanation, in this world, a huntsman's main duties were also twofold: hunting monsters to bring back their meat and protecting people who were being assaulted by monsters outside of the city. A higher-tiered noble, such as a count, might have several huntsmen in his service, but the Granvelle family had never had one before. That sounds amazing. Alan could not help but raise his voice in delight. In other words, he was being asked to be a noble's employed hunter. After a brief, conflicted moment, Seabass revealed that over the past few days, more than half the servants had knocked on his door begging him to let Alan do more hunting. Even before he had brought home the white deer, the way he consistently brought back 5 horned rabbits every time he had a day off was more than enough of a testament to his skill as a hunter. It was true that the staff's meals improved a little in quality every time Alan came back with horned rabbits, but it was honestly only by a little. The more he was allowed to hunt, the more meat there would be to go around. Some people even went so far as to say that it would be much more beneficial for the household as a whole to redirect the time Alan spent looking after Cecil and doing odd jobs for her tour hunting instead. Seabass had found himself dogged by pretty much the same request again and again. And that is why we're offering you this position. To be frank with you, part of this is also due to the state of this house's budget. I confess I did not expect you to actually bring a white deer back, but it does help to illustrate my point. Naturally, it would cost much less paying Alan 50 silvers extra each month instead of buying whatever monster he brought back at full price every time. Case in point, a single white deer normally went for several gold. House Granvelle's budget was extremely tight at the moment. This had been obvious from the moment it was mentioned that the coming New Year's greeting would have to be significantly scaled down. Thank you for the explanation, sir. I will be glad to take on the role of huntsman for 50 silver extra each month. Do I start tomorrow? Honestly, if I get to go out every day, I don't even need the raise. As long as I bring 5 horned rabbits back, I can spend the rest of every day hunting goblins from morning to dusk. Oh no, I think I'm starting to drool. Seeing Alan gleefully agree to the role, the butler said, just to make it clear, I'm asking you to also be a huntsman. Naturally, you'll still continue serving young Lady Cecil and serving at dinner. Your work as a huntsman is only for 1 day each week. In other words, Alan's 1 day of hunting each week had only become 2 days. Are you dissatisfied? We can always pretend this conversation never happened.
Don't be so down, Alan.
You learn things and improve quickly. If you continue serving young Lady Cecil, you just might become a gentleman-in-waiting 1 day. You would want to keep your options open, yes? The path of promotion for a manservant was gentleman-in-waiting. Seabass, who could tell that Alan would much rather abandon his duties as a manservant to go hunting every day, was reminding him to take a more level-headed and balanced perspective. So then, what do you think? Will you be willing to take on huntsman duties 1 day each week? 2 months after beginning to serve at the Granvelle mansion, Alan ended up taking on 3 roles: manservant, server, and huntsman. Chapter 4. First Meeting with Mihai. The year turned, and it was now early March, when sunlight fell soft and gently across the land. Alan was currently riding in a carriage. Upon becoming a huntsman at the end of the previous year, he had received permission to go hunting 2 days every week. Thanks to this, he had made plenty of progress hunting goblins and was now LVL 19. He needed more XP than ever to level up, but he also had more time to hunt, so his leveling was still going rather smoothly. The large New Year's event held at the start of the year for all the most influential people of the city had ended up being an extremely grand affair thanks to the white deer Alan had brought back. After that, he had continued hunting 1 white deer each month. Before, he had only been able to bring back horned rabbits, but things were entirely different now that he was officially a huntsman. He had the leeway to think about providing the house with a greater variety of meat, with white deer as one part of those considerations. Last month, when he had returned with his third white deer, he found a large plank in the garden. The gardener firmly instructed him to place any game he was going to bring back on the plank from now on. Apparently, it was tough work restoring the lawn from the tremor that generated each time Alan lowered a 1-ton beast onto the ground. That, and because the garden kept getting drenched with blood and other viscera during the butchering process. Thus, the plank. Now that it was March, the days were starting to warm back up, and edible monsters besides horned rabbits and white deer were starting to appear. Alan planned on looking for new targets among the newly awakened monsters starting this month. "Alan, you aren't falling asleep on me, are you?" Cecil suddenly said, kicking Alan's shin from her seat across from his. "Ow, that hurt. Looks like I fell asleep in the middle of thinking about what I'll hunt next time. I blame the warm sun. But wow, so people don't sleep while riding carriages in this world. Different land, different customs and all that, huh? If you act like that in front of Mihai, I'm going to make you regret it." Cecil's crimson, slanted eyes glared at Alan. The carriage they were riding was currently heading to the landing pad east of Granvelle City, where a magic ship was scheduled to arrive from Academy City. Mihai, Baron Granvelle's eldest child, was riding on that ship, and Cecil was on her way to pick him up. Alan sometimes found himself ordered to come along on Cecil's outings, such as these. Shopping trips he could understand, as she needed an extra pair of hands to carry her things, but there were some trips for which he honestly could not understand why she brought him along. Perhaps Cecil was at the age when she wanted to go around with an entourage. Because the landing pad needed to accommodate magic ships that measured more than 100 meters in length, the vast majority of the grounds were basically a flat, expansive area with nothing on it, just like the airports in Alan's previous life. After Cecil's party waited around for 30 minutes, a dip appeared in the sky, gradually growing in size. Eventually, the giant form of the magic ship roared over Alan's and Cecil's heads. After hovering a short while directly over the landing pad, it came straight down. The body of the vessel resembled a short, stout hamster that was hunched over. As Alan watched on in wonderment, what looked like a flight of stairs extended from the cabin at the bottom part of the magic ship. It all looks so high-tech. So, this world's actually quite technologically advanced. Alan's everyday living conditions were closer to the standards of the undeveloped Middle Ages. In contrast, this incredible magic tool before his eyes looked so sophisticated it was practically an anachronism. Cecil, who apparently adored her eldest brother, stood restlessly next to Alan as passengers slowly filed out of the magic ship. Soon enough, a boy with hair the same shade of purple as hers waved in their direction and started walking over, bulky luggage in hand. This was Mihai. It's always great to see siblings getting along well with each other. Mihai started attending school last year, which means he must be 13 or 14 now. He's got a kind of mature vibe, though. Do children just grow up faster in this world? Mash and Maela came to Alan's mind as he watched the reunion between brother and sister. After the two finished greeting each other, they headed back to the carriage. Alan picked up all the luggage and got on after them. "Yes, young master," Alan replied smoothly. "I have been blessed with the opportunity to serve House Granvelle as of last autumn. My name is Alan." "I see. So father has already given permission." "Alan, as you said, this is an opportunity. Make the most of it." When Mihai mentioned their father giving permission, he was talking about how Baron Granvelle had allowed Cecil, who was still only 8, to have a personal servant. Her second brother, Thomas, was still being tended to by the common maidservants. Alan had not asked, but Rickle had nevertheless told him about the relationship between man and maidservants and the children of noble families. When he heard the details, Alan had thought it sounded like a nightmare. When a noble child turned 10, he or she would gain a personal attendant, either of their own or their parents' choosing. This servant would normally be around 12 years old and serve the noble child for the rest of their lives, gradually gaining experience on the job. This was generally a good thing, as it meant they would be set for life. Once these servants turned 15, They would then be promoted to gentleman or lady-in-waiting, with a possibility of eventually becoming even a butler or a knight further in the future. Conversely, a man or maidservant who did not get personally selected for service by a member of the noble family could not become a gentleman or lady-in-waiting. In order to be chosen, lower servants would spend several years dedicating themselves to odd jobs, serving the noble family's children in hopes of earning the child's trust. Rickle, who had already turned 18, admitted that the opportunity had already passed him by. A man or maidservant who became a chef or stable hand could never become a gentleman or lady-in-waiting. Basically, once someone entered a specialized trade, their only path of promotion would be within that line of work. Alan, who had already been accepted as Cecil's personal manservant, was stuck having to serve Cecil for the rest of his life. As it turned out, he had unknowingly gotten onto an elevator he never should have. He had no idea how to get off, but he had to find a way somehow. "Your name is Alan, right? Are you just that exceptional?" Mihai studied Alan with the same crimson eyes that Cecil possessed. "That's enough about Alan, right?" Cecil cut in, as if vying for Mihai's attention. That's right, Cecil. I bought you souvenirs from the royal capital." Mihai dug through his luggage to find a shiny hair clip in the shape of a butterfly and presented it to Cecil. "Oh my, thank you so much." Cecil delightedly accepted the gift with both hands, gazing at it with enchanted eyes while slowly changing the angle at which it reflected the sun. "I'm glad you like it. I'm sorry I couldn't come back home during the summer holidays." "That's right. You didn't come home. Didn't you say you have a long summer holiday and that you'd be able to rest all you wanted at home?" "That's what I thought, but then I was told I had to clear a dungeon during the break or I'd be expelled." He said, "Dungeon. Clearing a dungeon is a must for staying in school." "That's incredible. Oh my. Please tell me all about it." Cecil's eyes sparkled. She had always dreamed of attending the academy. According to Mihai, the summer holiday lasted all of August and September. Students were generally allowed to do whatever they wanted during that time, but it was a must to clear at least one of the many dungeons within Academy City. Mihai's teacher had even said, "If you can't clear a single one, this school doesn't need you. Go home." In those exact words. Mihai was the heir apparent of a baron family, and presumably there were other students at the school who were children of even more important nobles. Cecil was astonished to hear the teacher sounding so blasé about expelling students of such high social standing. Apparently, Academy City had the authority and standing to ignore even the orders of the royal family. Alan recalled Baron Granvelle mentioning how the school would reject Krina's admission if she failed the entrance exam. Clearly, this was a body with very high autonomy. That sounds like such an ordeal. Cecil was worried for Mihai upon hearing how strict life was at school. "Well, the standards are high, but it also comes with great opportunities. Sword Lord Dverg visited my class once and gave me pointers in person." The memory made Mihai so happy that he unconsciously reached over to touch the sword he had taken off and propped up by his side. "Hey, I recognize that name." "I see. So Sword Lord Dverg teaches at Academy City." Mihai continued to tell stories about his life at school, his eyes shining excitedly. He had seemed rather mature earlier on, but once he got talking, he reverted to being a normal boy his age. He and Cecil talked nonstop until the carriage reached home. By mid-March, monsters started to get active, many of which were actually edible. On the first day of hunting since Mihai's return, Alan managed to finish his quota of 100 goblins by 3 in the afternoon. On his way back, he had 2 sticks on his left shoulder, one strung with 5 horned rabbits, the other with the big toad that Dudley had asked for. "I've got my horned rabbits and big toad. Hawkins, there should be birds running on the ground called rowdy chicken nearby. Find me the closest one. I don't mind if it's a whole flock." Alan was not one to waste even the time on the return journey. After he gave his instructions for Bird ES, he had recently reduced the number he employed for scouting from 6 to 4, flew off. One Hawkins found a rowdy chicken soon after. Alan took off, while still shouldering the prey he had already caught. Less than a kilometer away, he did indeed happen upon a super muscular chicken strutting on the ground. After lowering his luggage to the ground, Alan threw an iron ball with all his might. The monster took the ball to the head and fell dead on the spot.
Now
that he was LVL 19, he could kill the large majority of rank D monsters with a single attack. This should be enough for today. Is it about time to consider hunting further in? Alan slit the chicken's neck with his short sword. While waiting for it to bleed out, he sat in thought. According to what he had heard, lots of rank C monsters lived close to the White Dragon Mountains. Naturally, they yielded more XP than rank D monsters did. But it'd be a waste of magic stones if my Tamas keep getting done in. And I'm already hunting in an area mainly occupied by rank D monsters. Alan killed the beasts he brought back for food using his iron balls, but naturally called on his beast E-summons to kill goblins and other inedible monsters. It was much faster and more efficient doing it this way, as he could summon them anywhere he wanted within a 50-meter radius. You know what? I'll first focus on leveling strengthening up. Then I'll try challenging myself against rank C monsters. Back when he lived in Krina village and had very limited opportunity to hunt, he had raised all 3 skills related to summoning at an equal rate. That was the fastest way to get summoning up and unlock new summons that would give him greater stat buffs. Now, however, the amount of skill XP he needed to continue leveling summoning up was simply astronomical. In contrast, it was much easier to raise his own level, which had remained relatively untouched until recently. By prioritizing this strengthening skill, he could use his summons to hunt monsters with greater efficiency. Currently, rank E summons were so weak they could be killed even by goblins. If Alan went deep enough to where rank C monsters roamed, he would definitely end up burning through his rank E magic stones. After deciding to first reach strengthening LVL, before going looking for rank C monsters, Alan checked on the rowdy chicken and found it completely drained. He then ran back to Granvelle City with 3 poles bearing his catches over his shoulder. Until a while ago, the jaws of the guards on duty would drop when they saw Alan approaching the gate with so many monsters on his back. Now, however, they had grown completely used to it and allowed him to pass straight through. He made good progress through the noble's residence quarter, heading for the Granvelle mansion. Because of how narrow the mansion's rear entrance was, he would enter from the front whenever he had a large catch. Today was one of those days. Cecil had told him to bring a lot back to celebrate Mihai's return because she loved her eldest brother very much. Heeding the gardener's instructions, Alan lowered his catches onto the designated plank in the garden.
Clang, clang.
Suddenly, Alan's ears registered the sound of swords clashing. He looked up and saw Mihai and the knight captain sparring, with the Baron, Baroness, Thomas, and Cecil all watching on. Apparently, everyone was here to see how much stronger Mihai had grown in his time away. As Alan continued watching, memories of his time playing knight with Krina surfaced within his mind. He was so captured by the sight that he forgot to go tell Dudley he was back. Wow, Mihai's pretty strong. And this is my first time seeing Xenoph in action. All right, this will do. Young Master Mihai, you have truly improved. Mihai looked quite happy with the praise. Thank you, Captain Xenoph. That said, aren't I old enough to not be called young master anymore? It was now past 5 p.m., the time of the day when the kitchen was the busiest. Dudley always told Alan to come back earlier, but every time, he could only smile and vaguely promise to do his best. Because Alan had to meet his goblin hunting quota, he always ended up returning at around this time. Oh, you're back, Alan. Incredible. You brought back so much today. Cecil, who noticed Alan with his catches at the butchering area in the garden, called out to him. He looked in her direction, inadvertently thinking about how long it was since she last praised him. Everyone else also directed their attention toward him. I have just returned, milady. Alan replied with a brief bow before turning to head indoors. He had to fetch Dudley so that they could butcher the game he had brought back. Mihai looked at the carcasses on the ground, then at Alan directly. I'm impressed, Alan. That's quite the catch. Would you be interested in a round with me?
What? Me?
As Alan stood in place, unsure how to answer, Xenoph held out his own sword in an obvious prompt for him to accept Mihai's offer. Wow, a mithril sword. I guess that's a knight captain for you. This looks awesome. Oh, right, the match. My card distribution is geared for hunting right now. Would it do? Alan took his short sword off his waist and propped it against a nearby wall so that it would not get in his way. Ever since having officially become a huntsman, he had been allowed to walk around armed and therefore had reverted to wearing his weapon around everywhere instead of keeping it inside storage. He tightened his grip on Xenov's mithril sword and walked up to stand across from Mihai a slight distance away. As everyone looked on, the Baroness clasped her hands before her chest and exclaimed, "Oh my, what if Mihai gets hurt?" Her son was facing someone who had managed to bring a rank C monster back alone. Her worries were understandable. Instead of answering her, however, Xenov simply said, "Both sides ready?" Alan, whose agility was over 400, immediately closed in on Mihai. A loud clang rang out as both swords clashed. Alan noticed that something was off almost immediately. Mihai's strikes were actually heavy, and he also had the upper hand in speed. Realizing that he did not need to go easy on his opponent, Alan grabbed his sword with both hands in order to bring it down with every last drop of his 370 attack. Mihai looked unfazed while blocking Alan's full-powered swing. After this, Alan remained on the back foot. "Madam, please rest assured," Xenov suddenly said, addressing the Baroness. In less than a year, young Master Mihai cleared the assignment that Academy City assigns all students. It is simply impossible for him to lose against someone who is yet to attend. The moment Xenov made his declaration, Alan's sword was smacked out of his hand, and he found the tip of Mihai's sword at his throat. "I surrender," Alan admitted, prompting Mihai to withdraw and sheath his weapon. "You really are incredible, Alan," Mihai smiled. "Now I understand why you were made personal manservant despite your age. And yet I fall far short in comparison to you, young master. Thank you very much for the favor of this match."
Alan bowed deeply.
I mean, damn, he's really strong. I couldn't lift a finger. Is this because he cleared a dungeon for his summer break assignment? That must have helped him level up a lot. So this is the strength of someone with a talent who properly got his level up. And he did this in a year. Rather, it might have been only in the 2 months he went dungeon delving. Those under normal mode leveled up 100 times faster than those in hell mode. In spite of all the hunting he had done, Alan was still no match for Mihai. No less from Cecil's personal manservant. "Make sure you take care of my sister, Alan." Mihai offered a handshake, and Alan accepted it. In this way, Alan's very first fight with a talented person in normal mode ended with his complete defeat. Spring break ended along with the month of March, and it was now early April. Mihai had boarded a magic ship and headed back to Academy City. Alan valued the match with him very much, as it allowed him to directly experience the difference in growth between normal mode and hell mode. In light of that, Alan had asked him for another match when he came home again next spring. He thought these fights could serve as a regular way to confirm his own strength. "Good morning to you too." As always, Alan had woken up, groomed himself, and gone down to the servants' dining hall. He grabbed the seat across from Rickle, the head manservant, and greeted him. Almost half a year had passed since Alan came to work at the Granvelle mansion, and there was a marked difference from back then. A meat dish was now added to everyone's breakfast in addition to the previous menu of only soup and bread. The extra dish even used different meat from what was inside the soup. After becoming a huntsman at the end of the previous year, Alan had started bringing back meat 2 days each week, without fail. Thanks to his efforts, the diet of everyone in the mansion, from the Baron's family all the way to the lowest servant, had seen drastic improvement. Seeing young Thomas heartily chow down always brought a warm smile to Alan's face, due to his previous life as a 35-year-old man. Rickles suddenly said, "Keep your wits about you tonight, Alan. Are you referring to Viscount Carnal coming for dinner?" "That's right. Can't imagine what our neighbor is coming over for, but it can't be for anything good. Don't treat him too well. Do only your minimum best when serving him." The Granvelle house had been told that the Viscount was coming only a few days ago. In the scheme of how nobles usually went about these things, this was considered very short notice. Up till now, Alan had had the opportunity to interact with a large number of guests through his work as a server. The vast majority of them had been influential people here in Granvelle City, such as the local guild masters of the Adventurers and Merchants Guilds and the owner of a high-class inn. Once in a while, this would even be nobles coming over from the royal capital. Thanks to the magic ships, travel between Granvelle City and the royal capital turned out to be much easier than Alan had previously imagined. Of course, there were other routes besides the Granvelle City royal capital one. There was one connecting the royal capital with the capital of the Carnal fiefdom too, which was located right next to the Granvelle fiefdom, separated by the White Dragon Mountains. And of course there were established flights connecting fiefdom capitals with each other. According to Rickle, Viscount Carnal had adjusted the schedule of a ship on the royal capital Carnal City route for the sake of his own return this time. Then he got onto a Granvelle Carnal magic ship, which needed to make a large detour to the north to circumvent the northern edge of the mountain range. Viscount Carnal arrived in the afternoon. After the Viscount was guided to the dining hall on the second floor, Alan moved into position to serve him. The Viscount was in his late 30s and had a long face with a rather wide forehead. He gave off a dazzling impression, but this was not because of his forehead. Rather, it was because he was wearing a sparkly, ostentatious outfit. Someone who appeared to be his butler was standing behind his seat. Whereas at least one or two other members of the Baron's family would usually be in attendance whenever a guest came, the Baron was alone this time. "Welcome, Viscount Carnal. I heard you went to a lot of trouble for this visit." Although Baron Granvelle's voice was warm, his smile did not reach his eyes. The two men were sitting at opposite ends of a rather long table. "Oh, it's nothing you need worry about. My capital's always so clamorous, probably because it's thriving so much. Coming to a place like this every once in a while does me good. If I remember correctly, these two families have been at odds for generations now." Alan continued serving, making sure not to meet Viscount Carnal's eyes. He had heard that one large reason these two neighboring realms were so antagonistic to each other was the White Dragon Mountains range that separated them. There were veins of mithril deposits in the mountains, and both realms held the mining rights for their own side. The ore was bountiful on both sides. However, because the White Dragon currently resided on the Baron's side, only the Viscount could mine the mithril. Carnal was flourishing thanks to. However, that was only the current state of affairs. This relationship between the two fiefdoms would flip every so often, as the White Dragon would move to the other side every 1 or 200 years. This very thing had occurred over a century ago. Back then, it was Granvelle that prospered from mining mithril. Even now, there were 4 mines on the Baron's side of the White Dragon Mountains that were supposed to still look the way they did back then. Because of the White Dragon's capricious movements, the Granvelle and Carnal families were constantly in a state where one side envied the other. According to Rickle, the current generation Viscount had a particularly nasty personality and constantly sought out ways to harass Baron Granvelle. Alan carried a dish of horned rabbit to Viscount Carnal. The kitchen now had much better meat available, which meant the horned rabbit had been someone's conscious choice. The Baron's face twitched once before he replied vaguely, "Well, we do have skilled hunters in our realm." I was correct." Viscount Carnal smirked. "So, this is the meat that you were concealing?" "Dubbage. I have no idea what you were talking about. I have concealed nothing. I can see the Baron's doing his best to rein in his anger. It was this Viscount's fault that we ended up having to hunt more great boars, right?" Before the Viscount's arrival, Alan had heard quite a lot about him from Rickle. Supposedly, during an audience with the king, Viscount Carnal had reported, "There is a fiefdom with gains that it is not reporting." When the king asked which one it was, Viscount Carnal had pointed the finger at Baron Granvelle and said, "Despite his realm regularly producing a large amount of great boar meat, Lord Granvelle has yet to report this to the royal family. He is concealing his profits, which counts as an act of treason." The Baron, who had indeed been amiss in reporting the great boars, was left in a very precarious. Alan recalled how the Baron had been shaking with rage from the memory during the feast held in his honor at Krina village. "So, what is the reason for your visit today?" the Baron asked in an effort to hurry the conversation so that he could kick the other man out as soon as possible. "Oh, right. This boar meat is so delicious, I totally forgot. I came here to tell you that my youngest daughter just underwent her appraisal ceremony the other day and was confirmed to be talentless." "Oh, right, the ceremony takes place in April. We had it in mid-April in Krina village, but I guess nobles have theirs slightly earlier? Which means in less than 10 days, Mash will also get appraised. I really wanted to be there for him and see what he gets. Should I send a letter to ask? Oh wait, no, my parents don't know how to read and write. Every year in April, all children who had reached 5 years of age within the past year, everyone from royalty to serfs, had to undergo the appraisal ceremony. Viscount Carnal bringing it up prompted Alan to remember his younger brother Mash, who was also supposed to take it this year. I see. So the Viscount's daughter is talentless.
Hold on.
But he sounded happy about it. Another one of my children turned out to have a talent, so I was worried for my youngest daughter. But it turns out that she's talentless. What a relief. Good for you. The Baron's face was growing increasingly fierce, his eyes looking more and more like those of a hawk's. My heart goes out to you, Lord Granvelle. You have 3 children and 2 of them have talents. The Viscount was clearly referring to Mihai, who is currently in Academy City, and Cecil, who is a wizardess. Well, all they have to do is fulfill their noble duty. Anger finally crept into the Baron's voice. What's going on? Us serfs and commoners are super happy about having talents, but it's a bad thing for nobles? What's that about fulfilling a noble duty? Is there something they have to do? Or is the Academy's tuition really high? Nobles really are different from commoners and serfs. How strange. The moment it was announced that Dagora had the axe user talent, his father had immediately bear-hugged him out of sheer joy. The same had been true of Paloma's and his father Deboji. Rodan had also strongly wished for Alan to have a talent. In contrast, Viscount Carnal had gone to the trouble of riding a magic ship to come all the way here just to brag about his child being talentless. Clearly, nobles and non-nobles viewed talents in very different ways. In the end, that really was the only thing Viscount Carnal wanted to say. He soon left in very high spirits. Chapter 5. Rank C Monsters. It was now the end of September, about half a year since Viscount Carnal's visit. Today was Alan's day off. He would normally be busy chasing monsters outside the city at this time, but today was different. Today, he was going to use the money he had saved up over 10 months to buy something. At the end of April, Seabass had called Alan to his room and told him that Mash had been pronounced a spear user at his appraisal ceremony. Whereas the Viscount had been glad that his daughter had been talentless, Alan was over the moon hearing that his younger brother had a talent. Apparently, the butler had asked the envoy from Krina village to convey the message that Alan was doing well in Granvelle City when he returned home. When Alan heard this, he had thanked Seabass from the bottom of his heart. Now, just as Alan was heading to the square in the middle of the city, he heard someone calling out to him. It turned out to be a merchant that Alan had saved outside of town before. Nowadays, whenever Alan walked around the city, he would get recognized every now and again. The man lowered his head deeply. Naturally, a full-grown adult bowing to a child in the middle of the street drew attention. After becoming a huntsman, Alan had saved quite a few merchants and travelers. The monsters grew active in spring. As a result, adventurers also grew more active. Alan had ended up saving a fair number of those adventurers too. About once a month, Hawkins found someone needing help. Protecting the citizens from monsters was also a part of Alan's duties as huntsman. Because of this, he became quite proactive in saving whomever he could. He even used Leaves of Life on anyone who needed it, hiding the appearance behind his hand, of course. Each leaf cost 5 rank E magic stones, but he never thought using them was a waste. After Alan parted ways with the merchant, he got hailed once again. When he turned around, he saw a male adventurer with a sword on his waist, flanked on both sides by female adventurers. These were the people Alan had actually made plans to meet up with. Alan promptly accepted Raven's offer for lunch, and the group walked into a restaurant located along a major avenue. Thinking about it, this is my very first time eating in a restaurant in town. So far, Alan had done almost nothing else other than work or hunt during his waking moments. Naturally, that included strolling around town. Even though it had been almost a full year since he came to the city, there were plenty of stores that he did not know and places that he had never been to. It was filled with rank E magic stones. Every time the two met, Raven gave Alan another pouch of exactly 100, so it was most likely the same number again this time. With this, Alan had now received 500 in total. Thanks to Raven, he now had a rather sizable stock from the Granvelle family after another adventurer that Alan had saved told him. Even so, Raven and Alan still met up casually whenever they had something to do together. Alan had actually not yet told Raven why they were meeting up today. Several days ago, Alan had visited Raven's Inn but was told that he was out, and so asked reception to pass on the request to meet at the city's Central Plaza today. I'm thinking of moving my hunting grounds a bit farther in. So, I want to ask you about the characteristics of rank C monsters in the area, including things like whether they roam in groups or not. What? As all three in Raven's group widened their eyes in shock, a delicious-looking meat dish arrived. It probably cost several silver. You understand what you're saying, right? Even rank C adventurers like us would die if we get unlucky. That's why I'm asking you to tell me what you can about the monsters. The last time they had met, Raven had told Alan that adventurers had ranks. Just like monsters, the ranking started at E and reached all the way to S. However, that did not mean an adventurer would be able to fight on equal footing with a monster of the same rank. In general, the adventurer would struggle in such a fight. Alan had asked for this information just in case, even though he was in no hurry for it, as he was considering eventually quitting his job as manservant and switching to being an adventurer. As they continued eating, Raven revealed that he and his two companions were all rank C adventurers. Then he told a story of how they had gotten attacked by armored ants, rank C monsters that were dangerous due to their proclivity to travel in swarms. However, Alan had already made up his mind about hunting where rank C monsters roamed. Over lunch, he asked Raven all the questions about rank C monsters that came to mind, taking detailed notes in his grimoire. There were that he would not have to worry about actively collecting more for a while. Not long ago, Xenoth had, over dinner, reported that the number of assault cases by goblins had more than halved over the past 6 months. In the vicinity between Granvelle City and the White Dragon Mountains, Alan had killed more than 10,000 of them over the span of roughly 9 months. Due to this, their population had plummeted, and it was now taking longer to find them. Alan now had more rank D magic stones than he knew what to do with, so it was about time to move on and challenge the next rank up. After lunch, Alan went to do some shopping. For the first time after becoming a huntsman, he was finally going to buy equipment for himself. He asked Raven's group to accompany him and give their opinion, so the 4 of them walked into a store together. "Welcome," the storekeeper said. He gave the group a funny look for bringing a child to an armorer's, but they ignored it and went straight to checking out what was on offer. Raven recalled how, the first time they met, Alan had taken off so quickly he seemed to have disappeared. "Then you probably shouldn't get armor. Look for something that's light and tough." Rita suddenly interrupted Raven and Alan's conversation, holding out a pair of shorts that she had picked up. "I think these would look great on you, Alan. Right, Milsai?" Rita held the pants against Alan, checking the size. She was acting like an aunt choosing clothes for her nephew. Reminds me of a uniform from kindergarten or elementary school, the ones where the students have to wear shorts even in winter. Many of the online computer games Alan had played as Kenichi had options for characters to wear special costumes, but he had never even given them a single glance. All he needed for his armor was defense value and resistance against magic and debuffs. If the most powerful set of equipment ever was a onesie, he would have put it on without hesitation. In this life, however, things were different. If Alan was to continue his style of hunting while staying on the move, he had to prioritize speed and ease of movement rather than defensibility in order to truly min-max his grinding. The only thing that remained the same was that he valued performance over appearance. This was a motto that had not changed since his time as Kenichi. "How much is it?" Alan asked, checking out the price of the shorts and the effects it came with. The reason for the slightly higher price tag was because this pair of shorts was made with materials and fur from a monster. "I want something that would be easy to move in, like these shorts, but I'm willing to go up to around 5 gold. "Is there anything better?" "Then you'd probably want either of these," Raven said, picking out 2 death spider mantle, 5 gold. White bat hood, 6 gold. So these are the only ones in my price range. Rank C monsters don't use breath attacks, right? Alan asked, recalling what Raven had said in the restaurant just now. At the very least, none of the monster species you'll encounter on the way to the White Dragon Mountains use it. I would recommend going for the mantle, partly because it'd be handy both when you feel cold and when you camp out. That's really specific and useful advice, as expected of a veteran adventurer. So, there are things I need to consider aside from the resistances alone. I should take his suggestion. With this, Alan was done with his preparations for taking on rank C monsters. October rolled around, and Alan turned 9. As always, he was waiting in front of the city gates by 6 in the morning. Today, he was wearing the mantle he had just bought at the armorer's. He had asked for its length to be adjusted, so there was no worry of him tripping over it. The guard and Alan, whose relationship went all the way back to November. This mantle really was a good choice. I like how easily I can put it on, and it keeps my hands free.
Clang, clang, clang.
The gates opened with the ringing of the bell, allowing Alan to run through. Whereas he used to hunt roughly a day's walk away, his plan today was to go 3 days walk away. Good, the mantle's not getting in my way even when I run. Now, I didn't get to buy a new weapon, but how would this go? After visiting the armorers, Alan had also dropped by a weapon store. However, the sword that caught his eye was too expensive for him at the moment. He was the kind of person who would rather wait to buy what he actually wanted instead of compromising and buying something inferior. However, he was open to considering getting a new weapon if his summons, short sword, and iron balls proved ineffective today. Seabass had told him, "This month marks your 1-year anniversary of joining our family. It's a bit early, but we'll be raising your salary as a manservant to the normal value for an adult, 1 gold. Together with his salary as a huntsman, Alan now earned 1 gold and 50 silver every month. Alan's first thought when hearing this was, it's already been a year? Time sure flies. He wondered if the hunting party in Krina village had already begun this year's hunts and thought about his family and Krina. While running, Alan got out his grimoire to look at his stats, which had gone up again on his birthday, October 1st. He never got tired of looking at his status. He thought he could probably just stare at it for 3 hours straight. 5 whenever his stats went up. Up until now, in order to maximize his skill XP, Alan had always spent almost all his MP, leaving only around 30 in the morning before heading out to hunt goblins. Today, however, he had not done so, leaving himself in perfect condition. After all, he had no idea what would happen. After confirming how much MP he would actually use fighting rank C monsters, he would then gradually lower the amount he left available in the coming weeks. Now that strengthening had reached LVL 5, it buffed the summons by plus 200 in the same 2 stats they boosted for Alan. It had been plus 100 in the previous level, which meant the effect had been doubled. This was one of the reasons why Alan decided to attempt challenging rank C monsters. Several hours of running later, Alan looked around to confirm whether he had reached where he wanted. I've been running for a while now. Is this place right? Hawkins, come on out. There should be large ants covered in round armor called armored ants, and some pig-like figures walking on 2 legs called orcs around here. Search as far as 10 kilometers in all 4 directions. If you can't find any, go further. Find me one of either kind wandering around alone by itself. Alan's targets for today were monsters that Raven had told him about the other day, the armored ant and the orc. There were plenty of other rank C monsters, such as the death spider, but they were much harder to find, being significantly rarer and much more troublesome to kill, as they use special abilities like poison and paralyzing agents. Armored ants and orcs supposedly often roamed in groups of 2 to 3. Alan's instruction, however, was to look for ones that were by themselves. This seemed to be a rather strict requirement, seeing as how no Hawkins was back. I guess it really is hard to find ones that are alone. I've been waiting quite a while, even though the bird, should be much faster than before thanks to strengthening. Eventually, as Alan was in the middle of his thoughts, one Hawkins finally came back. It had apparently discovered an armored ant 10 kilometers away. Alan ran in the direction it indicated until he found a 3-meter-tall monster with what looked like the head of an ant and the body of a pillbug. I had expected it to be protected by a round shell. I guess armor would be a more fitting name. But this was not what I had imagined. The only ant-like part is its head? I should definitely avoid the pincers. So this is the kind of monster Raven was talking about in his story. Whereas the pincers on the monster's jaw did indeed look very vicious, its body looked like a very sturdy salad bowl flipped over. Now, how am I supposed to kill this thing? Its head is the only part not protected by its armor. Well, let's start off sicking all my Tamas on it. Tamas, go. In response to Alan's command, 14 saber-toothed cats appeared, surrounded the armored ant, then spammed their ability, Claw. They're barely even scratching the armor. None of the attacks are getting through the head either, which means it must also be pretty tough. Alan analyzed the fight from behind a tree. Apparently the Tamas could not harm even the monster's sole unprotected part. The sound of claws scratching hard surfaces filled the air. The armored ant was hardly just taking all the attacks idly. It snapped its pincers, which were more than a meter each in length, to counterattack. The beast could not withstand these attacks and gradually dwindled in number. Every time that happened, Alan used his magic stones and MP to create a new one and called it out, but he soon determined this strategy to be ineffective. Alright, I gotta take another approach. Age has come out. Use scale powder. Leaving the beast to continue their attack, Alan added 2 insect to the fight. He needed 2 for their ability to be effective on a rank C monster. These 1-meter-tall butterflies flapped their wings, covering the armored ant's head with their yellow powder. The head immediately drooped and became motionless. The monster had fallen asleep. Nice, so it works on rank C monsters too. Insect E's ability really is useful. Alan walked up to the armored ant, giving the pincers a wide berth, and circled it to get a comprehensive look. There are a ton of scratches left by the Tama's attacks, but it's all just surface level. The conclusion that Alan arrived at after careful examination was that Tama really was inappropriate for killing armored ants. Alan reached down low, right where the armor barely scraped the ground. Then, with a HNGH, he flipped the armored ant onto its back. That was heavy, but not as much as I'd imagined. Since this is an insect, I bet it's all empty inside. Makes sense that armor made out of this is light. According to Raven, the armor of an armored ant, due to being extremely sturdy and light, was very highly prized and used in many adventurers' armor. Alan carefully climbed over the side of the overturned shell, making sure he did not lose his balance. It turned out the rest of the monster's body inside the shell looked like that of a normal ant, just writ large. There were 6 legs growing from its torso, and it had a short and stout abdomen. Without further ado, Alan scrambled to the torso and brought his sword down on the joint where the monster's head and torso were connected, figuring this was the softest part of its body. To his surprise, however, all the strength that he plunged down with bounced right back up. A short sword worth 50 silver was apparently insufficient for harming the body of an armored ant. Damn, that's tough. If I keep this up, I'll chip this sword that Dogora gave me. It's just not sturdy nor sharp enu. It woke up. The ant seemed to have woken up from Alan's attack. It started flailing its barbed legs furiously. Alan continued cutting away at the joint he thought was a weak point while taking care that none of the legs got him. More than 10 minutes later, the short sword finally stabbed deep, and the monster's previously frenzied flailing slowed down until it stopped altogether. It's finally dead. Yep, this monster is a total nope. Killing it takes way too long. It had taken more than 2 hours to find this armored ant and kill it. Doing the math, its hourly rate was only 1,500 XP. While muttering grumpily to himself, Alan struck the torso with his sword.
Clang.
Unconsciously slipped Alan's lips. The torso had only gotten a little dented instead of being penetrated. He tried a few more times, but to no visible effect. Oh, is this short sword not good enough to even butcher an armored ant? Although this 50 silver sword did eventually bisect a joint, it was apparently incapable of cutting through the torso. Alan gave up, partly because he did not want to waste any more time here, and partly because he was afraid he would chip his sword. In exchange for the summons that I lost and the magic stones I had to expend to replace them, I learned that killing armored ants is extremely inefficient and that I can't even take out their magic stones. This is definitely a monster that you're supposed to use magic against, not physical attacks. If anyone's going the physical route, they'd have to use something like a great sword for more power. Current abilities and equipment. Alan looked up into the sky and found 3 Hawkins back from scouting. Hawkins, armored ants are no good. Come on down if you found a single orc by itself. One bird, he came down obediently. Alan followed it to where an orc should be waiting. Sure enough, after 20 minutes of running, he came upon a monster with its back against a tree trunk taking an afternoon nap. It was wearing very ragged clothing and had a face like a pig's. Its actual height was unclear as it was sitting, but there was little doubt it towered above the large majority of adult human males. There was a large spear on the ground next to the monster's limp hand. This was Alan's second time seeing an orc. The first was when he was looking for Cecil, when she got lost close to a lake. Monsters sleep too? Oh, wait, I just saw Ajiha's ability work on the armored ant, so that question's moot. Well, works out great for me that the orc is already asleep.
Thomas, come out.
Alan called out 14 Beast ES, while once again peeking from behind a tree. The Beast ES, all fully strengthened, surrounded the orc and started spamming claw. The orc screamed as fresh blood stained the brown fallen leaves on the ground. Nice, the 250 attack is paying off. So, claw definitely works against orcs. The 14 versus 1 fight clearly did not need Alan to get directly involved. While watching on from a distance, he thought back to arm wrestling with Rodan and Gerda. Back then, he had beaten Gerda but lost to Rodan. At the time, his attack had been a little under 300, leading him to guess that Rodan's must have been between 300 to 350. Whenever Rodan would deal the finishing blow to a great boar, he always made sure to use his spear. In other words, he needed his attack stat and the weapon to kill a great boar. I see. I'm glad I did the arm wrestling. Even while Alan was wrapped up in his thoughts, the Beast ES continued their assault. Soon enough, the orc fell to the ground, causing a small rumble. You have defeated 1 orc. You have earned 1,500 XP. The rank E summons had successfully hurt and even killed an orc, a rank C monster equal to the Great Boar. This is confirmation that I do possess the means to kill rank C monsters. Based on the results of the arm wrestling back then and the state of this orc, I'm guessing that claw deals 1 times normal damage. One of Alan's main goals for today was to confirm whether the Beast E-summons, which were spec'd exceptionally high in attack, could be relied on as his main damage dealers. Their attack, after being strengthened, was 250, which was not all that high when compared to Rodan or the other members of Krina Village's hunting party. It was true that orcs had much lower defense than great boars, but Alan had still worried whether his summons attacks could actually be effective. If it had not worked on either armored ants or orcs, then he was planning on going back to hunting goblins. As it turned out, although the armored ant was indeed too difficult, the orc could indeed be brought down with normal attacks and claw. 3 Tamas got done in. But if I use a Jiha and personally get involved, I think I can prevent any more from being wiped out. Alan approached the orc corpse to retrieve its magic stone. Now that he could take a closer look, he realized the monster was about 2.5 meters in height. Unlike the armored ant, his short sword plunged into the orc's chest with little resistance. Out came a purple magic stone about the size of a ping-pong ball. This was a memorable moment for Alan. He had managed to kill a monster at the same rank as a great boar by himself. What was more, he had not relied on traps like he did for white deer. This was the result of his year of hunting goblins, raising his level, and diligently gathering skill XP. Alan caught himself just as he was starting to feel moved. Half a year ago, he had lost against Mihai so completely he could not even lift a finger. The 8 years he spent raising his level and skills had been easily surpassed by Mihai developing his talent at Academy City for a single year. The 2 months that he had devoted to dungeon delving had given him more growth than Alan's 8 years combined. During the practice match, Alan had truly felt the vast chasm between the growth rate of normal mode and hell mode. In this world, I can assume those who attend Academy City are particularly powerful. Mihai had been forthcoming with details about the Academy. In short, being talented or talentless was not the only determinant of strength in this world. Fewer than 1% of people fit into the first category. Categories 1 and 2 together made up less than 10%. The Academy had a strict entrance exam and cost tuition. To graduate, students had to clear several assignments, and those who failed were expelled. It only made sense that those who actually managed to graduate had very impressive statuses. The chivalric orders were generally composed of a mix of those in the second and third tiers, with those of the first tier serving as officers, or at least officer. When Alan heard all this, he thought back to when the 5-year-old Krina completely overwhelmed Leibrand in a fight. Leibrand was apparently much stronger than Mihai, but Alan had difficulty understanding this within the context of what he had seen. Was Krina actually that strong, or did the vice captain go easy on her? The large majority of adventurers were in the third category. This made sense, as most people with talents would enter government service or become employed in more professional roles. According to Raven, adventurers in the second group could expect to go up to rank B. If in the first group, then perhaps even rank A. So there are still differences within normal mode. Well then, it's time for little old me in hell mode to continue hunting. Let's try attacking 2 orcs together. Hawkins, find me a pair of orcs within 3 kilometers. Alan switched gears and drew his mind back to hunting. The day's hunting had only just begun. In response to his command, the 4-bird ES flew off into the distance. 4 hours later, Alan tallied his kill count for the day, 1 armored ant and 15 orcs. That worked out to a total of 25,500 XP. Ajiha's ability had worked on the orcs too, but not as effectively as it had on goblins. Whereas the chance of success for goblins had been around 80%, it was only 60% for orcs. However, Alan had confirmed that he could handle groups of up to 3 orcs together with limited casualties when he backed up the Beast DS with Insect DS, his Iron Balls, and his own direct participation. Alright, it's about time to go home. Alan decided to break things up earlier than usual as he had come further away today, plus he still had to catch a few beasts to bring back for eating. He looked up at the sun in the sky, one of the very limited ways to check time in this world with no clocks. When it was goblins, I had to work hard to get up to 25,000 XP. If I spend an entire day focusing on orcs, I might be able to get around 50,000. I should set my quota to 40 orcs, then. Ultimately, Alan concluded that hunting orcs was entirely viable at his current specs. This day, the target of Alan's level grinding officially shifted from the rank D goblin to the rank C orc. Chapter 6, Fighting a Murdergalsh. It was now early November, and Alan was currently with Cecil in the second-floor reception room, waiting for the magic tutor's arrival. Alan was present for once, as opposed to having this time to himself elsewhere like he usually did during Cecil's lessons, because of something that had occurred at the end of October. That day, Cecil had called him to her room. He thought he would be sent on an errand again, but instead she had said, "Alan, you've done a good job being my personal manservant for a year. Tell me if there's anything you want." She had probably wanted to feel good about giving something to someone, and therefore used the pretext of it being a present to Alan for his 1 year of service. Despite not quite understanding the noteworthiness of first anniversary as a manservant, Alan still thought seriously about what to ask for. Just as he was about to ask for some of the snacks that she usually ate, an idea popped into his head. He wanted a lesson with her magic tutor. Not just staying in the room and sitting in on one of Cecil's lessons, but one-on-one with the tutor himself. Multiple tutors came to the Granvelle mansion each week, each teaching Cecil a different subject. This included history, mathematics, language, and of course, magic. The reason for the magic lessons was likely due to Cecil being a wizardess. Alan had half expected his request to be turned down, but Cecil simply went, "What? That's all you want?" and readily agreed. Then a few weeks passed, and today was the day Alan would get his magic lesson. After lunchtime, an elderly man wearing a robe and carrying a staff arrived at the mansion. Alan had met him multiple times before. This was. During her last lesson, Cecil had told the tutor, "Please teach Alan next time." He had accepted and promised to prepare for it. The bag he carried in the hand not holding his staff was much bulkier than usual, indicating that he had indeed spent both time and effort for Alan's sake. The tutor took the seat across from Alan's and Cecil's in the middle of the reception room. "Your name is Alan, yes?" the old man asked while pulling his head back. He had a white mustache and beard and plenty of wrinkles to show for his nearly 70 years of age. "I heard this is a one-off lesson, so I've prepared some things ahead of time. But before we start, is there anything you want to ask?" While waiting for Alan's reply, the tutor took out several thick books and a crystal ball from his bag, lining them up on the table. Everything together should have been quite heavy, indicating that despite his age, this old man was actually quite strong. "Oh, I can ask anything I want? Then let's start with the thing I wanted to ask most." Alan decided to take advantage of this opportunity to ask the question that he had originally intended on posing at the end of the lesson. "That is so. There are others such as Archwizard, Sage, and Great Sage. It does not matter which one specifically, but one must have a talent related to magic to use magic." I see you are rather knowledgeable. Cleric and Saintess use healing magic, whereas the mage and wizard you previously mentioned use attack magic." "Oh, you really are knowledgeable. However, support magic is limited to only Sage and Great Sage. Well, there are various other talents that can use other kinds of magic, but the bottom line is the condition is still talent." The tutor looked at Alan curiously because of how specific and well-informed his questions had been. Cecil also watched him in astonishment from her seat next to his. I've dug too deep. It'd seem unnatural if I let slip how much I already know." While taking notes in his grimoire, Alan said, "I see. Thank you for answering my questions. May I ask another one?" The tutor picked up one of the thick books on the table. "You need to memorize the contents of books like this one. This specific one is for beginners and is the one that Lady Cecil is currently learning from." Alan accepted the well-worn tome and casually flipped through the pages. "I have no idea what is written here. It's non-Japanese. I don't recognize the system of writing." Every page was packed chock full of symbols that presumably held meaning. It bore no resemblance to Japanese or any other language that Alan remembered from Earth. The complicated geometric patterns did not seem to share any commonality, even with each other. Well, to use magic, one would have to memorize these symbols. Each one corresponds to a different spell. Is there anything else other than remembering all these? Simply remembering is not enough. We need to truly memorize every detail of these symbols so well that we can draw them inside our heads. Activating a spell requires recalling its symbol and expending MP. Conversely, does this mean you can use whatever spell you want as long as you memorize its symbol? There was a certain progression to using magic. For beginner spells, it was true that one simply had to memorize the relevant symbol to use the spell. However, there were far more spells that could not be cast until after casting other spells many times over and overcoming multiple trials of the gods. In other words, use earlier spells a bunch of times to level the skill up, and the thing with overcoming trials of the gods probably refers to raising max MP. By the way, do you have any way to confirm whether I can use magic or not? But you're talentless, Alan. Weren't you listening? You can't use magic if you don't have the talent for it. Cecil sounded indignant at Alan for asking something with such an obvious answer. Everyone's general understanding was that Alan did not have a talent. It's fine, Lady Cecil. I did bring a crystal ball, just in case. Alan, this crystal ball is able to determine whether someone can use magic or not. As it turned out, can I use magic? Was a very common question from those who demonstrated an interest in the subject. The tutor explained that the crystal ball he had brought along performed a function akin to a simplified form of appraisal. It was specialized for sensing whether someone had a talent related to magic or not. Whoa, just the description of the item alone is getting me hyped up. Now I can know once and for all whether the summoner class can use magic or not. The crystal ball, which measured around 10 centimeters in diameter, looked like a smaller version of the one Alan had seen during his appraisal ceremony. The tutor placed it in front of Alan and said, "Put your hands on top." However, nothing happened. Alan kept his hands on the crystal ball for a while longer, but the transparent sphere showed no reaction whatsoever. The nightmarish possibility that Alan had been doing his best to ignore so far now took on a tinge of reality. He looked so shocked that Cecil said gently, as if speaking to a younger sibling, "Alan, give it up. You don't have the talent for it, so you can't use magic." Alan started. "By the way, what happens if you put your hands on this crystal, milady?" "What? How dare you question the professor?" Cecil roared, strangling Alan by the collar for asking a question that blatantly cast doubt on his explanation of the crystal ball. The two raised such a commotion that the tutor had to intervene. Now, Lady Cecil. It is fine. And since we are at it, would you like to give it a try? I'm sure it would satisfy Alan's curiosity as well." "Yes, please show me. I promise to accept the results for what they are." "Ugh, I feel sick." Despite being strangled and shaken, Alan used his eyes to beg Cecil to touch the crystal ball. Upon being placated by the tutor, she sighed, let Alan go, and turned to place her hands on the sphere on the table. When she did so, it shone with a bright yellow light that was warm like sunlight. The tutor nodded with satisfaction. Yellow is the color for wizard and wizardess. It actually lit up. Alan stared at the light in a stunned daze. Ever since he had been told he would get his time with the magic tutor, he had spent hours and hours thinking of questions to ask, but all of those questions had now vacated his head. He had previously hoped to see a display of magic as well, but he now had much bigger worries. Currently, Alan's stats as a summoner were HP, rank A, MP, rank S, attack, rank C, endurance, rank C, agility, rank A, intelligence, rank S, and luck, rank A. How much a stat would grow from each level up varied according to ranking, with S being the most and E the least. Alan's intelligence was S. Why is my intelligence at rank S even though I can't use magic? And because of that, my attack and endurance have been brought down to rank C. Alan's assumption was that his other stats had been made low to balance out his high intelligence. However, he could not use magic and his summons did not benefit in any particular way from him having high intelligence. As it stood, the only benefit was being better at remembering things. This stat was useless to him, especially when it came at the expense of the others. Him having to fight with a sword with this status was as inefficient and preposterous as a mage character dual-wielding swords. In other words, my class is a joke. Are my stats intentionally nerfed to balance out the buffs I get from my summons? Why was my class built this way? Several possible reasons for the crystal ball not lighting up came to mind. Was it really because I complained too much? Oh Lord Elmia, how could you? Alan was left staring off into the distance in a daze. The lesson with the magic tutor that he had received as a reward for his first anniversary as a manservant thus ended quietly and without any hubbub. 1 month had passed since Alan's magic lesson, making it now December. The first snow of the year had fallen the other day, with it soon being time for the snow clouds to truly gather in force. Alan was on serving duty today, and it was now lunch. There were times when members of the Baron's family did not show up for breakfast or lunch, but everyone was present today, with the sole exception of Mihai, who was still living at Academy City. When the second son reached out to the bread basket in the middle of the table and brought several slices back to his own plate, his mother admonished him. Ever since Alan became a huntsman last December, he had gone out hunting 2 days every week with only a very small number of exceptions. Now that it was winter, the only edible monsters readily available were horned rabbits. Even so, Alan still brought back around 100 kilograms of meat per week. The Baron family's fare had been the picture-perfect illustration of thrifty living a year ago. Now, even the lowliest servant in the household was enjoying a remarkably improved diet. A new problem that had cropped up, if it could be called that, due to this change was Thomas developing a huge appetite. At the very least, the Baroness considered this a problem, and she had gone down to the kitchen multiple times to ask Dudley to make less food for Thomas. Because of this, however, Thomas had started eating more bread during meals, and this was what had led to the earlier exchange. Although he did apologize, he made no move to return the slices of bread to the basket. I mean, he's 11. He's going through a growth spurt. All boys eat like that at that age. He has sword practice in the afternoons, so I doubt there's any worry of him getting too chubby. Alan actually felt a little sorry for the dispirited Thomas. The family had hired a sword instructor who had started giving Thomas lessons this year. The glimpses of them together in the garden that Alan caught every once in a while caused him to wonder if learning the sword was simply a part of the duties of being a noble, regardless of talent. By the way, Alan, when will you be catching another white deer? Thomas asked, interrupting Alan's thoughts. I am waiting for the snow to pile a little higher first, young master. After this exchange, lunch returned to normal. At least, for a short while. The city bell began sounding incessantly, the sound reaching the mansion and showing no signs of letting up. Noon had been rung in just now, so there was no way this was the 3 p.m. bell. What is going on? Baron Granvelle roared, leaping to his feet, as the Baroness and Thomas looked around anxiously. Everyone else who heard the bell shared their sentiments. I shall go confirm, Seabass said, leaving the Baron's side and heading out of the dining hall. Everyone else, including Alan, remained where they were, waiting for the butler's return. He came back around 15 minutes later with a knight. Master, a Murdergalsh is approaching the city, the butler replied. The knight at his side, who was very out of breath, nodded vigorously. Did he say Murdergalsh? Alan recognized the name. It was the name of the monster that his younger brother, Mash, had been named after. He had been told that it was a rank B monster that looked like a huge wolf. What? Why did we not receive word of this sooner? When will it arrive? The knight got down on one knee before replying. To sum up what he said, a squad on patrol had first spotted the Murdergalsh. It had been heading straight for Granvelle City, so the knights had attempted to attract its attention to draw it away elsewhere. However, despite multiple casualties, they had been unsuccessful. At this rate, the monster would reach the city's south gate at around 3 p.m. There were less than 2 hours left. Master, both the knight captain and vice captain are currently out on a monster-slaying expedition. They will not be back until the day after. The Baron knew full well that Xenoph was not here, but he simply could not help but ask. In that case, issue an emergency quest with the Adventurers Guild. Most monsters are dormant at this time of the year, so there should be many adventurers in town. We can only hope Silverfong of the Gale is here too. That's the name of the only rank A adventure party based in Granvelle City, if I remember right. A group of adventurers operating together was called a party. Raven, Rita, and Milsai were in a party together, with Raven being the leader. According to what Alan had heard from him, the large majority of adventurers in Granvelle City were rank C or lower, with there being only a handful of rank B parties and a single rank A1. From December to when the snows melted in March, most adventurers would just hunker down behind city walls. Only those who were truly struggling to make ends meet would go outside during this time. Alan was pretty much the only person who continued to hunt with no regard for the weather. Seabass had been asking Baron Granvelle for instructions on things one after the other, while Alan had been occupied with recalling what Raven had told him about adventurers. Are you asking if we would close them? How can we do that when there might be those heading to our city who do not yet know about the Murdergalsh's approach? The gate must be kept open. Order the knights and adventurers to head for the south gate immediately and chase the monster away. Having received all the orders he needed, the butler hurried out of the dining hall with the knight. They now had to pass word on to the relevant chains of command. Alan, who had stayed quiet until the butler was done, now approached the Baron. My lord, may I have permission to join the fight? Alan had sounded so matter-of-fact that the Baron was entirely taken aback. Cecil immediately flared up. Huh? What are you saying? You heard them. It's a Murdergalsh. Of course you can't join in. Your father, Baron Granvelle, instated me as a huntsman. I consider it part of my duties to join this fight. Cecil looked very surprised, but it was true that one of the duties of a huntsman was to save citizens of the realm who were being attacked by monsters outside a settlement. Alan had done so multiple times already over the past year. Aside from culling monsters and bringing meat back, he had also headed over whenever Hawkins spotted anyone who was in trouble. If today had been one of Alan's hunting days, he would have already rushed out by now. It was because today was not a hunting day that he was asking the Baron for express permission. Cecil had fallen silent, so Alan turned back to the Baron, pleading with his eyes. "I see," the Baron managed in a voice lower and heavier than usual. He had realized that Alan's argument was logical and irrefutable. "If you are fulfilling the duties that I assigned you, then I have no reason to stop you." It looked like Cecil wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words back down. "Thank you, my lord. I shall head over immediately. Due to the urgency of the situation, I will do so in my current attire. Prioritize evacuating the people rather than fighting the Murdergalsh." "Yes, my lord." The moment Alan stepped out of the dining hall, he took off at a dash. There's no time. The city is in a panic right now, and it'd probably be hard to run through the crowds. I should leave from the north gate and circle around to the south gate. The Granvelle mansion was located in the northern part of the city. It was a much shorter distance, simply taking the large avenue that ran in a straight line down the middle of the city. However, Alan was worried that the city would be in a state of mayhem at the moment, especially in the center and south areas. As such, he determined that it would be faster to take the long way around. This situation had been entirely unexpected. On days when he did not plan on going hunting, Alan would convert all his MP into skill XP. The last time he did this was 3 hours ago, meaning his tank was completely empty right now. Alan passed through the north gate in his black servant uniform, then picked up the pace even more while running southward. Slightly over 2 hours later, he finally reached the south gate, finding it choked with a whole line of people desperately trying to get in. Adventurers and knights were protectively stationed around the overflowing crowds. A huge figure over 5 meters tall towered a slight distance away. There was something in its hands. When Alan took a better look, he realized it was a horse that had already lost half of its body. The monster was in the middle of eating the rest of it, chewing loudly. Alan had heard the Murdergalsh described as a large wolf, but what he was seeing could hardly be called such. At the end of front legs that looked like human arms, it had large fingers that also looked especially human-like. Worst of all, its face was a revolting cross between human and canine. Between its 2 hind legs was a slowly swishing tail. The lower half of its body was the only part that looked like a wolf. Right beside where the Murdergalsh was eating the horse was a carriage with broken wheels that had fallen over. A trail of mangled horse and human corpses stretched into the distance from the direction that the Murdergalsh had presumably come from, painting a literal road of blood. One only had to take a single look at this sight to understand why the word murder was part of this monster's name. "Young man, what are you doing over there? Hurry up and get inside the city." One of the knights had noticed Alan standing still and called out to him, but Alan ignored him and continued observing the Murdergalsh. In all likelihood, the horse that the monster was currently eating had been the one pulling the carriage, and the dead man on the ground a slight distance away had served as its coachman. Suddenly, Alan noticed silhouettes moving within the carriage. There were people still inside. That moment, the Murdergalsh reached out with its free hand and tore off the canopy covering the carriage, revealing a mother and daughter trembling in each other's arms, too frightened to even scream. The monster's face twisted into an eerie smirk, its human-like features making it look all the more terrifying. The blood that stained its teeth dripped down from its fangs, forming small puddles below. Drip, drop, drip, drop. The knights and adventurers stayed in their positions, bracing themselves to protect the merchants and travelers trying to get inside the city. They watched the scene with bated breath, but made no move to save the mother and daughter. However, Alan saw no need to follow what they were doing. He took out an iron ball from storage, not caring who saw him do so. The Murdergalsh reached out toward the mother and daughter. It did so slowly, as if purposely trying to evoke as much terror as possible from its prey. "Drop dead, you piece of shit." That instant, Alan threw his iron ball with as much strength as he could muster. The projectile flew straight and true, squashing one of the monster's eyeballs. Alan had managed to destroy one of its eyes. He threw a second iron ball, but the Murdergalsh, which was now aware of Alan's existence, easily swatted it away with its front limb. He heard voices shouting things like, "What are you doing, boy?" and "Hurry, run away," behind his back, but he paid them no mind. dashing off to position himself on the opposite side of the monster from the carriage and city, with the White Dragon Mountains at his back. When he turned around briefly to provoke the monster again. "What's wrong? You stupid mutt. You scared of me? What a coward." He saw adventurers, knights, and travelers all looking his way with unease in their eyes. Alan threw another iron ball, but the Murdergalsh easily deflected that one too. Although it had lost one eye, it clearly remained more than capable of protecting itself from taking any further damage from Alan's iron balls. Even so, the boy was about to throw another one, simply for the sake of drawing the monster's attention. But just then, the monster, which had only turned its head toward Alan's direction so far, slowly stood up on its hind legs, reaching almost 7 meters in height. "Hower!" It howled, then threw away the half-eaten horse, sending it flying through the air in an arc before slamming into the ground with a loud crash. The monster then got down on all fours and turned to face Alan. In response to Alan's goading, the Murdergalsh started off at a trot, quickly accelerating into a full-speed charge. "All right, I succeeded in making it target me instead of the passengers of the carriage." Alan shouted loudly at the knights and adventurers, "I'm going to draw the Murdergalsh toward the White Dragon Mountains," before turning and running off at full speed. He called out his grimoire to check his MP and found it still at 0. Still, it should be back any time now. The distance between Alan and the Murdergalsh gradually shrunk as the two continued racing on. Soon enough, the monster had caught up, despite Alan's agility being over 600. It took a swing with one of its front arms. Alan barely managed to dodge the attack, but doing so caused him to lose his balance and fall over. After rolling several times on the ground, he quickly got back up and whirled around to regain a visual on the monster, fully expecting a follow-up attack. However, it simply stared down at him with a smirk, showing no indication of attacking. Apparently, it had enjoyed the sight of Alan falling. The way it no longer seemed bothered about losing an eye only added to its eeriness. This is what games are referring to when monsters skip their turn and the text says, "The monster smirks at you." Alan had, in his past life as Kenichi, played computer games with turn-based combat systems where the players and the game monsters' sides took turns attacking each other. Sometimes, however, the monsters did nothing during their turn. Instead, there was only a pop-up that read something like, "The monster smirks at you." Back then, Kenichi only counted it as a lucky break and did not give it any further thought. Now that a monster was actually doing it to him in real life, he finally understood why it happened. In the Murdergalsh's single remaining eye, Alan was nothing more than a toy. "Well, I'll still count this as a lucky break 'cause my MP just came back." Alan cast a quick glance at his grimoire and confirmed that the MP field in his status was no longer 0. "I need more agility." The two types of cards that buff agility are Bird, which also buffs intelligence, and Insect, which also buffs endurance. Okay, agility and endurance are exactly what I need right now. While slowly backing up, Alan did his best to act like he was in despair so as to make the Murdergalsh lower its guard. He even shivered and pulled a look of absolute terror. The Murdergalsh's human dog face twisted into a look of ecstasy and delight. Talk about having a shit personality. I can never tell Mash about this. Father, you have the worst naming sense ever. This monster had been the inspiration for Mash, the name of Alan's younger brother. Now that he knew its personality, however, he realized that it was not exactly the best thing to name a child after. He dearly wished that if Teresa had another child, it would be a girl, so that she would be the one to decide on a name. Alan kept up the act of being frightened as he quickly used his grimoire to change up the distribution of the cards he had in stock. Because the necessary magic stones were already inside storage, he simply had to will the process and the book would take care of the rest by itself. All 20 of the Grass E cards that he had been keeping to raise his max MP were now changed to Insect E instead. The grimoire's pages flipped furiously as cards were deleted and created in quick succession. While he was at it, Alan converted the Beast E and Beast F cards he had relied on for attack to Insect E2. In the end, that left him with 4 Bird E cards and 36 Insect E cards. The reason Alan had basically gone full agility was because the Murdergalsh had clearly been faster than him just now. He had yet to find out just how strong it was, but he had no interest in finding out by letting himself get caught. Alan backed off a little more. Seeing that the monster was not going to immediately pounce, he turned tail and dashed off. A loud boom sounded at his back, followed by the pounding of footfalls. Alan attempted to determine his relative distance to the monster through the sound and pushed himself to maintain his lead. Drawing the Murdergalsh away from Granvelle City was a given, but considering this opportunity, Alan wanted to attempt killing it outright. Currently, he was only several hundred meters away from the collapsed carriage. The figures of the knights and adventurers in the distance were no more than mere specks by now, but he wanted to gain more distance so that he could freely use his summons to fight. The deadly game of tag continued until the hunter and prey reached an area sparsely populated with trees almost 2 kilometers away from Granvelle City. This was far enough that they were entirely beyond the sight of everyone in the city. Alan called out 3 insects behind himself without stopping. As the Murdergalsh was a rank B monster, 3 insects were needed in order for their ability, Scale Powder, to be effective. Yellow powder fell on the Murdergalsh's head. It stopped in its tracks, so Alan also stopped running and turned around, hopeful. Ewa! With a cry, the beast swung its front arm and swept away all 3 insects in one blow, reducing them to glowing bubbles that faded into the air. What? It didn't work? Does it have resistances? Or did I just get unlucky? The debuffs cast through the abilities of the insect cards were not 100% guaranteed to work. After trying only once, there was no way to tell whether Scale Powder only happened to fail this time, or it simply would not work, period. With the insect E-summons gone, the game of tag resumed. Alan created more insect ES to replace the ones he had just lost and continued running in desperation. 3 long hours later, Alan was hiding behind a tree. The Murdergalsh was nowhere in sight. Ugh, I finally lost it. But man, Scale Powder just isn't working on it at all. None of the other insect card debuffs work either, for that matter. Alan took out his mantle from storage and draped it over his manservant uniform. During the chase just now, he had attempted to use the abilities of Insects G, F, and E on the Murdergalsh, but none of them had proved effective. Because of this, he had given up the idea of killing the monster and was focusing entirely on escaping. This was not an opponent that he could stand up to without the support of debuffs. All right, let's head back to Granvelle City. Damn it, I ended up using a lot of magic stones. Just as Alan was regretting the significant decrease in his stock of rank E, the tree that Alan was leaning against shook, and a beastly stench filled his nose. Alan whirled around in surprise to look behind the tree. What he found was the smirking face of the Murdergalsh. It deftly used its human-like hands to pull the tree out as if plucking a mere weed. This served as the signal for the game of tag to resume once more. 3 days had passed since the Murdergalsh appeared near Granvelle City. One of the guards at the north gate spotted Alan returning. His black manservant uniform was all muddy, and he was huddled in his mantle. Upon reaching the gate with tottering steps, Alan collapsed in the middle of giving his usual greeting. He had lost consciousness, as if a switch had been turned off. The guard rushed over in surprise and found the boy already fast asleep. This was how Alan's first encounter with the Murdergalsh came to an end. Is this the mansion? Is this one of the guest rooms?
Huh?
What happened to me? What happened to the Murdergalsh? The sight of the Murdergalsh's eerie grin flashed into Alan's mind, causing him to suddenly sit upright in bed. His memories were still jumbled. He looked down and found himself wearing his usual sleepwear instead of his uniform. Someone must have helped him change. You've awakened, Seabass said from the bedside. He had apparently been keeping vigil. How much do you remember? The butler asked slowly, picking up on Alan's confusion. This question seemed to help jog the boy's memories. He had been chased by the Murdergalsh for 3 days and nights. He had somehow managed to finally lose it and then turn back toward Granvelle City. I don't remember anything after figuring out the direction home and setting out. Well, you collapsed in front of the north gate. A guard carried you back here. 2 days ago, that is. I will now go and summon Xenoph. When he arrives, you will go see Master." After the butler left the guest room, Alan fell back asleep, fully enjoying the fluffy bed normally reserved for VIP guests. When he woke up again, he found a tray loaded with food at his bedside. Just as he finished wolfing it down, savoring every morsel, the night captain arrived at the mansion. Another servant came into the room to tell Alan to head to the conference room on the 3rd floor. "The conference room, huh? I've never been before. It's this way, right?" Despite having worked in this mansion for over a year, Alan had yet to enter the Baron's bedroom, study, or conference room. When Alan reached the 3rd floor, he found Xenoff waiting for him outside the conference room. "Glad to hear it. The guild master of the Adventurers Guild is inside at the moment. We will wait here until he finishes his business." "Is it regarding the Murdergalsh? I remember the Baron talking about an emergency quest or something. But boy, this sure turned into a big deal." Alan recalled everything that had happened after he left the North Gate. Due to his game of tag with the Murdergalsh, he had gotten a very good grasp on the strength of a rank B monster. He now knew beyond a doubt that at his current level and summoning level, rank C was the limit of what he could defeat. He then recalled the adventurers and knights who had simply looked on as the carriage was being assaulted. They had probably also really wanted to help but were painfully aware of their own limitations. Alan now understood the conflict that had been going on inside their minds all too well. There were almost no adventurers or knights possessing a talent who could go toe-to-toe against a rank B monster. In the first place, the overwhelming majority of adventurers were talentless. From what Raven had said, there was likely only one adventurer in the entire Granvelle realm who could put up a fight against a rank B monster, the leader of the top-ranked party, Silver Fong of the Gale. And right now, the man touted as the strongest in the realm, stronger than even the party leader of Silver Fong of the Gale, was currently standing right beside Alan. Alan had never seen him in an actual fight before, but all sources had assured him of Xenoff's overwhelming strength. In fact, he had even earned an alias, War Demon Xenoff. This was why the Baron had asked about him first thing when he received news of the Murdergalsh. According to word on the street, the knight captain's talent was Sword Master. Alan had never heard of it before, but he suspected that it was the 2-star class between the 1-star swordsman and 3-star sword lord. Just as Alan was occupied with thinking about the knight captain, Seabass emerged from the conference room with a brawny bald man. This was the guild master of the Adventurers Guild branch in Granvelle City. He had stayed for dinner at the mansion several times on days when Alan had been on serving duty. "HM?
He seems kind of irked about something."
"Is it about the emergency quest?" Alan and the guildmaster's eyes met, so Alan bowed and said, "Good day, sir." "Even if you have business with our staff," Seabass interrupted, "I'm afraid he is currently unavailable as he needs to report to the Baron." "TCH, nah, I got no business. Just wanted to say, well done making it back alive, kid." The boy was surprised the guildmaster knew his name, but before he could continue, Seabass cut in and escorted the guildmaster out of the mansion. It seemed he had been about to say something but instead ended with giving Alan's head a few pats while passing by.
"Huh?
What was that for?" It seemed like Seabass had been trying to prevent him from talking to me.
Why is that?"
After seeing the guildmaster off, Seabass returned to the 3rd floor and entered the conference room together with Xenoff and Alan. Alan was gestured toward the seat directly across from the Baron's on the other side of the aged, circular table in the middle of the room. "Are you well enough to be up and moving? I am glad to see you return to us without any major injuries." "Yes, my lord, I am well. I apologize for all the trouble I have caused." "HM? You have nothing to apologize for. That said, I do want to hear all the details of what happened between you and the Murdergalsh. This might affect the response that I take, so be as detailed as you can." Alan nodded his head in acknowledgement, then recounted his experience. He told of how the Murdergalsh had already gotten quite close when he finally arrived at the South Gate, and how he found the carriage under attack. He had then thrown iron balls at the monster in order to save the mother and child in the carriage and attract the monster's attention. Then he drew the beast toward the White Dragon Mountains so that it would no longer attack the city. The Baron listened to Alan with a frown. Every once in a while, He turned to look at Xenoph as if seeking confirmation of the credibility in what Alan was saying. Every time, the knight captain simply nodded. The Murdergalsh was extremely persistent. I lost it multiple times, but it still continued coming after me. And that is why you could not return for 3 days, yes? I had received reports of a boy, wearing the Granvelle servant uniform leading the Murdergalsh away from the city. I had assumed you were dead and eaten. Many knights and adventurers had witnessed what Alan had done near the South Gate. Naturally, word had reached the Baron's ears. Yes, my lord. Unfortunately, my memory is somewhat fuzzy, but I believe I finally lost the monster quite far away. Because he had no way to prove anything without also revealing his abilities as a summoner, Alan was a bit vague regarding where and how he had lost the Murdergalsh. The truth, however, was that he had gone all the way to the foot of the White Dragon Mountains. Along the way, he had encountered monsters like white deer and armored ants that he had purposely tried to set on the Murdergalsh. However, this had proved pointless, as the Murdergalsh easily trampled them and went right back to chasing Alan. I see. I now have the full picture. First of all, I will say this. Do not worry about being penalized for being absent from your duties as manservant and server during this ordeal. After all, you were doing your best to save my citizens. Rather, you will be rewarded. Ah, really? I'm getting a reward. It feels like ages since the mention of the last one. 2 small bags were placed on the table. They made a clinking sound, which got Alan's hopes up even higher. This is 10 gold from me in reward for your efforts in this incident. According to reports, the emergency quest has been called off, meaning that the situation is over. The number of casualties among the citizens, adventurers, and knights have been kept to a minimum. The Baron had chosen the words kept to a minimum because, sadly, there had indeed been casualties. Alan had been at this mansion for a little over a year by now, and there was one thing that he had learned. This family, despite being nobility, was very poor. Back when he first arrived, he had found their diet even more meager than what he had eaten as a serf. In hindsight, Alan realized that the reason the Baron had rewarded Rodan and the hunters of Krina village with commoner status was most likely because he could not afford to give them anything tangible. After all, making serfs commoners did not cost anything. A royal envoy had visited the Granvelle mansion twice in the past year. Both times, the topic was on raising the head tax in the fiefdom. The envoy had insisted that there was room for a raise, perhaps not making it as high as it was in the neighboring carnal realm, but there was room nonetheless. On the other hand, Baron Granvelle had firmly said no both times, unwilling to further burden his people. Unfortunately, the low head tax he had set meant that his income through tax was not enough to pay the amount that the national treasury expected from his realm. Consequently, he was paying for the difference out of his own pocket. This was why, despite being nobles, his family lived very frugally. Alan, for one, thought their poverty an honorable one. The Baron continued, interrupting Alan's thoughts. Now, this other bag. It also contains 10 gold, making this a total of 20 gold. This is from the family of those who were in the carriage you saved. As it turned out, the passengers in the carriage had been the wife and daughter of the owner of a high-class inn located on one of the city's main avenues. The man had left this amount at the Baron's mansion to express his gratitude. Alan had been considering buying a steel sword for 5 gold, but thanks to this sudden windfall, he could now afford a mithril sword. He wanted to immediately rush to a weapons store as soon as this audience was over, but it turned out there were a lot more things that needed to be delved into. In the end, the shops were all closed by the time Alan was finally dismissed. Chapter 7. Summoning LVL 5. Ha ha ha, a mithril sword cuts so well.
Alan chuckled excitedly.
On this particular day off, he was once again far outside of Granvelle City. The other day, he had received a total of 20 gold for driving the Murdergalsh from town and saving the family of a high-class inn's owner. Alan had used this money, together with the 5 gold from his own savings, to buy a mithril sword. As he was still only 9 years old, a full-length sword would be too long for him to wield properly. He had therefore asked the weapon store to make him one halfway between a short sword and a dagger. Luckily, the owner was willing to lower the price from the original 30 gold, since he used less mithril for the shorter weapon. The armor's really tough, so I still can't penetrate it directly. But the body inside is so soft, I almost feel like I'm cutting through air. Alan was currently testing out his new sword against an armored ant, comparing how it felt against the sword he had received from Dagora. The last time Alan had killed one of these monsters, he had had no other choice but to leave it virtually untouched, magic stone and all. This time, he clambered over the 3-meter-tall body once more. When looking at the armored ant, the strange feeling that Alan had felt about the monsters in this world ever since he was 6 washed over him again. He had almost mistaken the albaheron, with its wingspan of over 2 meters, for a wyvern, only to be told later that it was merely rank D. The great boar, which towered at more than 3 meters tall, had almost killed Rodan with a single blow, even though he should have raised his level quite high after 10 years of hunting.
City.
The muscular and vicious goblins were, again, only rank D. Armored ants reached 3 meters in height and were protected by shells impervious against common weapons, but were rank C. Orcs, which were 2.5 meters tall and had enough intelligence to use weapons, also had the same ranking. And as discovered recently, the rank B Murdergalsh was capable of killing both knights and adventurers with a single stomp. Its very name evoked terror and, understandably, the reward for killing it went all the way up to 200 gold. It's just, I can't quite put my finger on it. I mean, it's not like I'd ever seen monsters before coming to this world, but it's like, they're all one notch stronger than what I expected them to be. Unfortunately, Alan's attempt to articulate this indefinable feeling did not work out. Never mind, I can think about this later. There's something that I really want to test out today. Alan had decided to lower his kill quota for the day to make time for looking into something he had discovered while being chased by the Murdergalsh for 3 days and nights. He looked up at the sky and saw birds circling above. He had instructed them before to immediately inform him when they spotted certain monsters or adventurers. Those instructions now included the Murdergalsh as well. After all, Alan had no idea where it had gone after he lost it in the foothills of the White Dragon Mountains. There was a chance that it might head back to attack Granvelle City again while he was out hunting. According to Raven, the Murdergalsh mainly popped up on the open roads between settlements, almost never launching a full-out assault on villages or cities. Alan recognized this behavioral pattern. It was the same as field boss monsters inside games. Field bosses were powerful monsters unrelated to the main story or events that constantly roamed about the open areas of a game. After being killed, these bosses would simply respawn. They had a tendency to suddenly show up in areas where low-level players gathered and would wipe them all out. Technically, they could be considered the products born of the game developer's playfulness. 2 Hawkins come down. Another one of you fly around for 5 minutes, then come back. One of the summons flew off in a random direction as 2 others came down. Alan reverted one of them into card form. This was the start of his experiment. Alan showed the Hawkins that remained on the ground a jute bag, making sure that it saw there was nothing inside. Then he took out a Malmo and put it inside the bag. After that, he took out another Malmo, a strip of jerky, and a dried potato, lining them up on the ground. Now, Hawkins, which of these did I just put into the bag? Peck at the answer with your beak. The bird that had been watching Alan throughout the entire process chose the Malmo without hesitation. Alan called out the Hawkins he had turned into a card earlier. This one had not seen him putting a Malmo into the jute bag. Tell me which of these items is inside the bag. Don't guess. If you don't know, don't choose. The Hawkins that had been in card form also chose the Malmo without hesitation. This result was exactly as Alan had expected. Just then, the bird that had flown 5 minutes away returned. Come on down. Okay, good. Now you tell me which of these is inside this bag. If you don't know, shake your head. Alan used 1 magic stone to create a new bird E and summoned it. He raised its intelligence through strengthening to give it the ability to understand speech, then asked it to also guess what was inside the jute bag. As I'd suspected. So even the newly created one knows. Now, Popo, come out. This time, Alan summoned a bird F. Once again, he strengthened it, then asked it the same question.
So you don't know?
I guess being chased by the Murdergalsh wasn't a total waste of time. Alan had run nonstop for 3 days and nights, forgoing even sleep. During that time, he had used Hawkins's ability, Hawkeyes, to confirm the Murdergalsh's location. The monster that served as it in this deadly game of tag doggedly kept on Alan's tail, doing everything in its power to find him. Somewhere along the way, it figured out that the hawks that flew up every now and then would return to where he was, and therefore started following the birds in turn. On the ropes, Alan came up with the idea to order Hawkins not to return to where he was after locating the Murdergalsh. When he created a new Hawkins and told that one to go search for the Murdergalsh, to his surprise it took off as if it already knew where the monster's location was. Seeing that, Alan made a mental note to properly explore how the summons shared and passed on information and knowledge. Alan had put a Malmo into a bag in front of only one birdie. The bird E that he subsequently summoned from a card as well as the one that he created from scratch knew what he had done, whereas the one that had been out the entire time and the newly created bird F had no idea. It'd have been so much more convenient without the 50-meter limit, but I guess there's no point crying over it now. 50-meter rule. So you guys are constantly being updated, huh? In other words, you're continuously accumulating knowledge and growing together with me. Thanks to the deadly game of tag, Alan had received in this discovery a reward that he considered much more valuable than any amount of gold. The summons were conscious and were continuously adding to what they knew. As long as their summoner, Alan, remained, they were existences that would continue to learn and grow in a process that surpassed even death. The year turned, and it was now March. Alan was in the middle of a match in the garden of the Granvelle estate. Since it was March, Cecil's oldest brother Mihai had returned home from Academy City again. The boy had readily agreed when Alan, whom he had thoroughly bested last year, asked for a rematch. The reason Alan wanted to do this was to gauge how fast someone in normal mode could grow. After all, information was a weapon too. Since October of the previous year, Alan had shifted to hunting rank C monsters. His kill count over the past 6 months was over 2,000, making him now LVL 28. His stats had gone up quite significantly, but apparently he was still inferior to Mihai in swordsmanship. Every move he tried was handily seen through, evaded, and parried. Mihai was smiling the entire bout, indicating that he was not even trying his best.
Ugh.
I've worked so hard on both my levels and sword mastery, and I still can't win. At least, not when I have 20 grass E cards in stock. For each single point of XP in normal mode, Hell mode required 100. The curriculum at the Academy likely placed a lot of emphasis on helping students raise both their base and skill levels. Regardless of the details, their methods were effective. And as someone who needed 100 times more XP to level up, Alan keenly felt how the gap between him and Mihai had opened up even more compared to last year. The Baron, Baroness, Thomas, and Cecil had all gathered to spectate. Despite being the one who had requested the match, Alan lost quite quickly. Just like last time, his sword was knocked out of his hand, signaling the end. How wonderful! Master Mihai, you have grown yet even more skillful. In accordance with Mihai's request, Captain Xenoph had started calling him Master instead of Young Master. No. I still have a long way to go in comparison to you, my lord. When Alan replied to the praise modestly, the other boy extended a hand as if asking for a handshake. Naturally, Alan accepted it. He did this also last year. I wonder if it's a custom from the Academy? Which reminds me, you fought with a Murdergalsh, right? How did it go? I want to hear all about it. I didn't so much fight it as played tag with it. But being chased the entire time sucked. I wish I could have had a turn at being it. Wondering which family member had told Mihai about that, Alan asked for permission to tell the story over lunch, as the lunch hour was near. Just as everyone was about to turn and head back indoors, a knight suddenly burst onto the scene. A sense of foreboding rose in Alan's chest. The last time a knight had rushed in to give an urgent report was when the Murdergalsh had shown up. Was the game of death tag about to begin anew? The Baron cut in, his tone ecstatic. Is that true? Where has it moved to? Xenoph said. Your lordship, considering the time, how about we head inside to hear the details? Alan was worried that the conversation would be moved to the conference room, but everyone headed to the dining room instead. He followed along happily, as this meant he would be allowed to hear the details as well. In the year and a half he had served at the Granvelle mansion, Alan had seen multiple people bring in important information related to the management of the fiefdom. Depending on the degree of confidentiality of that information, the Baron would at times order the room cleared. Information at this level was for the ears of the Baron and his direct family alone. Alan, along with all other servants, would be ordered to leave the room, even if it meant dropping whatever they were in the middle of doing. This had. Discussions considered even more confidential would not be held in the dining room. The Baron, butler, and knight captain would instead gather by themselves in the conference room, which was located next to the Baron's study on the 3rd floor. At that time, no one would be allowed on the floor, much less near the room. This time, however, the information was not considered especially sensitive. In this case, everyone who normally served the Baron's immediate family as their personal attendants would also be privy to what was being said. The Baron opted to have lunch while receiving the knight's report. Once everyone was settled, Xenoph told the knight, "Continue your report." "Yes, sir." The adventure party Silver Fong of the Gale reported finding that the white dragon has disappeared from its lair. They spent 3 days attempting to trace its tracks to no avail. Then they decided to return to Granvelle City to inform the Adventurers Guild first thing. So, it's finally moved away. It's been so long. Despite being in the middle of a meal, the Baron was so overjoyed that he leaped to his feet with both hands clasped together, quivering. He was the very picture of a man overcome with emotion. "We intend on requesting that Silver Fong of the Gale continue their search. That is all for my report, sir." After being dismissed, the knight exited the dining hall. The Baron and knight captain promptly burst into discussion. "I have been dreaming of this day for so long. Xenoph, send men to confirm the state of the mithril mines." "Of course, my lord. However, we still do not know where the white dragon is. Should we not first prioritize confirming the location of its new lair?" I hear you. However, mithril mining is a duty of our realm. We must find out what has become of the mines as soon as possible." The two seem to be having trouble seeing eye to eye. On one hand, the knight captain wished to prioritize locating the white dragon, whereas on the other, the Baron wanted to reopen the mines that had lain dormant for over 100 years with haste. Mihai joined the conversation, his interest piqued. "Does this mean all the monsters between the city and mines need to be cleared?" "Indeed, Master Mihai," Xenoph replied. "Once we are able to confirm that the white dragon has completely left our realm, we will need to immediately begin securing the 4 mines and the surrounding areas." "I'm afraid I cannot allow that, Master Mihai, as the white dragon may still be out there somewhere. Your safety is of utmost importance to us." The reason the knight captain had turned down Mihai's offer to join the investigative effort was because he had determined that at his current strength, even Mihai would be in danger should he encounter the white dragon. If I remember correctly, there are goblin and orc villages at the foot of the mountains. Alan recalled what he had heard from Raven while listening to the ongoing conversation. The foothills of the White Dragon Mountains were supposedly covered in thick forest land and dotted with villages built up by goblins and orcs. Alan faintly remembered spotting something that might have fit that description when he was running away from the Murdergalsh. Raven had also said that within those settlements were variant monsters that were a rank higher than their counterparts. That meant rank C goblins and rank B orcs. As these superior species had much higher reproductive capabilities, villages with them would eventually overflow. The surplus population would then move from the mountain foothills toward Granvelle City, or assault human villages and travelers. If the monsters got too numerous and caused too much damage, the chivalric order would have to be mobilized to fight them alongside the adventurers. The area beyond the tree line farther up the mountain was supposedly filled with armored ant nests. Within these nests dwelled countless armored ants. And, of course, individuals of the superior species, queen armored ants. I see. So, the chivalric order might be dispatched to wipe out the goblin and orc villages. Well, I can't have them beating me to the punch. Alan was resolute to not allow the knights steal, what he saw as his XP. Through the investigation carried out over the next few months, it was confirmed that the White Dragon had moved to the carnal side of the White Dragon Mountains. Time passed after Mihai's return to Academy City, and it was now early July. Alan was currently somewhere farther than a day's walk from Granvelle City. Okay, I'm far from town, and my MP is full. Today's gonna be dedicated entirely to testing and analysis. Just the other day, Alan had finally reached summoning LVL 5. This morning, he had not converted his MP to skill XP as usual. Instead, he planned on spending the whole day exploring every new thing he had obtained. As level-up messages would disappear from the log after a certain period of time, he had hurriedly copied it down on one of the memo pages. He now turned to that page to read over the message once more. Alan flipped to the page with his status. So, the new skill that I gained from this level-up is sharing. Skill levels. This level-up took me over 2 years, and I'm gonna need 30 million skill XP for the next one. The numbers are starting to get out of hand. Naturally, Alan left a record whenever he leveled up. In a way, this was an album of the major milestones in his path as a summoner. Record of level UPS. Well then, let's start with checking the holders. Expansion leveled up, which means there should be 50 pockets now, right? Each level up of the expansion skill so far had given Alan 10 more pockets to store cards in. The last level up had put him at 40 slots, so he expected to now have 50 slots. Just as I thought. 50. This is gonna boost my stats quite a lot. Since expansion leveled up every time summoning did, Alan did not feel particularly moved by it anymore. However, access to 10 more storage slots and cards 1 rank higher meant that his maximum stat boosts had shot up considerably. Next thing, I should go over the new skill first, and then take my time with the rank D summons. 6 summons had been added under rank D. It would presumably take some time to go through them all, so Alan decided to first examine sharing, which he could likely get out of the way faster. First of all, it doesn't seem to be a skill that makes my summon stronger, so this is something completely distinct from strengthening. Alan had been gradually increasing the rank of the monsters he hunted. His main targets at the moment were rank C, but he wanted to move on to rank B monsters as soon as possible. The reason for this was because as his level continued going up, the amount of XP that he needed for successive level-ups rose in tandem. In order to reach LVL 31, he now needed 3 million XP. That meant 2,000 orcs, even though he could only find 40 or 50 of them after one full day of running around. It was obvious that in order to earn higher XP values, he needed to kill higher-ranked monsters. To make matters worse, it was getting harder and harder to find orcs around these parts, most likely because he had more or less culled their population. Storage ended up being a pretty incredible skill too, so I think I can get my hopes up for sharing, right? Based on the name, I imagine it enables me to share something with my summons? Hawkins come out. Suddenly Alan found himself staring at himself. There were a few mirrors in the Granvelle mansion, including a big one in the servants' dining hall for anyone who wanted to fix their appearance in a hurry. Ever since becoming a manservant, Alan had picked up the habit of examining his entire figure in a mirror. And that was exactly what he felt like he was doing right now. Oh, this is Hawkins's field of view. So, I'm seeing what it's seeing. In short, the sharing skill enabled Alan to, well, share his summon's eyes. What's this? It doesn't feel strange at all, even though I'm seeing both Hawkins's and my field of view at the same time. Hawkins, look around in several directions. Just because Alan was seeing what Hawkins was seeing, it did not mean his own vision was obscured. For Alan, the fact that this did not feel strange at all was strange in and of itself. The bird moved its head to look all around. I can still see both fields of view, just fine even when Hawkins is moving a lot. The activation of this skill did not place any extra burden on Alan's sense of sight whatsoever. It did not even feel unnatural, let alone make him dizzy. He could see and comprehend 2 fields of view at the same time with no issues at all. All right, Hawkins, fly up. The bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. When it stopped to look back down, Alan was able to see the land spread out below. The horizon that he had been unable to see before due to all the trees now lay clearly in view. This is incredible. What a moving sight. Hawkins, try flying a little. Just as ordered, Hawkins started flying forward slowly, with Alan still seeing through its eyes. Just amazing. What even is this? Oh, right, Hawkins, use Hawkeye Hua. Are you serious? I can even share what it sees when it's using its ability. When Alan ordered Hawkins to activate its ability, Hawkeye, he found his vision opening up even farther, reaching several kilometers into the distance. Bird E's capability to spot anything that moved within a radius of several kilometers was conveyed directly to Alan's eyes. It almost feels like I took over Hawkins's body. Hold on, when I'm in this state, can I give it instructions even farther than 50 meters away? When one fact was revealed, another question popped up. Up until this point, Alan had only been able to give instructions to his summons if they were within a 50-meter radius of him. He now wanted to test how far he could continue giving instructions to a summon when sharing its sight. Upon being commanded to do so, the Bird E flew on until it was more than 50 meters away from Alan's position. As soon as he gave the order, Alan found his sight through Hawkins's eyes returning to normal. In other words, he had successfully given it an instruction that it obeyed from more than 50 meters away. What's more, the link through sharing was still going strong, entirely unaffected by the distance. In his excitement, Alan continued giving the summon various orders, making it fly circles, swoop low, do barrel rolls, and everything else he could think of. Bird E carried everything out while staying over 50 meters away. Alan now had a way to directly give his summons instructions regardless of distance. Alan was so excited that he ended up shouting out loud. He recognized the basic concept behind this sharing skill. Back when he was Kenichi, he had controlled two characters at the same time when playing a game before. This was called multiboxing. There were even some game companies that recommended this playstyle, as players had to pay a monthly subscription fee for each and every account they played on. That naturally led to the question of why someone would go so far as to pay the subscription fee twice, thrice, or even more times on top of buying more game consoles and additional monitors in order to multibox. The answer was simple, since it was still the same person behind all the different characters, so they could keep all the drops. What was more, doing this also saved the time that would normally be required to find party members. In order to multibox, Kenichi had indeed purchased multiple monitors and consoles. Alan still remembered how it felt playing two characters at the same time, the rush of busily looking between two screens and desperately manipulating two controllers. His current situation was a huge upgrade compared to the past. He could see and comprehend both his and Hawkins's sight at the same time. Even though he was seeing the sky and the ground at the same time, it did not feel awkward in the slightest. I see. So this is the effect of sharing. Wait, is this even more incredible than I'd thought? A certain possibility popped up into Alan's mind, suggesting a massive change to what he was capable of as a summoner. Can I use sharing to make my summons hunt far away from where I am? Can I make a hunting party composed solely of my summons? Currently, Alan needed to run throughout the entire forest to do his hunting. As soon as his Bird ES would find a target, he would then run over to kill it. Rinse and repeat. The fact that he could give his summons instructions from farther than 50 meters away using the sharing skill opened up the possibility of hunting without him having to do all that running around. What's more, summons could remain summoned for 30 days. If they could operate independently with no distance limitations, then Alan could continue hunting even when he was back at the mansion. This would be a complete game changer for his leveling up. Before I get ahead of myself, let's first check how many summons I can share with at the same time. Hawkins, come out. 3 more Bird ES appeared before Alan. He activated share with all of them. Now, he was looking at a total of 5 fields of vision, including his own. So, no problem sharing with 4 at once. Honestly, how do I not feel strange about seeing 5 things at the same time? In his previous life, Alan's limit for multiboxing was only 2 characters, though he had heard of masters who could control 4. Now, however, he was feeling no strain at all from using the sharing skill. He was seeing 5 fields of vision, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Honestly, this is less multi-boxing and more parallel thinking. Alright, I don't have any more Hawkinses in store, so, Tama, come out. Alan shared the sight of each summon that came out in turn. But then, error. Right after sharing with a sixth summon, Alan's head became racked by a terrible pain. It was so bad that he crumpled to the ground, clutching a skull. He disabled the sixth sharing link in a fluster.
Huh.
The headache's gone. Oh man, I thought I was gonna die. So, sharing can be disabled. I got a really bad headache with the sixth one. Does it mean the limit for sharing is 5? Is it 5 within the same rank? Although the pain scared him, Alan saw the need to confirm how many summons he could share with at the same time. He deleted an Insect E card, then apprehensively created and summoned an Insect G card. A severe headache struck Alan once more when he attempted to share with Insect E as the sixth summon. Along with summoning's recent level up, Alan could now call out a total of 50 summons at any given moment. It would be an incredible pity if he could only share with 5 of them. He pondered why 5 was the limit for sharing. Since he did not have enough information, he took another look at his own status. Just like storage, sharing can't be leveled up. At first glance, it might seem like this skill has no potential for improvement and that the limit will stay at 5 permanently. The thing is, I don't understand why the limit was set at 5. What could be the reason? The gears in Alan's mind continued turning. Was this skill arbitrarily capped at 5, or was there a certain condition that limited him to 5 for now? If it was due to a condition, then what was it? Would it go up if I leveled up more? I'm LVL right now. Is it like I can share with another summon every 6 levels? What else? Wait a minute, is this where intelligence comes in? The moment Alan saw the intelligence field on his status, an epiphany came to him. That stat was currently 1075, including the boosts from his cards. Perhaps this was the condition that determined how many he could share with concurrently. This was a theory he could test without having to level up. If intelligence really is the condition, it would mean every 200 points in intelligence enables me to share with another summon. Let's try raising the stat. Might as well do it with rank D summons. Since he had more slots and access to rank D summons, Alan decided to create a few bird D cards with the aim of bringing his intelligence up to 1,200. If his hypothesis was correct, this should enable him to share with a 6th summon. Thanks to the buffs from the bird D cards, Alan had reached the number he wanted. The hopper that he had summoned earlier was still there, right next to him. Alan had braced himself, ready to disable sharing right away if he got another terrible headache. However, this worry turned out to be unwarranted. He found himself seeing a perspective barely an inch higher than the ground, the lowest that he had ever been situated. Hell yeah, the 6th share worked. It really is intelligence. Sharing is tied to intelligence, and it really is 200 intelligence for each share. There were few things as moving as proving one's own hypothesis.
Alan
Hooped from the sense of achievement that washed over him. About an hour later, he had figured out almost everything there was to know about the skill. And I think that's about it. So, I'm not personally controlling the summons, only giving them instructions. I don't actually take over their bodies. As Alan was only instructing the summons he was sharing with, there was a small time lag between him giving orders and the summons carrying those orders out. His theory was that in order to shorten this lag, he had to consciously visualize what it was that he wanted the summon to do. And last note to add to the list. I still get the XP when my summons kill monsters more than 50 meters away from me. Alan had set up an impromptu squad of summons and had them go kill a monster. As a result, his XP had gone up. He now knew that his plan to farm XP remotely could actually be realized. I see, so this is the reason the summoning class has such high intelligence. Last year in November, Alan had received a lesson with Cecil's magic tutor as a reward for his first year of service. At the time, he had been absolutely crushed to find out that he could not use magic. As it turned out, however, there was indeed a startling reason behind why his class had rank S intelligence. In the video games that Alan had played as Kenichi, most magic-using classes relied on stats like intelligence and wisdom. In line with this, He had learned from his lesson with the tutor that using magic in this world required memorizing a countless number of very complicated symbols. This was a feat that would be impossible for a normal person, equally impossible as Alan instantaneously processing information from multiple fields of view. It was the intelligence stat that made such impossibilities possible. Alan now finally understood the importance of intelligence in this world. I'll need more time to work out the kind of things I can do using sharing. Alright, let's move on to examining the rank D summons now. I've got a shit ton of rank D magic stones, so let's get through this pronto. Thanks to sharing, Alan felt the scope of his powers as a summoner practically blown wide open. Now he was moving on to discovering what his new summons could do.
Chapter 8, Rank des Summons.
Even though Alan had started in the morning, it had taken so long to analyze his new skill that the sun had already passed its zenith before he knew it. So, he got out his lunch of dried potato and malmo to fill his stomach. After his experience of being chased by the Murdergalsh, Alan had packed a month's worth of dried potato, meat jerky, and malmo as rations inside storage, together with equipment for camping out, such as a blanket, a fire-starting magic tool, and torches. These were just in case he ever found himself once again unable to return to town for a few days. As time was stopped inside storage, the food he put inside would not rot. The torches could also enter storage already lit, so he put a few of those inside just in case the others went out. This might have rendered his fire-starting magic tool moot, but it never hurt to be extra prepared. Then again, I have more than 10,000 rank D magic stones, so I think I'll be able to go through the new summons at a pretty quick pace. After he finished eating, Alan called out all of the rank D summons. Then he checked the information on their cards. Status of Insect D, Spider. Status of Beast D, Bear. Status of Bird D, Owl. Status of Grass D, Potato. Status of Stone D, Bronze Statue. Status of Fish D, Salmon. As a result of his testing, 2 armored ants now lay dead in front of Alan. The huge cracks in their salad bowl-like armor were leaking bodily fluids. Before them stood a brown summon that looked like a grizzly bear roughly 2.5 meters in length. It looked pretty proud of itself for having beaten the armored ants. This bear was none other than Teddy, the Beast D summon. Next to Teddy stood a giant spider that was 1.5 meters long and 60 centimeters tall. This black form had both its front legs raised in the air as it continued hissing intimidatingly at the dead armored ants. This was Spidey, the Insect D summon. Nice, so Teddy's ability, Crush, can break through an armored ant shell. It's not quite enough to kill the monster in one strike, but that's where Spidey comes in. The monsters with broken armor were tied up with sticky, white strands. Insect D's ability, Spider Silk, enabled it to produce highly adhesive thread from the tip of its abdomen that was useful for tying enemies up, slowing them down or stopping them in their tracks, or just messing with them in general. Just like the other summons in their respective categories, the Beast D summon was spec'd for offense and the Insect D summon for debuffs. These two were going to be the backbone of Alan's hunting efforts going forward. Thankfully, both of them had over 100 intelligence right out of the gate. Alan next looked up at an owl with a maximum wingspan of over 1.5 meters that was perched on a tree. This bird D summon returned his gaze, with its large, round eyes. There's no way to test Horo's ability right now, but based on the name, night vision likely allows it to see in the dark. Hawkins can only scout during daytime, and now I have Horo to do the same at night. Hawkeye in the day and night vision at night sounds about right. While hoping that the effect of Bird D's ability was indeed as its name suggested, Alan made a mental note to test it out after sunset. He then turned to look at the strange figure at his feet that looked like a potato with hands and legs. This was Tater, the Grass D summon. Just like Grass F and Grass E, Grass D also turned out to be a summon with a one-use ability that turned it into a recovery item. The ability name, Crop of Magic, suggested that it was an MP recovery item. Sure enough, when he gave the Japanese plum-sized berry a try after depleting his MP, the fruit disappeared from his hand and restored 1,000 MP. Alan finally had access to a method of recovering his MP, which was absolutely crucial for raising his skill levels. He now needed 30 million skill XP to reach summoning LVL 6. He therefore decided to dedicate all his naturally recovering MP towards skill XP, and to keep crops of magic inside storage for battles where he might suddenly need MP. Thanks to having more than 10,000 magic stones, he would never run entirely out of MP for the foreseeable future. This way, he was more than equipped to cope if suddenly attacked by powerful opponents. Now I have access to all the MP I'll need if the Murdergalsh ever comes after me again. Beside Alan stood what looked like a 2-meter-tall suit of European armor made of bronze. This large-bodied summon carried a shield as tall as itself.
Now, Bron.
I never did get around to using Wally, the stone summon. But still, even a bronze statue can be classified as a stone type. Huh? The gods of this world sure are broad-minded. The way Alan hunted mainly consisted of scouting out new monsters and staying on the move at the same time, a style referred to as chaining in his previous life. This was the opposite of lying in wait for enemies to approach, conversely called camping, so he had not had any opportunity to use the stone summon. He had not even kept copies in the card holders. How to use the stone summons without changing his hunting style was a question that he would have to tackle going forward. And that's it for the analysis of the new summons in the pre-existing categories. That leaves Belly, which boosts my MP and intelligence. I do appreciate the intelligence, as it helps me share with more summons. But, a fish, huh? Making a single one of these cards burns through 15 magic stones. In that sense, insect and beast cards are great for only costing 1 magic stone. They provide me with attack, agility, and HP buffs, so it really is great that I got them early on. The creation and synthesis process for summons at rank E and higher all required magic stones. The more complicated the synthesis process, the more magic stones needed. The fish card required multiple rounds of synthesis, ultimately bringing its cost to 15 magic stones. Cost in magic stones. When Alan called a fish D out to analyze it, a salmon appeared, looking exactly like the illustration on its card. The meter-long fish flopped about on the ground. For some reason, it looks like the most useless of all the summons I've seen so far. It's starting to remind me of Denka. Alan could hardly be faulted for his doubt. The latest summon that he had finally obtained after more than 2 years of effort turned out to be a creature that could not even move around properly. This was the very illustration of the phrase, fish on a chopping block. Immediately, the fish sank underground, leaving only its back and dorsal fin visible. It then flapped furiously, scattering shining droplets all over. Some of it got onto Alan, who was then enveloped in a faint glow that quickly faded away.
Whoa.
It dove into the ground. Wait, I'm glowing? Or not. It went away. What did it do, though? Alan checked his status in his grimoire and gasped in surprise. I got a status buff. Name: Alan, increased physical and magic evasion. Right beside his name was a brand new field indicating that he now had increased evasion against both physical and magic attacks. So the fish cards give status buffs. I did see some of the spray landing on the other summons too just now. So this ability doesn't just work on me, but on all summons too. Is the effective radius 50 meters? Alan had noticed the other summons glow when Belly used its ability. That even included Horo, which was still up in its tree, indicating that the effect of this ability reached quite far. Since the range for almost everything related to his class was 50 meters, Alan assumed it was the same here as well. This is definitely helpful. Hopefully this'll lower the number of summons that get killed in battle and, by extension, lower the number of magic stones that I have to use to replace them. I should confirm how long the effect of this ability lasts. Alan continued analyzing what the newly added fish-type summon brought to the table, musing over how it could expand the options available to him in battle. It was now 4 p.m., and Alan was wrapping up another day of hunting. He was about to turn back and start looking for edible prey to bring home. Currently before him lay the corpse of an armored ant whose head had been caved in by a teddy. After learning that he could safely kill armored ants with the power of the Beast D summons last time, he had shifted from only hunting orcs to hunting armored ants as well, according to what he saw through Hawk. From sharing with Hawkins, he now valued sharing very much for enabling him to practically scout in person. There were many more armored ants than orcs in the vicinity. Thinking about it, it made sense that ants reproduced at a higher rate than pigs did. Now then, I've gotten permission from Seabass, so let's bring this back too. Alan flipped over the armored ant with the crushed head and swiftly used his mithril sword to separate the armor from the rest of the body. Naturally, he remembered to fetch the magic stone as well. Until recently, he had prioritized only the hunting aspect and therefore had not brought back any materials from the monsters he killed. After all, it would take 2 to 3 hours to go to a shop where he could sell everything, and the shop was quite a distance from the mansion as well. He much rather preferred spending that time hunting. In his eyes, XP was worth far more than gold. However, now that he had reached summoning LVL and could kill armored ants without much trouble, his way of thinking had changed a little. First, it occurred to him that he could use an armored ant's armor instead of a shoulder basket to carry the beasts that he was bringing back for meat. Consequently, he now instructed his summons to aim for the head and not the body when fighting armored ants. After that, he learned that this armor could be sold for 1 gold apiece. The unit price was extremely high, and it was convenient for carrying meat back with. And so, he had decided to bring one back with him every time he went hunting. Alan had also asked Seabass whether he could sell these pieces of armor to an armorer. The Baron's family could buy them off him too, except that the family had no use for them. So Seabass had given Alan the go-ahead. Then Alan came up with the idea to ask one of his fellow servants to bring the armored ant shells to an armorer and sell them on his behalf. When he explained that he intended on letting whoever helped him keep the proceeds from 1 piece of armor for every 10 that they sold for him, Seabass also gave this the green light, saying that many of the servants would be more than happy to take on the task. This was how Alan managed to save himself the time needed to visit the armorers. Just because the day was ending, it did not mean that Alan's hunting was over. Thanks to the 30 fish D cards he now kept in his holders, his intelligence was over 1,600. As sharing with 1 summon required 200 intelligence, he could now share with 8 summons at a time. What's more, he had done a little more testing and confirmed that night vision did indeed serve as a scouting ability for use at night, just that it could not see behind obstacles, and that the duration of the effect of splash lasted for 24 hours. Now that he had finished all his preliminary analysis of the rank D summons, he was about to attempt sending a group of summons out into the wild by themselves, while sharing with them, of course, to hunt remotely. If possible, I'd like to form 2 squads, but that would mean there being only 4 summons in each squad. It's probably better to keep them all together in one larger party of 8. The group was composed of 1 insect D, for beast DS, 1 bird E, 1 bird D, and 1 fish D. The most important thing about having summons fight on their own was ensuring that none of them died. Alan was too far away to replenish their numbers, so a death would mean a permanent decrease to the party's fighting power. This was why including an insect D and a fish D for their effects was absolutely crucial. Bird E and Bird D would serve as the group's scouts in the daytime and nighttime, respectively. Naturally, the bulk of the fighting would be left to the Beast DS. It was also their duty to protect the other summons. Yep, these numbers should be more than enough to handle rank C monsters. Guys, off you go. Make sure you don't attack other adventurers. The most important thing to the summons squad this time was not how many monsters they could kill, but how well they could avoid hurting other adventurers. Alan knew they would fully obey the instructions he gave them, but just in case, he stressed again that they were not to retaliate even if under attack by said adventurers. Alan had also given Bird E and Bird D specific instructions to steer clear of adventurers. The reason he went to the extra trouble was because he would be sleeping at night. Sharing could still be maintained while he slept, but he naturally would not be able to give instructions should a situation crop up. During that time, the summons would have to move at their own discretion. This was why Alan had been extremely thorough with the warnings he left with them. There was one more thing that Alan was quite sure of, but had yet to properly confirm. The duration of sharing was very likely 30 days, the same length of time that summons could remain summoned. Going to sleep with it active felt like falling asleep in front of the computer while gaming in his previous life. He could still hear the sounds coming in through the feeds. Even while returning to town, Alan continued monitoring and giving instructions to the 8 summons. When doing so, He did not have to instruct each one separately. No, he was capable of instructing all of them at once. The reason he could watch from 8 pairs of eyes, comprehend all 8, summons movements and relative positioning, keep in mind the details of their abilities, and send them instructions all at the same time was likely entirely due to the boon of 1,600 intelligence. It was currently still Bird E's turn at scouting. Once it got a bit darker, it would be time for Bird D to take over. Thanks to sharing, Alan had only just learned that, just like night vision, Hawkeye also could not see behind obstacles. A quick pan around with it revealed a pair of orcs 3 kilometers ahead. The discovery was instantaneously passed on to the other 7 summons, which promptly began making their way over toward the monsters. Thanks to obtaining sharing, the speed at which Alan could convey information had improved drastically. Because he could directly see what his summons were seeing, even when they were using their abilities, he could give them much more specific instructions that were tailored to their situations. The entire process had become incredibly streamlined. As the orcs' position was in an area where plant growth was sparse, they could clearly see the 7 summons approaching. Both sides shifted into battle readiness as the 2 groups approached each other. When they got close enough, Insect D used spider silk to tie up the 2 charging orcs. Then the Beast DS followed up with Crush, killing them off before they could do anything. Ha, that was a piece of cake. The summons are a bit slow on foot, but I can deal with it. Alan personally had much higher agility than the rank D summons. Although he was slightly dissatisfied with their speed, the hunt continued. I do also have to focus on helping the summons so they can get used to doing this. When a new summon was born, it inherited all memories and experiences from those of the same type and rank that had lived before. Having the members of this summon squad learn the intricacies of hunting as a group was also an important goal of this initiative. The next morning, Alan awoke to find that his XP had not gone up at all, even though the log on his grimoire was filled with records of the monsters that had been killed by the summon squad. In other words, while he was asleep, the monsters were practically only polishing their individual skills without any benefits coming back to Alan himself. He felt a warm feeling bubbling up inside his chest after learning that what amounted to AFK gaming did not work in this world. He made a memo, then decided to do more analysis of the conditions for gaining XP. Several days later, Alan was attempting something new using sharing. The scene for the day's experiment was to be Krina Village. He was currently viewing the nostalgic landscape of his home village through the eyes of Chappie, the Bird G summon that looked like a parrot. A distance that required 5 days on foot for a normal human being had only taken the strengthened Bird G several hours. Krina and Dogora just happened to be starting a new match. After almost 2 years, their fights were no longer on the level of play. Dagora's dad, the village weapons merchant and blacksmith, had probably been the one who forged the iron sword and axe the 2 children were using. The sound of weapons clashing resonated louder than ever. At the same time, a slight distance away, Mash and Palomas were playing knight together using wooden swords. It had been so long since he had been back that Alan could not help but have Chappie perch on a tree so that he could watch the scene longer. No, I have something I want to pass on. After confirming how much his friends had grown, Alan moved on from Krina's house to that of his own family. Teresa was in the earthen-floored room. Its mother. And wow, Maella's grown so big. Bird G managed to infiltrate the house without being spotted by Teresa. A lump rose in Alan's throat as he gazed at her through Chappie's eyes. It had been less than 2 years since he left, but it felt like it had been 10. The sound of a metallic noise prompted Teresa to turn around. Chappie was already gone. Instead, only a single gold coin lay on the ground. October rolled around, and Alan turned 10. This meant he had been working at the Granvelle mansion for 2 full years. In the beginning, he had only planned on staying for 2 to 3 years before telling Seabass that the job did not suit him after all, and then heading home. Even now, he still did plan on eventually leaving, specifically once he turned 12, but he had gotten much more involved with the Granvelle family during these past 2 years than originally expected. The thought that he would have to part with them after another 2 years spurred him to carry out his duties as a manservant as best he could. This morning, as always, Alan had breakfast while chatting with Rickle, the head manservant. The fact that Alan had turned 10 meant that Rickle was now 20. When Alan talked about how it had been 2 years since he first came to work at the mansion, Rickle proudly said he was in his 12th year. He was a true veteran by now, having served as a houseboy several years before becoming a manservant. He was always a good sport about the topics Alan brought up. The details of Alan's work as Cecil's personal manservant had also changed somewhat. Now that Cecil was 10 years old, her wild tendencies that were characteristic of children had faded quite a bit. Consequently, she sent Alan out for errands far less frequently now. Her personality remained pretty much the same, though. Something else that had changed was Alan's salary. His pay as a huntsman was being raised to 1 gold each month starting today. Together with the 1 gold he earned as a manservant, his total monthly salary would be 2 gold going forward. He had surpassed the pay rate of the head manservant. Today was also the day that Captain Xenoff would be returning from an expedition to inspect the state of the mithril mines in the White Dragon Mountains. Alan fervently prayed that the report would be delivered in the dining hall and not the conference room. Perhaps a god had been listening, for his prayer came true. Alan would be present in the dining hall and was grateful for the opportunity to hear the details of Xenoff's findings. And so lunchtime arrived. Alan kept an ear constantly fixed on the conversation while serving. "So, what's the state of the mithril mines?" the Baron asked, wasting no time. When he learned back in March that the White Dragon had moved to Carnal, he had immediately ordered a situational analysis. Apparently the Baron was in a hurry to get the mithril mining restarted. Alan wondered if his frugal living conditions were spurring him to seek the profits promised by mithril mining. When the report then began, the Baron was sitting on the edge of his seat. As expected, the tunnels that had been abandoned in disuse for over 100 years had turned into monster nests. The expedition had confirmed the presence of numerous goblin and orc villages as well as armored ant nests at the foothills of the White Dragon Mountains. A frown came over the Baron's face as he listened attentively. What about the transport roads? Merely killing off the monsters in the mines would not be enough, as there were also transport roads and facilities with blast furnaces necessary for processing mithril ore that needed to be kept safe. A rather sizable area would require a constant protective presence, which explained why the investigation had taken more than half a year. According to the Knight Captain, many of the sites that used to be village housing for laborers involved with processing ore had now become breeding grounds for monsters. Similarly, many of the roads that connected those sites to Granvelle City were also swarming with them. So, how long would it actually take to wipe out all those monsters and restart mining operations? This was the all-important question. 5 years at the earliest, my lord. We would also need to gather miners and people to man the furnaces, so I'm afraid it could take even longer. Taking into account the time needed to rebuild the villages they would be living in, we may be looking at over 10 years, my lord, Xenoff answered. Seabass nodded to indicate that his own digging had also given him similar numbers. However, the Baron said, "We cannot wait 5 whole years. Can we not stagger the opening of the mines in order to get started sooner? For example, we can focus on getting the mine closest to Granvelle City up and running first." The White Dragon Mountains stretched north to south. The northernmost mine was located roughly the same latitude as Granvelle City, making it the closest. Thus the Baron's idea was to slowly clear the mines one by one, starting in the north and moving southward. The point he wanted to make was that there was no need to wait to open all 4 mines all at once. When he heard that he still had to wait 3 more years, the Baron looked up and closed his eyes. He really was in a rush to get the mines back up and running. 3 years? I am aware I am pushing quite hard, but please make this. As I'd thought, they really are planning on starting from the north. As Alan continued serving, he looked directly at the mine in question from high up in the sky using sharing. He had ordered the bird E and the summon squad to fly over the area and activate Hawkeye. After confirming the location of this particular mine, he then ordered the summon to circle around and look for surrounding goblin and orc settlements and armored ant nests. The butler said, "I will send out a notice to gather those willing to relocate to the mining facilities." As the talk surrounding the mines themselves concluded, the Baron changed topic and asked, And what is the current situation over in Karnal? According to reports, they attempted to continue mining and ended up angering the White Dragon, Xenoph replied. The way he put it, the dragon grew irritated at all the humans scurrying about nearby, and so wiped out all the laborers with a breath attack.
Oof.
I bet the White Dragon probably has something like a superior version of Hawkeye that enables it to see really far. I'm so glad I never did get around to trying to sneak a peek at it. Alan had yet to see the White Dragon for himself. He could probably manage it by sharing with a Bird E or Bird D, but he thought better of it. In light of what Hawkeye could do and what he knew of the dragon's behavior, he determined that it would be too dangerous to make an attempt. The range of Hawkeye was several kilometers. At this point, Alan had already realized that the White Dragon's new lair was actually closer to some of the Granvelle mines than the Karnal mines. However, whereas the latter were now completely off-limits, there was now no problem developing the former. Why was the monster ignoring distance and only allowing the Granvelle side to use their mines? The conclusion that Alan came to was that the monster's scouting ability likely could not see through obstacles, just like how Hawkeye and Night Vision were unable to. The mountain itself served as one huge obstacle, blocking the dragon's perception. That said, the dragon's skill definitely reached much farther than Hawkeye. It would be absolutely disastrous if Alan accidentally got too close with Bird E and provoked the dragon into chasing it back to the Granvelle side. He did not want to take this risk just to satisfy his own curiosity. So they did try to continue by force. The Baron's expression was clouded. Lord Karnal has been ignoring the land reclamation decree all this time, citing that he has had his hands full with mithril mining. In other words, Viscount Karnal had been dangling the profits from mithril mining in front of the royal family's face to convince them to permit shirking his duties, basically brute-forcing his way using the power of money. This did sort of make him sound a little crooked. We have confirmed that any further mithril mining in his fiefdom is now impossible. I guess it makes sense that they keep a close eye on their neighbor. He still has the wealth he's amassed so far, but I expect him to burn through it next year, the Baron said before turning to Seabass. There's no telling what he might do afterward. He might even try to start something with us. Keep a steady eye on him and remain vigilant. And I think you can already tell, but I'm saying this just in case. I have no intention of meeting Lord Karnal again. After all, this isn't something that can be resolved merely through discourse. The butler bowed to acknowledge his master's command to turn down all future requests for an audience from the Karnal family. This was apparently the end of the report in the dining hall. The chivalric order would proceed to cull the monster population at the foot of the White Dragon Mountains, starting from the north and sweeping southward. The butler was to send out word to gather miners and laborers while also surveilling the. Since development will be starting from the north, I'll also be killing the monsters from the north. Alan's plan of action going forward was decided. Through Hawkeye, he had already spotted goblin, orc, and armored ant dwellings that numbered more than 100 total. A specific goal took shape inside Alan's mind. Before he left the mansion to become an adventurer 2 years from now, he would clear away all the monsters nested at the foot of the White Dragon Mountains as his way of repaying everything the Baron's family had done for him. Since the Baron wanted to begin mining mithril as soon as possible, Alan would help him do so. All the monsters in the way must be exterminated. This was precious XP that Alan was not willing to lose to the chivalric order. He resolved to get to work as soon as possible. Chapter 9. Promise with Mihai. It was Alan's first day off in October. After hearing the Knight Captain's report the other day, Alan was now in the foothills of the White Dragon Mountains. Specifically, near the upper edge of the foothills. A few days' walk from there, the angle of the mountain slope suddenly turned steep and the scenery became barren and desolate. Goblin and orc villages filled the forest here, and just a bit further up, armored ants bored directly into the mountain, forever expanding their massive nests. Today, Alan was going to take on his first goblin village. The chivalric order had planned on assaulting this particular one several days later, so he was here to get ahead of them and grab all the XP before they could. For the immediate future, he would be focusing solely on goblin villages. Goblin villages were led by goblin kings. They were rank C monsters, so he did not expect to have any trouble dealing with them. On the other hand, orc villages were led by orc kings, which were rank B. The memory of the chase-off death with the Murdergalsh was still fresh in Alan's mind, so he knew it was still too early for him to take on orc villages. They could wait until after he had wiped out all the goblin villages and gained all the XP they had to offer. The armored ant nests would be quite the challenge too. Alan had been told that each nest was home to at least 1,000 armored ants, as well as a queen armored ant which was, again, rank B. Only after every last ant in a nest was killed could it be repurposed for other means. This translated to fighting 1,000 ants on their home turf, a feat naturally considered even more dangerous than attacking an orc village. However, there was good reason to go after these nests. There was a possibility that the armored ants had exposed mithril veins while creating their passages. In other words, if the ants were gone, what used to be a terrifying monster nest would become a mine with pre-dug shafts possibly leading to already exposed mithril ore. In fact, 2 of the 4 existent mithril mines used to be armored ant nests. Alan had found the goblin village that he was currently standing in front of using bird ES. Even now, several of them were circling about in the sky, providing him a detailed bird's-eye view. All right, it's time to wipe out every last one of them. The goblin village was surrounded by a crude fence with a single gate. Manning the gate were 2 guards. Go, Teddies! For Beast DS burst out from cover and charged at the gate. Of course, they had already been strengthened and buffed with Splash. The 2 guards were already dead by the time they noticed their assailants. Rank D monsters were hardly a threat to Alan's summons anymore. One of the goblins that noticed the attack clambered up a watchtower and started ringing the bell, raising a cacophonous ruckus that served as the background track to 4 giant bears bursting into the village. Goblins flooded out of houses made from wooden frames and ragged drapes, but the Teddies made short work of them by using crush over and over. Some of the goblins smartly took up bows, climbing the walls and watchtowers to make long-range attacks now that it was clear they were disadvantaged in close-quarters combat. However, multiple insect DS were already laying in wait, and spider silk proved extremely effective against mere goblins. I want to be able to launch long-range attacks too. None of my current summons are spec'd for it though. Ranged attacks and area of effects attacks, that's what I want. Alan was thankful for getting a summon type that could cast buffs, but there was truly no beating ranged and AoE attacks when it came to hunting efficiency. He cast a jealous glance at the bows in the hands of the goblins that had been thoroughly trussed up in white strands, then followed his summons into the village. He stopped right inside the gateway to watch the pitched battle from a safe distance. There are, about 200 to 300 goblins in here, I'd estimate. With these numbers, I guess there's bound to be stragglers. This was Alan's very first attempt at assaulting a goblin village. He was trying to do this with the summon squad alone, but it was clear now that they were not enough. His aim was to annihilate every last resident of this settlement, but at this rate, almost half of the goblins were going to get away. A lot more summons were going to be needed to attack a village, so he was going to have to control them in person. All right, let's do this quick.
Teddies, come out.
6 more Beast DS appeared, joining the 4 already in the thick of battle. As the goblins fell by the dozens, a few started retreating toward the back of the village. At that moment, however, 10 more Beast DS burst into the village from the rear. Alan had positioned them there ahead of time and told them to come in as soon as the village bell started ringing. The goblins now found themselves in a pincer attack. This was the greatest emergency that had ever befallen the village. A desperate note could be clearly heard in the incessant ringing of the bell. After a certain number of goblins had died, one with a significantly larger build appeared. Normal goblins were about 1.5 meters tall, but this one was over 2 meters tall and was extremely jacked. It held a giant battle axe in one hand. Oh, there's the Goblin King. However, a sucker immediately attached itself to the Goblin King and activated its ability. A Beast D also turned around, launching ferocious swipes with its vicious claws. Before long, the Goblin King was on the ground. The sight of the Beast DS furious assault assured Alan of his victory. The Goblin King was only as strong as a rank C monster, and Alan had already killed thousands of them by now, which meant it was no threat at all. The Goblin King finally, let go of its weapon, and breathed its last. After killing off the Goblin King, Alan's forces proceeded to wipe out the remaining goblins, herding them into one area and gradually tightening the encirclement. Before long, a beast tore off the very last monster's head with its jaws. Good, all done. Are there any left inside the buildings? You come with me. Everyone else, gather all the corpses in the middle of the village. Alan gave out orders, then walked into one of the goblin houses. He wrinkled his nose at the stench while rifling through the structure. I'd half expected to find goblin children quivering in fear, but all of them seemed to have already come charging out like rabid dogs just now. Alan had been unsure what he would have done had he found frightened immature goblins in the houses. When the battle actually broke out, however, the young and elderly goblins had rushed out too, every bit as feral as the adults. Before he had time to think about it, his summons had killed all of them in the same way. Apparently, all goblins that laid eyes on a human would instinctively fly into a murderous rage. When Alan walked into the next house, his thoughts were interrupted by a truly repulsive discovery: the bodies of several dead humans. He had no idea where they had been abducted from, but almost all of them had been reduced to bleached skeletons. Not a single survivor remained. Goblins were a precious source of XP. It would not have been strange at all for Alan's gamer self from his previous life to think it a waste to wipe them all out. However, if he acted on that thought and left these villages alone, the human casualties would only rise. Alan renewed his resolve to destroy every last village while instructing his summons to gather the human remains in the center of the village too. Then he got to work harvesting the magic stones from all the goblins. The task took him almost 2 full hours. He needed the rank D magic stones to create precious crops of magic. Naturally, he did not forget to extract the Goblin King's rank C magic stone as well. Teddies, gather the materials from the houses. Obediently, the beast DS shuffled over with heavy steps, dragging along wood, rags, and everything else. Alan instructed them to throw everything on top of the pile of goblin carcasses. When they finished, he took out a lit torch from storage. They remained lit even inside, and used it to set the construction materials on fire. After all, he did not want the knights who would be arriving later on to catch any infectious diseases from the corpses. Soon, the fire grew in size, turning the whole pile into a giant bonfire. Now, what should I do with the human remains? I could cremate and bury them, but maybe the chivalric order has a different way of doing things. I guess I'll just line them up nicely for the knights to take care of.
Well, then.
I now know that I can handle goblin villages just fine, so let's get serious about it. I still have orc villages to tackle afterward. Thus began Alan's campaign to exterminate all the goblin villages at the foothills of the White Dragon Mountains. The year turned, and it was now March. Alan checked his equipment one last time. In his hand was his beloved mithril sword, which had not suffered a single scratch ever since he bought it over a year ago following his encounter with the Murdergalsh. Because it would get in the way, he was not wearing his mantle. His usual manservant uniform was the most appropriate outfit for his upcoming battle. Alan looked into the eyes of his opponent, Mihai. For some reason, the atmosphere around the older boy seemed somewhat different from previous years. After spending 3 full years at the academy, Mihai had successfully graduated. Naturally, Cecil, who adored her eldest brother, was overjoyed to hear the news. However, as soon as he returned via magic ship, the first thing he did was summon Alan. "I want you to fight me in earnest," he said, his usual smile absent from his. He had no idea what the reason for this fight was, but the two were currently facing each other in the garden of the Granvelle mansion. In a marked contrast from the matches of the previous 2 years, Mihai seemed to be emanating some incredible and great resolve. Alan called out his grimoire to check his status one last time. When he had turned 10 the previous October, the modifier to his stats had disappeared completely, making the numbers much easier to read. Whereas Alan's aim the last 2 duels had been to gauge the growth of someone in normal mode, this time he was actually trying to win. As such, he had altered the distribution of his cards accordingly, getting rid of all the grass cards and even disbanding the summon squad to dedicate every last stat point to this fight. Alan was taken by surprise at Mihai's abrupt expression of gratitude, but at the same time, He also picked up on how serious his opponent was about this fight. He nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Mihai to draw his sword and assume a stance. From his position between the two, Captain Zenov, who was serving as referee, asked, "Master Mihai, Alan, are you both ready?" Both nodded. As always, the Baron's direct family was in full attendance. They held their breath, waiting for the start of the duel. That instant, Alan, whose agility had finally surpassed 1,400, rushed forward, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. He intended on ending everything with this first blow. Surprise flitted across Mihai's face, but he still managed to react in time.
Gah, he parried it.
"No, I've still got this. Judging from his movements, my agility is higher." However, although Alan was convinced that he was faster, he found Mihai calmly dealing with all his attacks, looking unperturbed as if he had already covered them in class. What was more, he soon realized that he was losing out to Mihai in strength. Every time the two swords clashed, it was Alan who was beaten back. Even so, Alan pressed on. In sharp contrast to his family members' astonishment, the Baron watched with a thoughtful expression. "He's matching me somehow. Is he predicting my movements or something? Is my sword mastery skill too low?" Mihai was parrying all of Alan's attacks with what looked like textbook movements. Even though Alan was faster, he found himself slowly losing the initiative. He felt like he was being shown indirectly that all he had going for him was speed, and that his maneuvers were far too simplistic. Perhaps it was because of a difference in sword mastery level, perhaps it was something else. In any case, it was not long before Alan once again found Mihai's sword at his throat. He stopped, breathing heavily. "Ugh, I lost. I know I was faster, but I couldn't get past his guard. Does he have higher-leveled sword mastery boosting his accuracy? Should I have gone with more agility? But the difference between our attack was way too large. He was pushing me back with pretty much every blow." "You really are incredible, Alan," Mihai said, interrupting Alan's thoughts. He was quite out of breath, too. "I'm glad you are Cecil's personal manservant." At the end of the previous two fights, Mihai had approached Alan to ask for a handshake. This time, however, he was apparently foregoing the gesture. Everyone then headed back inside. Soon it was dinner time. Alan was on serving duty today. Suddenly, the Baroness, who had been left dumbstruck after the match earlier in the day, said appreciatively, "I had no idea you could fight that well, Alan." "Thank you, my lady," Alan replied. "However, I am still greatly lacking in comparison to Master Mihai." "Oh, I know." Cecil clapped her hands, a barely suppressed grin on her face that looked like a combination of both delight at her beloved brother's return and pride at the fighting prowess displayed by her personal attendant. "How about asking Mihai to give you sword lessons tomorrow? If Master Mihai has the time and so wishes, it would be my honor to receive his instruction," Alan responded, bowing in Mihai's direction. However, Mihai, who had lowered his gaze at the word tomorrow from Cecil, looked up and said, "I haven't told you yet, Cecil, but—" "What?" Cecil froze in shock. She had been under the impression that Mihai was back for good. "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you earlier. Royal service? This somehow reminds me of what Viscount Carnal said that time." The lord of the neighboring fiefdom had dropped by before, seemingly to rub in Baron Granvelle's face the fact that his daughter had been pronounced talentless. Alan had deduced from this that there was likely a troublesome form of mandated service tied to graduating from the academy. And sure enough, after working so hard to graduate, Mihai now had to leave home for 3 years to fulfill this so-called royal service. While Alan was eating breakfast the next morning, Seabass came into the servants' dining hall and informed everyone that Mihai would be leaving at 9 a.m. and that they were to see him off. Alan normally headed upstairs at 8 a.m. to get Cecil's things in order, so he had to hurry to finish everything in time. While cleaning her room, Alan shot a look at Cecil, who had already finished getting changed. She was clearly still feeling depressed. 3 years was quite a long time. What was more, as Mihai had explained last night, royal service did not come with long breaks like the Academy's spring break, so Cecil's contact with him would truly be reduced to mere letters. In the blink of an eye, 9 a.m. arrived. There was a carriage already parked in front of the mansion's entrance, and the front gate was thrown wide open. All the servants had gathered at the entrance hall a bit earlier and were now standing in 2 rows on either side of the carpet that stretched from the main staircase to the door. As the newest member of the manservants, and therefore the one at the bottom of the hierarchy, Alan's position was at the very end, right next to the door. Heavy clanking sounded as Mihai emerged at the top of the staircase and began his descent. He was wearing a full suit of armor and had a sword at his waist. The other members of the Baron's family followed behind him. Is he going to show up to the royal family service in that armor? When the family reached ground level, Mihai reached over to Cecil, who had been looking down the entire time, and gave her head a few gentle pats. After exchanging his final goodbyes, Mihai started walking toward the door. Instead of making for the carriage outside, to Alan's surprise, Mihai headed straight for him. Alan watched his approach in bewilderment. Then, without any prior warning, the older boy who was a head taller enveloped him in a hug. Despite being completely mystified, Alan managed to reply with, "Why yes, my lord." Mihai let go and walked several steps away to stand in the doorway before he turned around. With the carriage at his back, he declared, "I shall now go and fulfill my duty on behalf of House Granvelle." After leaving behind those words, he boarded the carriage as everyone saw him off. Was he shaking? Alan could not tell for sure through the armor, but he thought he sensed the other boy quivering during the hug. In this way, Mihai once again left the mansion, setting off to fulfill his royal service. 2 months had passed since Mihai's departure, and it was now May. Alan was currently at the foothills of the White Dragon Mountains. In the 7 months that had passed since he had first attacked one last October, he had managed to completely eradicate all goblin villages along the length of the mountain chain in the area within the Granvelle fiefdom. That had come to a count of 52 villages, with there being around 200 goblins at each. That was a sum of roughly 10,000 goblins. The chivalric order had assaulted a few settlements, but the ones that Alan had taken down made up more than 80% of the overall total. As there were no more goblin villages, Alan was going to attack his very first orc village today. The goblin kings that had led the villages were only rank C, so he had been able to kill them quite handily. The orc kings that led their villages, however, were rank B. Today was also going to be Alan's very first attempt at killing a rank B monster. According to the feed from a bird using Hawkeye, the chivalric order was still quite far behind. Their great numbers made it hard for them to move swiftly. They would likely arrive at this village tomorrow, so Alan wanted to finish everything within the day. His plan was to go with a pincer attack, the same strategy that he had used against the goblin villages. That meant placing 5 beast DS and 1 insect D on standby at the back of the village. Alan would attack from the front gate, and then have those on standby charge in 10 minutes later. All right, let's begin. Come out, Teddies, Spidey, Belly, and Bronze. 6 beast DS, 1 insect D, 1 fish D, and 2 stone DS appeared. One thing that Alan was doing differently today was introducing the stone summons. Just as the goblins did, he expected the orcs to throw spears and shoot arrows. However, the same tactic being used by orcs was much more of a threat than when used by goblins. The longer the battle went, the more chances there were for a projectile attack to reach Alan. This was why he now had 2 stone D summons taking up defensive positions in front of himself. Just how useful would these bronze statues carrying 2-meter-tall shields be? Today was, among everything else, also a test drive for them. Alan was never one to let an opportunity for analyzing his summons go to waste. Without ado, Fish D used its ability, Splash, on the entire group. Although Alan had called out all his summons in an area that was a blind spot from the village's gate, there were so many of them that the sentries on the walls might spot them regardless. Alan decided to launch his attack before he lost the element of surprise. The plan leaped into motion. Just like in the goblin villages, there were 2 orcs standing guard at the gate. When the summons all burst from cover, roaring fiercely and shaking the ground with their pounding, shock ran through the orcs on the walls and in the watchtowers. The village bell started ringing cacophonously, signaling an emergency. The beast DS at the very front crushed the 2 gate guards to death. These giant bears, after being strengthened, could more than hold their own against orcs one-on-one. The two stone DS held their shields high up, protecting Alan from the projectiles. However, there was no such cover for the beast DS, which were gradually being turned into pincushions. Currently, Alan had no way of checking the summon's HP. If he did not pay careful enough attention, his summons would suddenly disappear on him, dissipating into bubbles of light. Not being able to see how much HP my summons have left really is inconvenient, since it's pretty sudden when they die on me in the middle of hunts. Maybe I should add more spideys. Come on out. In order to lessen the amount of damage the beast DS were taking, Alan summoned 2 more insect DS. Naturally, he was keeping a record in his grimoire of the adjustments he was making to serve as reference for future attacks. 3 giant spiders clambered over the watchtowers and walls, spitting spider silk everywhere. When the teddies finally burst through the gate, a crowd of roughly 200 orcs came into sight. Nice. All the XP's been gathered. I'll be helping myself, then. Alan pressed forward in high spirits, but soon realized that the sheer number of orcs was making it hard to make as much headway as he wanted. So, as the beast DS continued wading through by spamming Crush, the summons that had been positioned at the far side of the village as reinforcements charged in. The new force of beast DS and insect D caught the orcs in the back by surprise. Around 30 minutes later, just as the number of remaining orcs had dwindled to around half, Alan, who had his eye on the battle line, noticed a burst of light several ranks behind. The next instant, several red flames appeared high above, then quickly turned into fireballs and flew directly at Alan. He promptly ducked behind the 2 stone DS shields and ordered them to activate their ability.
Boom.
That was magic. Are my summons okay? They're still fine. Wait, there are more incoming. There were several orcs wearing fluttering clothes and holding staves standing deep within the group. More fireballs appeared in midair, mercilessly raining down on Alan's forces. Damn, there are ones that can use magic too? This is my first time encountering monsters that can use magic. The summons on the other side have all been wiped out. Gotta keep sending out more. As the precise number of summons out in the field was the key to Alan's way of fighting, he was keeping a constant eye on his status to monitor the quantity of each card he had. Whenever a number went down, he immediately created a replacement, strengthened it, then summoned it out. The pages of the floating grimoire flipped at a dizzying speed. In this case, I should probably get more bronze out. But first of all, you.
D.
In the midst of everything else he was doing, Alan took out an iron ball from storage and threw it at one of the magic-using orcs with all his strength. It pulverized the monster's face. Awesome, that's 1 down. I'll increase my own defense while making it a priority to kill the ones that can use magic. Where'd they go? The moment they saw their fellow get killed, the other magic-using orcs had shifted position so that Alan could no longer see them from behind Stone D. Shit, they hid. They're smart enough to hide. Hawkins, show me where they are. This whole time, Alan had been sharing the vision of several Hawkins that were circling the village from up in the sky. Thanks to them, he knew exactly where the magic-using orcs were. However, the stone DS blocking his line of sight to them meant that he could not throw iron balls at them, and they were standing too deep within the orc forces for Beast DS to get at them easily. As the fireballs aimed at Alan had been deflected by the stone DS shields, everything in his vicinity was now on fire. Both the village's walls and towers were eventually engulfed by flames, turning the scene into one of hellish pandemonium. Okay, my strategy's completely fallen apart. So now I can only brute force this. Using sheer numbers. I know I can't lose, but still, just you all wait and see. The surprise appearance of the magic-using orcs had made Alan lose his initiative. The cleverness of the orcs that could use spells had also been something he did not see coming. However, after 2.5 years of hunting, he now had over 20,000 rank D magic stones in storage. In other words, he could actually create 20,000 summons. Although it would drag on for a while, his victory was only a matter of time. He decided to focus on killing the orcs in front of him one at a time, ensuring that he himself remained protected from the magic attacks in the meanwhile. The dogged fighting continued. After the death of a few dozen more orcs, One that looked markedly different from the others burst out from even further back than the magic-using orcs. It quickly made its way toward Alan, unceremoniously shoving aside all the orcs in its way. This monster was clearly on a whole other dimension than the others. Not only was it twice as large, it was also wearing armor and holding a gigantic halberd. It gradually picked up momentum as it charged forward. Gumma! With a deafening cry, it swung its weapon and instantly reduced two beast DS to bubbles of light. Alan hurried to summon more, but he was having trouble matching the Orc King's speed. The 30 teddies that he had called out in expectation of a protracted fight started going down one by one. Just as Alan was about to give the command to pull back, more fireballs came hailing down. The stone DS blocked them with their shields, only to also disappear into bubbles of light. The barrage of fireballs continued. Nearby beast DS threw themselves in front of Alan to shield him with their bodies, but the shockwaves from the explosions still managed to blow Alan off his feet. Ow wow. Okay, yeah, I really do need to retreat before the situation gets any. However, the moment Alan picked himself back up, bruised all over, a familiar voice spoke behind him. Alan whirled around and found Captain Xenoph standing there, distinctive beard and all. A scout reported seeing fire going up, so I came to investigate. What's going on here? The countless scars on the man's arms and face seemed all the more eye-catching as he drew the sword on his waist and slowly walked past Alan. Alan chose to be honest. More than 100 orc corpses lay on the ground, leaving little doubt as to what he was doing. He reverted all his summons so the knight captain would not mistake them for monsters. For a split second, he considered leaving a stone deed just in case, but the sight of the man approaching the orcs as if he was on a stroll assured him that even such measures were now superfluous. There was no doubt in Alan's mind that the knight captain had gotten a clear look at his summons fighting. He wondered if he was going to be interrogated about them later. I see. An orc king. I'll take care of it. In the meantime, you take care of the chaff, Vice Captain Leibrand. Just as Xenoph did, Leibrand also walked past Alan, weapon in his case, a spear in hand. Seemingly infuriated by Xenoph's undaunted attitude, the Orc King swung its halberd with all its strength, roaring, Gumma! This was a 4-meter-tall monster brandishing a 5-meter-long weapon in its rage. Even so, the knight captain managed to beat it back with his sword, even making it look easy. The impact from the blow was so great it blasted the giant monster off its feet for a brief moment. The Orc King returned an attack so fierce Alan flinched instinctively, kicking off the start of a furious exchange between the knight captain and the monster. At the same time, the vice captain advanced on the normal orcs with his spear over his shoulder, not a hint of trepidation on his face. The magic-using orcs reacted first, shooting 3 fireballs into the air. I see. Magic, Leibrand murmured before his figure suddenly turned blurry and became enveloped in a shimmering haze. The next instant, he thrust his spear at the monsters faster than the eye could see. The shockwave generated from the point bored a huge hole in the abdomen of 5 or 6 orcs in a row. Blood exploded after a beat, and the victims crumpled to the ground, dead. One of them was a magic user. Apparently Leibrand was prioritizing them. One of the fireballs lost momentum and dissipated, but the other 2 continued flying toward the vice captain from different directions. Leibrand sliced the 2 fireballs apart with a single swing, causing them to break apart and similarly dissolve harmlessly. During this whole exchange, he was still walking toward the orcs, his face as cool as a cucumber. The orcs drew back in fear for a brief moment at the sight of the vice captain dealing with a magic attack so easily, but the next instant, they all surged forward. In response, the knight also picked up his pace, quickly shifting into a full-speed charge himself. When the 2 sides clashed, he sliced and diced the monsters every which way, making short work of them. At the same time, the fight between the captain and Orc King was also coming to an end. The former slashed down with his sword, bisecting both the halberd held up in defense and his opponent, armor and all. The Orc King was clearly no match for the captain. After mere minutes, the 2 knights had finished off every last orc within the village walls. They're freaking strong. I guess that's the fiefdom's most powerful man for you. And turns out the vice captain can really hold his own too. Alan recalled hearing from Raven about how everyone familiar with the Knight Captain's fighting style called him War Demon Xenof. Similarly, it was hard to imagine the vice captain being the same man who had been thoroughly beaten up by Krina in her youth. Mihai had previously told Alan that Leibrand was strong, and now he saw the truth in that statement for himself. The haze thing that Leibrand used, was it an extra skill? So other classes have extra skills too, not just Sword Lord. Speaking of which, Xenof didn't use his at all. As Alan started analyzing what he had seen, Xenof approached. My men will arrive slightly after sunset today. Let's finish taking care of all of this then. Surprisingly, he was not questioning why Alan was here. Xenof, Leibrand, and Alan worked together to gather all the orc corpses into the middle of the village. There was no need to purposely show off his summons, so Alan pulled his weight using only his own strength. Just as he had done for the goblin villages, they were going to cremate the remains. Alan had already killed around half of the orcs by the time Xenof and Leibrand arrived, so he made sure to properly request what he deserved. The truth was that he wanted the rank B magic stone too, but he let it go, as it was the captain who had killed it. The three quickly dug out the magic stones from the mountain of corpses. During the process, Alan caught Xenof looking over as if he wanted to ask about the summons, but he never did. According to Xenof, they would have to fully burn this place to the ground afterward to prevent other orcs from moving in and using it as a settlement. Again, the human remains were fine being gathered in one place. The chivalric order would bring them back in case any surviving kin wanted them. While the three of them were in the middle of moving the human remains, the rest of the knights arrived on the scene. They had pushed their schedule forward in order to catch up with their captain. Alan looked up to confirm the position of the sun. Considering the distance between this location and Granvelle City, he would not be able to arrive back at the mansion within the day if he did not head off soon. When he announced that he would be returning, however, Xenof said, "Camp out with us tonight. I'll explain things to his lordship afterward." Naturally, Alan had no choice in the matter. Because the orc village stank terribly, the knights moved off a certain distance away to make camp. From what Alan could see with a bird eye, there were about 100 knights on this expedition. This was probably a reasonable number for taking on orc villages. Honestly speaking, he thought the knight captain could probably take on an entire village all by himself, but the others probably all had their own roles to play. There were some things that required numbers rather than individual strength. "Alan, come eat over here." Xenof called out to Alan, who had been watching from a corner so as to not get in anyone's way. "Yes, sir," Alan replied, obediently approaching the fire. He was handed the drumstick of a wild bird and urged to dig in. "So, all the destroyed goblin villages that we found were your doing. You understand my need for up-to-date intel as the knight captain, yes? So I have to ask, how many goblin villages are left up ahead? There may be ones that just sprung up, but I can at least say for certain that there aren't any left in the foothills of the White Dragon Mountains." Alan had scoured the area meticulously for goblin villages using bird eye and thoroughly razed every last one to the ground. Xenof's brows drew together in a thoughtful frown. "You're just as beyond what I'd heard." The knight captain began recounting all of Alan's feats to date, prompting the boy to set his drumstick down and listen closely. At 6 years of age, he had brought down his first Albaharan, then went on to hunt more than 50 of them over the next 2 years. This matched perfectly with the years Krina village had exported a large number of Albaharan feathers to Granvelle City. Then, at age 7, he had started advising the village's hunting party. As a result, the number of great boars they were able to take down per year doubled from 10 to 20. How does he know all that? I mean, he probably asked around in Krina village. But still, that's a lot of detail. As figurative question marks appeared over Alan's head, Xenof continued. Right after Alan started working at the Granvelle mansion, strange occurrences began cropping up in the area between Granvelle City and the White Dragon Mountains. Goblin corpses bearing slashes like claw marks turned up in large numbers, every last one with its magic stone carved out. The numbers kept climbing and climbing, with the final total, according to reports, exceeding even 1,000. 1 year later, reports came in of the same thing happening, this time too.
Orcs.
Starting last year, armored ants were added to the list of monsters suffering the same fate. Crucially, the days such discoveries were reported overlapped perfectly with Alan's days off and the days he went out as a huntsman. Most recently, almost every goblin village that the chivalric order had advanced on had already been wiped out and burned to the ground. Damn, he's basically got a perfect account of everything I've been up to.
It makes sense when I think about it, though.
I did leave all those monsters' corpses just lying around after I took their magic stones. It's not like I went to the trouble of burying them either. Of course Xenoph would hear of this, being the knight captain and all. In light of everything that he had learned, the knight captain had come to doubt the reading from Alan's appraisal ceremony.
There was no way he had low stats and no talent.
His 3 matches with Mihai, which Xenoph had witnessed in person, had been more than enough to indicate that something was amiss. So Xenoph summoned the clergyman who had handled Alan's appraisal ceremony to gain a more detailed account of what had happened at the time. All of them firmly insisted that Alan had no talent. But this raised another question. This group of clergymen traveled throughout the kingdom every year, starting from the royal capital and stopping at various fiefdoms and villages on a specific route. The number of children that they had appraised throughout the years was beyond counting, and yet they somehow still remembered this one boy from so many years ago. When the knight captain had queried the clergyman, they thought it strange as well and started to re-examine their memories more thoroughly. This process ended up helping them recall the occasion in greater detail. The crystal used in the ceremony was supposed to glow in different ways depending on the child's talent, but it had glowed so brightly for Alan that everyone present had to shut their eyes. Add in Alan's rare black hair and eyes, and little wonder the incident had remained vivid in their minds. The clergymen had nodded at each other's contributions to the conversation as if comparing answers while reconstructing the situation piece by piece. Thanks to this, the memory of the head clergyman who had headed the ceremony was jogged, and he was able to recall the reading on the pitch-black metallic plate. He retracted what he had said earlier about Alan not having a talent, explaining that there had indeed been characters on the display, but that they had been illegible. This, combined with the low stat values, was what had led him to conclude it must have been some sort of error and to declare the boy talentless. And it is thanks to that talent that you've been able to kill so many monsters, yes? The knight captain was now sure that Alan knew that he had a talent despite having been declared talentless and had kept quiet about it all this time. He's caught on. Is he going to ask me about my class? Not that I intend on telling him anything. Alan had every intention of glossing things over if pressed for details, but the knight captain never did ask him in the end. The two continued eating their meal while staring into the fire. After a long silence, just as Alan looked up to peer at Xenoph's face, the man said abruptly, "His lordship already knows everything." It was nearing the 3-year mark of Alan's time at the Granvelle mansion, but as it turned out, the Baron had already known about him for quite a long time. In other words, he had allowed Alan free rein, with full awareness of the boy's doings. Making him a huntsman so soon after he entered service had, aside from the demands from other servants and whatnot, been a conscious decision to go along with what Alan wanted. Well, I'm sure you're curious, but it's not my place to say. His lordship might share his thoughts with you directly one day. Lend him an ear then. Lend him an ear? That's a weird way of putting it. It almost sounds like Xenoph requested that Alan report to him on matters like his next targets and current progress whenever the captain visited the mansion in the future, then fell silent again. This, of course, made sense from his position. He and his men had gone to the trouble of making thorough preparations to fight a whole village of goblins only to arrive on site and find it already razed to the ground and all the goblins dead. Understandably, finding all their effort wasted would negatively affect the troops' morale, especially when it happened so many times. After having been allowed to do as he pleased for so long, there was no way for Alan to refuse this request. So he agreed, after which Xenoph nodded and grew silent once more. In the very end, he never did ask for details about the summons or the way Alan usually spent his days. After dinner was over, a knight came over to the fire where Xenoph and Alan were warming themselves to report that preparations for the bath were complete. By bath, He was referring to a simple process of using a bucket of hot water for wiping off sweat and grime. The knight captain immediately stood up and took off his armor right there. Remembering that he had yet to thank the man for saving his life, Alan offered to wipe his back. He gasped when he saw the 50-some-year-old's bare back. It was marred with countless scars, as befitted a veteran soldier of decades. Although the captain had plenty of scars on his arms and face, Alan had not imagined that it would be the same under his armor as well. Alan then knelt down to wipe Xenof's back, wondering just how many life-and-death battles he had lived through. But when he got close enough to take a better look, he gasped once more. Many of the scars had been wounds so deep that large swathes of skin had been removed, revealing the muscle below. From the looks of things, all of them had likely been near fatal. "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I will begin wiping now. By the way, these old wounds are painful even to look at. I have recovery items that can probably heal you. Would you like me to use? I have plenty of them, though." Alan had been thinking of using a leaf of life, but to his surprise, Xenof turned his offer down. The man apparently wanted to keep his scars. Alan fell silent and resumed wiping. Still, today's hunt was an utter failure. There's not much I can do when the orcs group up like they did today. Slowly pushing in is just a war of attrition, the worst strategy possible. And me entering the gate was a huge mistake too. While diligently wiping the back before his eyes, Alan reflected on how today went. Suddenly, the knight captain asked, "Do you find hunting fun?" Almost as if he had read Alan's mind. "Yes, sir. It's incredibly fun." "I see." Silence returned between the two. There was a hint of sadness in Xenof's face, but Alan could not see it from his angle. The next day, Alan finally returned to the mansion. After explaining what had happened to Seabass, he was let off without a reprimand. All Seabass said was, "I'm glad you're back home safe." This reaction was all that Alan needed to realize he really had been allowed to hunt as much as he wanted. The reason still remained a mystery, though. "Gumma!" The Orc King roared at the top of its lungs, then fell to the ground, bleeding. Is this really the best way of doing this? I ended up using 120 rank D magic stones. But before anything else, hooray for getting my first rank B magic stone. After much trial and error, Alan had finally succeeded in clearing an orc village all by himself. The first attempt had taught him that slowly pushing in from the front gate was a bad idea, as it gave the orcs time to set up formations and drag things into a war of attrition, gradually wearing each side out. Based on this lesson, he had changed up his tactics. First, he arranged 40 Beast DS into 4 groups of 10 each and made them attack the orc village from all 4 directions at the same time. If each Beast D could kill 2 orcs using the element of surprise, that was 80 orcs down before they could even react. Suddenly lowering their numbers so drastically proved an effective way to prevent them from forming up. Then, he used sharing to remotely control 4 Beast DS to target the magic-using orcs. Just in case, he had also instructed the other summons to prioritize killing the magic users should the opportunity present itself. The rest was simple, no matter how many summons went down, and no matter if an Orc King came out or not. In short, he just continued calling out as many summons as needed to overwhelm the enemy through sheer numbers. With Alan himself taking up positions somewhere out of harm's way, victory was simply a matter of time. I did end up using quite a few magic stones, but now I know I do have the ability and resources to win. I may have failed in my blind playthrough, but now I got this. In Alan's previous life, playing a game without any prior knowledge was called doing a blind playthrough. Failure was a very common element in these playthroughs. What was most important as a gamer was the ability to learn from past mistakes to pull off a better run next time. Alright, now that I'm able to clear an orc village alone, it's time to shift focus to improving efficiency. Thus began Alan's campaign to exterminate all the orc villages at the foothills of the White Dragon Mountains. Chapter 10. Cecil leaves home. October rolled around, and Alan turned 11. After his first success clearing an orc village at the end of May, he had gone on to wipe out 20 more since. There were still plenty left, but he planned on getting to every last one of them eventually. Naturally, He was starting in the north and making his way south in line with the Baron's desire to resume mithril mining operations. Thanks to his work, preparations for opening the northernmost mine had sped up significantly. The process that had been expected to take 3 years at least had now been shortened to 2. Hiring laborers for the mine and its associated facilities was also going so smoothly that preparations for the village where the laborers would be living could begin as soon as the snow melted away in the coming spring. Everything's going great. I'll keep wiping out the orc villages at this pace, then hopefully clear out the armored ant nests too before becoming an adventurer next year. Back when he was 8, Alan had made up his mind that he would resign from service to House Granvelle once he turned 12. 3 very eventful years had passed since then. As the days counted down to the day of Alan's resignation, Mihai's words began surfacing more and more often in his mind. Just what on earth did Mihai want Alan to protect Cecil from? If the intention behind those words had been for Alan to continue serving Cecil for the rest of his life, then he would have to refuse. He had mulled over the line many times, trying to figure out what else it could mean. Sadly, no answer came to mind.
So,
Royal Envoy today, Rickle commented, sliding into the seat across from Alan's as the boy was eating breakfast. That's what they said, Alan replied, thinking about how these breakfast. Just as Rickle had mentioned, a royal envoy was scheduled to arrive that day. All the servants had been informed the day before that he was to be expected slightly after noon. All personal attendants had been ordered to gather in the dining room on the 2nd floor at the time. Is it going to be talk about raising the head tax again? No one had heard what the purpose of the visit was. The large majority of royal envoys were quite haughty, so nobody really looked forward to their visits. Noon arrived, bringing with it the royal envoy. Seabass guided him from the entrance hall to the 2nd floor dining room. Alan stood at attention right behind Cecil, who sat at the lowest seat among the members of the Baron's immediate family. The other personal servants had also taken up positions right behind the respective family member they served. There were no arrangements for food to be served. This would not be a lunch. Soon, 3 people walked into the dining hall. The one at the head was noticeably better dressed, making it clear he was the envoy, and the other 2 his aides. He took the distinguished seat at the head of the table as his aides stood at his sides. One of them was holding something. After Seabass walked over to stand behind his master's seat directly across from the envoy, the Baron said, "Thank you for coming all this way. May I ask what the nature of your visit is today?" House Granvelle has always served the royal family well. His Majesty has called Baron Granvelle's dedication an exemplar for the other nobles. It is an incredible honor to receive such praise. As the servant entrusted with the management of the realm of Granvelle, I express my heartfelt thanks to His Royal Majesty. As someone invested with the exclusive authority to speak on behalf of the king, the royal envoy's status was above that of the barons. The Baron was quite shaken, as this was the first time a royal envoy had ever started a visit with such praise. The room then fell silent for a while as the Baron waited patiently for the envoy to continue speaking. Thomas squinted at the man as if asking, "What's with him?" Eventually, the envoy said, "It truly pains me to deliver this, but..." Those words seemed to be a signal, as the aide holding something made his way to the middle of the long table. Seabass walked forward to meet him and accepted the proffered envelope before turning back and reverently laying it in front of the Baron. This exchange between the envoy and her father prompted Cecil to turn and stare at the letter on the table. Seeing that the envoy had no intention of saying anything further, Baron Granvelle opened the unsealed envelope and took out a single piece of parchment. When he did so, however, several strands of what looked like lavender-colored thread also fell out. The blood drained from the Baron's face at the sight. He immediately began reading the letter, but soon blurted out in distress, "What?
But
How can..." Normally, whenever a guest visited, only the Baron was supposed to speak. The others could only reply when addressed directly by the guest. Cecil had been so unsettled that she forgot this rule and called out to her father, but the man did not respond, his attention focused solely on the letter in his hand, his shoulders quaking. They're asked to write these regularly, and this is the most recent one, which means it's from around 3 months ago. What? But this is different from what I was promised. How could this happen in only 6 months? The envoy's unconcerned attitude seemed to have rubbed the Baron the wrong way as he railed at the man, his emotions on full display in sharp contrast from his usual self. The Baron leaped to his feet, glaring daggers. I bet you purposely stationed him in a dangerous place, just because I'm a lower noble. Mihai had only just graduated from the academy. The royal envoy's haughty attitude had remained the same ever since he walked into the dining hall. He used the same stiff and impassive tone as before to give a response that bordered on a warning. The Baron started and swallowed his words back down. Unable to sit still any longer, the Baroness got up and snatched the letter from the Baron's hands. Halfway through scanning the page, she muttered, "This can't be." Mihai, and fainted from shock. Her personal attendant caught her in the nick of time and carried her off to her room. The gratuity payment will be delivered at a later date after your son's register has been properly reviewed and recorded. The Baron's head had gone entirely blank. None of the envoy's businesslike declarations were reaching his ears. Well then, the letter has been delivered, and so my business here is done. I have to head for the next fiefdom now, so I shall take my leave. Baron Granvelle. The envoy stood up and said, "Remember to continue fulfilling your duty to the royal family as Baron of the realm of Granvelle." The three visitors exited the dining room, leaving the Baron in a total daze. When Seabass made to follow along to escort them out, the envoy said curtly, "No need." Silence filled the dining hall until Cecil spoke up in a quivering voice. "Father, what happened?" Anyone could tell from the way the conversation went just now that Mihai had passed away, and Cecil was not stupid. What she was asking was why he had died, and how things had ended up this way. Apparently, even Thomas, a member of the Baron's direct family, was not allowed to hear what he was going to say. Everyone obediently exited the dining hall, leaving only the Baron, Seabass, and Cecil inside. That afternoon, Alan was to clean the mansion together with the maidservants. While his hands moved, his mind mulled over Mihai's parting words. Just like the others, Alan had picked up on the fact that Mihai had passed away from the conversation between the Baron and the envoy. That meant the letter was likely his last will. He had expected his own death. Abruptly, a shrill scream filled with rage exploded from the second floor, filling the entire mansion. "That means you left him to die. You sent him off knowing he would die. And you're saying now I have to die for this stupid duty too? Was I born just to die as well?" The dining hall door banged open so loudly that the sound reverberated throughout the mansion. Cecil had apparently rushed out in a rage. The nearby servants all exchanged looks, wondering what had happened. The next morning, Rickle once again slipped into the seat across from Alan's during breakfast. "Hey, did you hear the shouting yesterday?" "Well, it was pretty loud. I think everyone in the mansion heard, to be honest." Rickle leaned over, gesturing for Alan to bring his head near. Then, in a low tone, he said, "I heard a rumor long ago, back when I was still a houseboy, that the members of the Granvelle family all die early. Apparently, it had happened to the Baron's parents and older brother." It was clear from Rickle's attitude that this was not something meant to be spread around loudly. Alan continued chatting with him until it was time to head up and tend to Cecil. He joined up with a maidservant, and together they went up to the room of the young lady of the house, who had skipped dinner the night before. As usual, the maidservant knocked on the door and entered first to help Cecil change. The moment she stepped in, however, her scream rang out, "Lady Cecil!" Alan, who had been standing by right outside the door like normal, immediately rushed in. The first thing he saw was the maidservant, who had fallen on her behind and had both hands clapped over her mouth. The second thing he noticed was that Cecil was nowhere to be seen. The third thing was that the window was open. He rushed over to the window and peered outside. Did she escape from this window? But this is the third floor. Shit, she's nowhere in sight. What is all the commotion? Seabass roared, having rushed over in response to the maidservant's scream. After hearing her explanation, Seabass then promptly ordered all the staff to go and search for Cecil. Even the Baron and Baroness joined in, but no one found the slightest trace of her. Alan combed through every inch of the mansion, going even so far as the stables, but to no avail. He decided to return to her room to speak with Seabass, who was still at a complete loss. "Sir, if Milady is nowhere on the grounds, she just might have gone out into the city. May I have permission to go search outside?" After having received his permission, Alan rushed out of the mansion. "Where is she?" When Alan had looked out of the window earlier, he had already sent out 8-bird-es into the sky, making sure to do it in a surreptitious way, of course. Now, he was sharing with all of them, Hawkeye activated, and had them scouring the city. Why does the city have to be so huge? Please don't be inside a building. Perhaps due to its previous status as a hub for mithril mining, Granvelle City was quite sizable. What's more, since Hawkeye could not see inside buildings, Alan could only hope that Cecil was somewhere outside where he could see her. Found her. There was a young girl with lavender-colored hair crouched on the ground, hugging her knees in an alleyway several turns off of the main avenue in the business district. One look, and it was clear that this area did not have good public order. As Alan hurriedly made his way over to her, he realized that the vicinity appeared to be a slum area. The air was damp and foul. When Alan approached, Cecil's shoulders jolted. She slowly lifted her head. "Alan?" After excusing himself, Alan sat on the ground next to Cecil. The two of them sat in silence for a while. "Didn't you come to bring me back?" "I am your personal manservant, Lady Cecil. When you go on an outing, it is my duty to accompany you." Over the past few years, Alan had visited a lot of different places throughout Granvelle City in his capacity as Cecil's personal manservant. That included shopping trips, events that Cecil had to attend as the daughter of the feudal lord, and at times, simple walks that had no particular purpose. According to Alan, this situation was no different from all the other times before. The answer was so unexpected that Cecil found herself at a loss for words. "Lady Cecil, I see you have a wound on your leg. I have some herbs with me. Please excuse me as I apply it." Alan reached over with a leaf of life to heal the gash that Cecil had likely gotten while escaping from the mansion. Cecil exclaimed softly in surprise at seeing her cut disappear in a matter of seconds. Then the two returned to sitting in silence. After a while, however, Cecil's stomach growled. She pressed her hands over her stomach, blushing slightly in embarrassment. She had not had anything to eat since yesterday. "I'm afraid this is all I have on me, but would you like some, milady?" Alan held out some malmo, dried jerky, and dried potatoes that he had retrieved from storage. "Where were you keeping those?" Cecil asked, giving him a weird look. However, her empty stomach won over her curiosity, so she did not press the matter. While Cecil was engrossed with wolfing down the food, Alan continued keeping an eye on the vicinity, using Hawkeye to ensure there were no hoodlums approaching their location. It'd be a problem if someone picks a fight with us or HM? Alan's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of Cecil's sobs. Now that her stomach was filled, what happened in the dining hall yesterday had probably come back to mind. She repeatedly mumbled, "I don't want to die," in a small voice. "I've never tried consoling an 11-year-old girl before, but looks like I don't have a choice. What do you think about not returning home and running away from the city with me? If memory serves me right, the magic ship should be arriving tomorrow, but if you prefer, we can travel by land too. There are many other fiefdoms in this country, right?" "What?" Cecil lifted her head to look at Alan's face in surprise. Not only did he not try to talk her out of running away from home, he was even pushing the idea himself. "You can forget your family. We can travel through so many different countries and visit so many different places. Imagine how fun it'd be. Though we'd be seeing a lot more monsters than we do cities. I just happen to need someone who can deal ranged damage." The word monster usually carried the connotation of death, so Alan glossed over it with the word places. As it so happened, his summons could only fight in close quarters, so it would expand the breadth of the strategies he could take if someone like Cecil was to fight together with him. It's entirely possible. If it's money you're worried about, I have plenty of it. Alan started producing gold coins one after the other. Another option is to return to the mansion first and wait it out for one more year. Next year, we'll both turn 12 and can register as adventurers. We could wait until then. All this time, Cecil had grown up being told she would be going to Academy City when she turned 12. "I mean, you don't have to go, right?" Even if someone tells you to go, if you don't want to go, then you don't have to go. What do you want to do, Lady Cecil? It's your life. It's your choice. All Alan wanted to do was help Cecil see that she had a lot more options than she thought. The young girl fell silent as she mulled over what this meant, and Alan waited patiently for her. Perhaps it was the first time she had truly thought about what it was she wanted to do. About an hour later, a commotion started approaching along the main avenue. Apparently, the search for Cecil was kicking up a notch. The sound of voices calling her name reached all the way down the alleyway to where she and Alan were. Alan turned around and knelt down, and Cecil clambered on. He then started walking out to the avenue. As soon as Alan emerged into the main avenue, his eyes met with a knight's. He informed the man that he had found Cecil, then turned to head straight back to the mansion. Word seemed to have gotten around, as when they were about halfway home, they stopped seeing knights running about. It took quite a while to walk all the way back, but the mansion finally appeared up ahead. The Baron and his entire family were waiting outside. Slightly before reaching them, Cecil asked Alan to let her down. "He's right, Cecil. You don't have to shoulder this by yourself," the Baroness added, tears of joy streaming down her face. The Baron grabbed both of Cecil's shoulders and looked her straight in the eye. "I almost have everything ready. I'm so close." "Huh. The first mithril mine is going to be reopened very soon. I'm planning on offering a portion of the mining rights to the royal family in exchange for exempting you from your duty. I promise you I'll successfully negotiate it, so you have nothing to worry about. Nothing at all." Perhaps this was what the Baron had been trying to tell Cecil yesterday. Oh, so that's why he was really pushing so hard to get the mines up and running. Ever since the day that news had come of the White Dragon moving away, the Baron had seemed somewhat desperate about resuming mining operations. As it turned out, he was clinging to it as his ticket for saving the life of his beloved daughter. "I, Cecil Granvelle, shall carry out my duty as a daughter of House Granvelle, just as my brother, Mihai Granvelle, did. I will no longer run from it." In a quivering voice, the girl with crimson eyes clearly declared what it was that she wanted to do. Several days after the commotion raised by Cecil running away from home settled down, Alan once again visited Krina village through a shared bird G. Ever since July the previous year, he had sent the parrot back home regularly to bring money to his parents. He had done it more than 10 times by now. When the sound of the coin hitting the earthen floor rang out, Teresa turned around. "Oh, good morning, Pippi. You've brought us another one? And there's the letter, too." Right next to the gold coin at the bird's feet was a sheet of parchment. It had held the gold coin in its beak and clasped the letter with its claws. The third time Alan sent money back, he had sent Chappie all the way inside the house, so Teresa finally caught sight of the bird. Even since then, he had also included a letter with the coin. The first letter had only said Alan. Although his parents were for the most part illiterate, they still knew how to read and write the names of their children. This was how they learned who the sender was. "It's Pippi." Maella, who was now 4, rushed out to the earthen-floored room in an effort to catch Bird G. Even though Alan had set Chappie as its name, his family had taken to calling it Pippi instead. With more than 200 agility, Bird G had no trouble zipping around the small room, elegantly evading Maella's lunges. "Maella, hon, settle down." "Oh." Another letter. "How's my boy?" Rodan just happened to come home. He went straight over to the family water jug and took a long draught. It was now time for lunch. Rodan, Teresa, Mash, and Maella gathered around the dinner table. Despite having become commoners, they still lived in the same house and ate the same food. "A letter came? Let me see," Mash said, reaching out for the parchment that Pippi had brought. "Oh. Let's see how much you've learned." One reason Alan had started including a letter with the gold coin was to assuage his family's suspicions about the money he was sending back. Another was because Mash had started learning how to read and write. A tutor had arrived at the village last year to prepare Krina for the academy's entrance exam. She had 2 years to learn everything she needed to know. Thanks to the village chief's arrangements, the tutor also agreed to teach a few more children at the same time, including Mash, Dagora, and Palomas. Alan had not watched any of the lessons himself, but he had gleaned that the tutor was teaching reading, writing, and math. Every day, Mash came home with a parchment bearing words written by the tutor and read them out loud repeatedly, doing his best to commit them to memory. Although he stumbled a few times, Mash managed to read the full letter out loud. Father, Mother, Mash, and Myella, how are you doing? I am doing great. Father, don't drink too much. Myella, go to bed when Mother tells you to. I will write another letter next time. Hey, he's gotten pretty good at reading. Looks like his studies are going well. Honestly, I'm pretty sure that if Father puts his mind to it, he'd be able to learn reading and writing pretty quickly too. In this world, the intelligence stat affected how well someone could remember things. Even if Rodin's intelligence was ranked at D or E, considering how many levels he had gained from all the boar hunting he did, he should still have a much better memory than the average person. By Alan's estimate, he could probably learn how to read and write if he applied himself seriously for a year. Mash turned to look at his sister. Myella, Alan told you to go to bed when Mommy tells you to. But I do. Myella retorted in between bites of her steamed potato. Rodin sighed a little. Is Alan really doing all right? He keeps sending us so much money. Even though Alan had said many times in his letters that he was making more than enough, his parents still worried about him. For both serfs and commoners, 1 gold was a lot of money. The truth, however, was that ever since he had started selling armored ant shells, Alan's monthly income, combined with his salary, exceeded 10 gold. Sending 1 gold home was not all that much of a burden on him. Conversely, he was holding himself back and keeping it at 1 gold in order to avoid causing undue worry. Although he had not been able to do anything for his family in the first year and a half after becoming a manservant, thanks to sharing, he could now do so with ease. There was no such thing as insurance in this world. Alan was hoping that this money could help tide his family over in case, knock on wood, anything happened to them. While Alan was enjoying time with his family, while sharing with Bird G, Cecil called out to him. It was lunchtime here at the Granvelle mansion too, and Alan was on serving duty. Understood, milady. Cecil seemed to have pulled herself together over the past few days. Although she had not completely gotten over what had happened, she no longer showed signs of being so unstable as to run out of the house again. And ever since that day, her treatment of Alan seemed to have gotten slightly kinder. The way she spoke remained the same, but the way she looked at him had grown a little. After lunch, Alan knocked on the door of Cecil's room. Upon hearing her come in from within, he pushed it open. Due to having just seen his family's home, the sight before his eyes looked a bit grander than it usually did. Cecil was sitting at a round table that was just the right size for 2 people to have tea at. Alan, good job finding me the other day. When Alan reached the table, Cecil told him to take the seat across from hers. So, he obliged. The table was loaded with tea and snacks that looked much fancier than what Cecil usually enjoyed. Alan, you've been my manservant for 3 years now. You even helped me out the other day. This is your reward. Yay, snacks. Yay, reward. Funny, I didn't get a celebration last year, but I got one this year. After Alan's first year as manservant, Cecil had offered him a reward. Thanks to her arrangements, he had gotten a lesson with her magic tutor. That was where he had learned how magic in this world worked and how it was related to the intelligence stat. Last year, Alan had planned on asking for the snacks he had foregone requesting for his first anniversary, but Cecil never brought the topic up. Alan thought she had forgotten about the anniversary or had gotten bored of giving out a reward after the first time, but here she was with a combined reward for his 3rd anniversary and his service the other day. Thank you. Alan, who had always had a sweet tooth, dug in with gusto, showing no sign of reserve despite being in front of Cecil. It's so good. During that time, Cecil explained that she had asked her father for an allowance and then paid the head chef that money to have him bake all this for Alan. In other words, these baked sweets were also partly a gesture of gratitude from the Baron. I never knew Mr. Dudley could bake something this delicious. As expected of a former royal court chef. Upon learning that it was the head chef who had made the sweets he was now eating, Alan recalled how Rickle had told him previously that there were 2 people in this mansion who once used to serve in the royal court. One of them was Dudley, the head chef, who had worked there until he retired after turning 50 and came home to Granvelle. Alan remembered thinking, How did someone with such a coarse tongue make it in the royal palace? At the time, the other person was Cecil's magic tutor. This elderly man who had taught Alan so much about magic had also come to serve at the Granvelle mansion after retiring from the royal court. However, unlike the head chef, Granvelle was not his hometown. The reason he was here in Granvelle City was entirely because of Cecil. It was customary for noble families to hire a tutor for their children when they were identified as having a talent for magic through the appraisal ceremony. If the talent in question was only a one-star talent, such as mage, then a fellow mage would suffice. However, Cecil possessed Wizardess, a rare two-star talent. Back when the Baron was looking for a tutor, he happened to hear of someone with the same talent who was nearing retirement age and so approached him with an offer. Now, the elderly man came around to the mansion once a week, spending the rest of the days in his house in the noble's quarter and enjoying his life after retirement. Apparently, there was something that Cecil still wanted to talk about. Alan stopped his hand, which had been reaching out for another piece of baked confection, to listen to her. You mentioned becoming an adventurer when you were talking about the future. But don't worry. Oh, she's talking about what I said to cheer her up back in the alleyway? You're very good at your job. I know. So I've told Father to make you a. The only thing Alan could say in response to Cecil's bright, innocent smile was, "You honor me too much, milady." Chapter 11. Attacking an Armored Ant Nest. The year turned, and March arrived. It had been half a year since Mihai's passing, and a fair bit of cheer had returned to Cecil. However, that did not mean she had forgotten. What had happened now served as fuel that drove her to pour herself into her studies. At the same time, she had also developed a desire to be strong. She once ordered him, "Alan, bring me along on your hunts." Unfortunately, the Baron did not give permission for this, so Alan had to turn her down. Alan had already been serving at the mansion for 3 years and a half, 6 more months, and he would be turning 12. Time had truly flown by. Even now, he did not know the details of the so-called duty of House Granvelle that had gotten Mihai killed. He had gone to double-check with Rickle, who had told him previously that the kingdom was not currently at war with any other countries, but Rickle confirmed that was still the case. While he was at it, Rickle also taught Alan a bit more about this world's history. Namely, their kingdom had been at war with the empire to its north that was dozens of times larger several decades ago, but the two had eventually signed a peace accord. In regard to the progress of Alan's hunting, he had completely wiped out all orc villages at the end of February. It had taken longer to exterminate the orcs than the goblins, but in any case, the foothills of the White Dragon Mountains were now entirely free of both. There was a chance that the same monsters could wander in from outside of Granvelle territory to establish more villages again, but they could easily be exterminated as they cropped up. Thanks to Alan and the Chivalric Order's efforts, the first mithril mine was to open in April, with the necessary number of miners and laborers already secured. Due to all the goblins and orcs being wiped out, quite a few adventurers had actually changed occupations. A part of Alan did feel bad that he practically robbed them of their livelihoods, but the human corpses that he kept finding in the monster villages convinced him beyond a doubt that, come spring, the settlers would move into the village that housed the furnaces for smelting mithril or into mithril ingots. Then the mining would begin in earnest after summer. The mines were expected to operate at a deficit for the first few years in light of the cost of initial investment, but what truly mattered was simply the fact they would be up and operating. One possible source of concern was Viscount Carnal. It was now 2 years and counting since the White Dragon moved into his fiefdom, but he had not made so much as a peep. It was difficult to imagine how he could keep his realm running without the income from his mithril mines, and yet it was equally impossible to imagine him coming crying to Baron Granvelle. This silence from him, therefore, seemed somewhat ominous. The Baron was clearly aware of this, seeing how frequently he asked Seabass for reports on the situation in Carnal. After erasing all the goblin and orc villages in the area, Alan still based his hunting activities in the foothills of the White Dragon Mountains. On the other side of the forest, above the treeline, was a desolate wasteland only sparsely dotted with greenery where the mountain range, which extended far into the distance and sprawled over an unbelievable expanse, loomed in all its majestic glory. Alan only had a limited view from his position at the top of a bare cliff, but what he saw with his own eyes felt much more awe-inspiring than the more comprehensive view that he got through sharing with a birdie. A slight distance away from Alan's current position lay a large bulge in the mountain slope that looked like an igloo. This was the entrance to an armored ant nest. Many armored ants, monsters that towered 3 meters in height, busily flowed through the entrance in an unending stream. The entrance is pretty small. Oh no, it's the armored ants that are too big. I'm not sure there's space for me to slip in with all these guys going in and out non-stop. The width of the tunnel could only accommodate the passage of one armored ant. This was plenty of space for a human to go through, but even if he managed to infiltrate the place, the ants could easily seal his path with their bodies alone. Of course, Alan had asked Raven to share everything he knew about killing armored ants. First, the adventurer had explained that most nests held roughly 1,000 armored ants, give or take. Next, it was guaranteed that there would be a queen armored ant, a rank B monster, within. This monster absolutely needed to be killed, or else it would continue to spawn more and more armored ants. Unfortunately, this was all the info that Raven had. Alan attempted to press him for more details, but Raven replied that his info was only secondhand this time, and he himself did not know much else. So the tunnels inside are all one way only? Isn't it inconvenient having such tiny holes? I should probably lure as many armored ants outside as I can to kill them out here. That's the only way I'll be able to go inside to get at the queen. Alan called out 4 Beast DS, 1 Insect D, and 1 Fish D, then shared with all of them. This world had neither walkthrough sites nor online forums. Thus, Alan had to try attacking with his summons to see for himself how well this group composition would fare against the armored ants. Of course, having learned his lesson from the orc village that he failed to take down, Alan now kept himself back a safe distance away. The group of 6 summons wove their way around the bare boulders, making their way toward the anthill entrance. The Beast DS were soon spotted due to their huge size, but they continued on regardless. Once they got close, one armored ant raised its large jaws up high and clacked them loudly in warning. Other nearby ants heard this and headed over, adding to the cacophony with their own furious clacking. This prompted several dozen more to appear from within the nest and take up defensive positions around the entrance. Yes, keep coming out. I love where this is going. Please come out, every last one of you. All right, 6 summons is clearly not enough to deal with these numbers. Let's get more out there. In response to the situation, Alan called out 20 more Beast DS, all of them strengthened ahead of time. He ordered them to charge toward the armored ant nest. Soon the area fell into a battlefield. As armored ants' heads were slightly more breakable than their shells, all the Beast DS knew to aim for their heads. This was what Alan had always told them to do during the previous hunts, so now he no longer needed to mention it, they just did it by default. And so the Beast DS got to work cracking heads. Their teamwork really leaves a lot to be desired. The most important thing in hunting was the amount of time taken to kill each monster. The efficiency of battle was directly determined by the number of monsters taken down. Alan was currently watching the battle from over 50 meters away using a bird E with Hawk Eye activated. The Beast DS charged fiercely and were making good progress culling the ants, but there was a glaring problem that had come to light from their facing such a large number of enemies at once. Beast DS were incapable of crushing the heads of armored ants in one attack, even while using their ability. This meant the most efficient way for them to fight was to coordinate with each other and focus on bringing down one enemy at a time. Unfortunately, this was not going so well. Whenever Alan saw a Beast D attacking an armored ant, he ordered another one to also focus its attacks on that same monster. However, in large-scale protracted fights where he could not micromanage the movements of every summon and had to rely on them to make their own decisions, holes appeared very quickly among the ranks, leading to unnecessarily wasted time. For example, say there was an armored ant that would die with just one more attack, but the closest Beast D turned to attack another one that was closer and ended up getting attacked by the first armored ant. Similar instances started cropping up more and more, much to Alan's chagrin. So basically, summons with barely more than 100 intelligence end up making quite a lot of bad calls and can't effectively cooperate with each other. The longer the fight dragged on, the more mistakes the summons made. It grew so obvious that Alan would almost believe it if he were told the summons had been designed to make a certain percentage of incorrect decisions. He first thought this was an issue that could be solved with thorough training, but soon arrived at the conclusion that it was the intelligence stat that was to blame. It was when he saw Bird D and Fish D, both of which had over 400 intelligence after being strengthened, communicating flawlessly, that the idea had occurred to him. Bird D only knew how to say who, whereas Fish D could not speak at all. And yet, somehow, the two were capable of picking up each other's intentions and acting in coordination. I guess this is basically how it is? Though I don't have a summon with around 300 intelligence, so I'll just fill the line with whatever. Results of testing summons with varying intelligence, and the order to use its ability, but makes bad decisions and cannot communicate with other summons. Above 200 intelligence, fewer mistakes in judgment. Above 300 intelligence, cannot be tested due to. As a result of his experiments, Alan discovered that if he shared with a Bird D with over 400 intelligence, the Bird D could help pass instructions on to other summons. In this way, he could remotely instruct summons that he was not shared with. However, this was effectively a game of telephone, relayed from Alan to Bird D to, say, Beast D. The instructions had to be extremely simple, otherwise they would get distorted in the process. 2 months had passed since Alan first began assaulting the armored ant nest, but he had yet to take it down. He was currently in the village that had been set up in the foothills of the White Dragon Mountains for smelting mithril. It was still a rather barren place, as development had only begun in April. A man who was carrying timber together with Alan called out to him, "Looks like you're pretty strong, lad." Naturally, Alan was not here to help build the village. No, he was here to continue his assault on the armored ant nest. He had killed more than 200 armored ants each day twice a week over the past 5 weeks, which brought his kill count above 2,000. If the info from Raven about there being 1,000 armored ants in a nest was true, he should have been done ages ago. So what was going on? If it just so happened that the first nest he ever attacked was a large one, then fine. Even if there were 3,000 or 5,000 armored ants, killing them all was simply a matter of time. However, there was one thing that was bothering Alan. Every time he approached the nest again for another day of hunting, the 200 corpses from the previous day would be completely gone. He suspected that the queen armored ant might be consuming the corpses as nutrition in order to continue spawning more. One might think, easy. Just move the corpses away then, but that was much easier said than done. As the monsters rushed out of the nest in an unending stream, it was difficult even harvesting the corpses for magic stones, much less dragging them away somewhere. The efficiency for grinding XP here was absolutely unparalleled compared to any prior methods or targets, but the monetary reward was pretty much zero. In light of all this, Alan had gone to Seabass in mid-April with a request. He was not sure if the butler would say yes, but he knew through his talk with Xenoff that the man had already been making various concessions on his behalf. What Alan asked for was to make his Huntsman days and days off consecutive, and to allow him to stay out during the night in between. Even he, with all his level-ups and buffs, found the distance between Granvelle City and the location of the armored ant nest quite far. The long commute was making it difficult for him to get in as much hunting as he wanted. At first, Seabass frowned at the mention of staying out. Just as he was about to say no, however, Alan offered to help out at the Mithril smelting village. So, he eventually ended up giving the green light. When Alan mentioned this to Rickle later, the head manservant looked quite surprised and asked how Alan managed to make it happen. Apparently, staying out was generally forbidden. It turned out that the butler had bent the rules for Alan's sake once again. Schedule before the change. Schedule after the change. Being able to dedicate 2 consecutive days to hunting was such a step up that even if Alan dedicated several hours to helping out at the village, he still came out ahead. Thanks to cutting out 1 round of his commute, his daily kill count rose from 200 to 3. Today, after putting in a few hours at the village, he was once again at the armored ant nest. And this time, the fight was finally going to proceed much differently. Namely, armored ants had stopped coming out of the nest. I did it. My persistence finally won out. Take that, you stupid insects. Keeping at this for 2 consecutive days ever since mid-April had finally paid off. The 3-meter-wide entrance to the anthill gaped wide open, as if inviting Alan in. I've got to strike, while the iron's hot. I have torches and magic tools for illumination with me, but let's send in a few summons first. Scouting the location out before heading in only made sense. What's more, to avoid getting lost, Alan wanted to confirm where the queen armored ant was and to figure out the most direct way to reach her. Knowing and not knowing sometimes made all the difference. Now, who should I send in? Chappie? No, it'll probably be dark inside, so Horo's the best bet. Poor Chappie, I still haven't been able to use it for much. Upon leveling up as a summoner, Alan gained more and more useful skills, with sharing being the latest one. He was continually considering ways to make the most out of each summon's ability in light of what each new skill brought to the table. Bird G's ability, Voice Mimic, was one of the abilities that suddenly got a lot more handy with the addition of sharing. Voice Mimic. Back when he did not yet have sharing, Alan had to give detailed instructions for whose voice to mimic and what to say from within 50 meters. That was incredibly inconvenient, but the inconvenience was completely resolved thanks to sharing, suddenly making the ability much, much more useful. Now, Alan could give Chappie continuous instructions on who to sound like and what to say no matter how far away he was. The possibilities had expanded greatly, but unfortunately, he had yet to find any opportunities to actually make use of this ability. During the time Alan was deep in thought, Bird D had continued making its way deeper and deeper into the anthill. As could be expected of a nest that had been home to over 1,000 ants, the place turned out to be an expansive labyrinth. The passages branched out countless ways, with the tunnels stretching on endlessly. To make the process go faster, so as to take advantage of this opportunity to get at the queen armored ant, Alan sent in 3 more bird DS. All the areas that the 4 Horos passed through were immediately mapped onto a page in Alan's grimoire. The anthill was not entirely empty, as could be expected. A bird D had just entered a dead-end chamber when it was suddenly caught by large mandibles and crushed to death. In the split second before it died, Alan had caught sight of 3 armored ants. There were still quite a few armored ants lurking about inside the nest. I ain't giving up, though. Alan pondered how to conquer this ant colony. He was currently shared with the 3 bird DS still inside, plus the 1 bird D that he had just summoned to replace the one that had died. Their number could be maintained by creating more any time one got done, while they continued pushing farther down the gently sloping passages in their effort to completely map the place. Whenever that happened, Alan made a mark on the map and sent over the mixed force of 3 beast DS and 1 bird D that he had roaming in the nest to wipe out the forces in the area. Naturally, he was sharing with them too, for a total of 8 summons that he was concurrently shared with. He slowly but steadily exterminated all the monsters remaining within this way. The small larvae that the summons encountered every once in a while in the chambers were also mercilessly stomped out. As there was no light at all inside the tunnels, the beast DS were moving in total darkness. The vision that Alan shared with them was also entirely blacked out. He was relying on the bird D that accompanied their group to observe their surroundings, so that he knew what instructions to give the beast DS. When Alan had first started in the morning, progress had been smooth. However, the armored ants hardly just sat around idly. In the afternoon, they started showing up in greater numbers. Ugh, another Horo got hemmed in again. The passages were only barely large enough for armored ants to pass through. As such, they would become practically blocked every time an ant showed up, making it impossible for Alan's summons to keep going. Every time a bird D found its way blocked by an armored ant after turning back from a dead end, since there was no way it could kill the monster by itself, Alan had no choice but to revert it into card form. Summons that were returned to card form from afar, thanks to sharing, automatically made their way back into the grimoire's holders. Then he had to resummon and send them out once more. As soon as the beast DS encountered an armored ant, no matter if it was in a passage or a chamber, they killed it. But that was the easy part. Because the corpse that remained was in the way, the summons then had to use their jaws to hold it by its crushed head and push or pull it to somewhere they could discard it, such as at a dead end or a small room. Only after this could they continue exploring. This almost feels like a puzzle game. Is this what clearing an armored ant nest is supposed to be like? Back when Alan had been Kenichi, he had played games that had other simpler games within, called mini-games. For example, even though the game itself was an adventure game, for some reason it would feature, say, a quiz competition or dice board games. Clearing the armored ant nest was giving him the same feeling. Just how long would he continue this puzzle minigame for? In any case, the sun was about to set when a bird finally emerged into the largest cavern in the anthill. Inside were 10 armored ants all clumped up together around another ant that was clearly different from the rest. This special monster was roughly 3 times as long as a normal armored ant and had a caterpillar-like torso that protruded from underneath its shell, expanding and contracting rhythmically. Apparently, this cavern was the deepest part of this nest. After marking down the location on the map, Alan reverted all the deployed summons to card form. This should do for the composition of the strike force. If they end up struggling, I can increase my intelligence to raise the number of summons I'm able to share with. A fish debuffed all 8 summons, then Alan shared with them and sent them into the nest. He also summoned a few more beast DS and ordered them to follow along behind the previous group, but this did not work out, as they were unable to see in the dark. There was no choice but to attempt the fight only with the summons that he was sharing with. The strike force followed the twists and turns of the nest, traveling down countless branches. They walked for more than 5 kilometers total before finally reaching their destination. The monsters within had remained in the same positions as before. In boss fights, it's common sense to go for the weaker mobs first. The same applies in this world. Alan ordered the Beast DS to first focus on taking down the normal armored ants. This cavern was naturally shrouded in complete darkness, but Alan, and his summons by extension, still had visual thanks to Bird D using night vision. Once 3 Beast DS got done in, Alan summoned replacements and sent them down. Just like fighting Orc Kings, he was relying on sheer numbers to overwhelm the enemy. And once again, the strategy paid off. Okay, that's all the small fry taken care of. It's time for me to head down in person so I can get within 50 meters and summon a whole bunch at once. Even at the end of Alan's campaign against the Orc villages, he needed to send more than 100 Beast DS to kill 1 Orc King. The summons surrounded the monster to continuously attack it from all sides, with plenty of replacements ready to step up and take the places of those that got killed. Alan intended on using the same strategy this time, but because the battlefield was 5 kilometers underground, he had to go down himself. To save time, Alan brought only a Bird D and 2 Beast DS along as he charged into the nest. As he could not see a thing inside, he relied solely on the night vision sight that he was sharing with the Bird D. It gave him a much. I almost feel like I'm controlling my own body in over-the-shoulder mode. Even while Alan himself was dashing through the passages, the remaining Beast DS down below continued attacking the Queen Armored Ant. She isn't all that fast, but it looks like aiming for her head is quite dangerous. The monster's head was covered with a tough exoskeleton and equipped with giant, vicious mandibles. There was no reason to insist on aiming for that part when the monster's soft abdomen protruded from its shell. Consequently, the 3 remaining Beast DS focused their attacks on the abdomen, using Crush repeatedly. In response, the Queen shuddered violently, slamming one of the Beast DS against the far wall and reducing it to bubbles of light with one powerful strike of her mandibles. Oof, 1 down. But I think we've got this. It's taking her way too long to kill a single Beast D. The Queen Armored Ant's agility was clearly far lower than that of an Orc King, which could move incredibly fast and wield a halberd. Before long, Alan reached the large cavern where the battle was taking place. The enemy is moving sluggishly. Teddies, charge. Ruoer. The 20-plus Beast DS that Alan summoned all at once roared at the top of their lungs, shaking the cavern, before thundering forward as a single wave of muscles, fangs, and claws. The enemy was superior in rank and the Beast DS could not see for themselves, but the target was huge, and after figuring out where it was, the Beast DS began spamming their ability. Every time the Queen Armored Ant shuddered, one of the summons got punted to the wall of the cavern. But their attacks still fell like relentless and inexorable rain. Is this all a Queen Armored Ant can do? This isn't as challenging as I expected. Soon, one of the summons dealt the killing blow. The monster's long torso tore open, spilling white liquid all over the ground. The Queen Armored Ant raised her head high and screamed loudly, then fell over. Her body's convulsions ended up causing more white liquid to gush out.
She died.
It was a bit anticlimactic how easily the boss monster itself died, but the clearing of the nest had taken a whole day. Even if Alan headed back to Granvelle City now, the gates would probably be closed by the time he arrived. In other words, he would have to stay at the village for another night. Ugh, tonight's gonna be an unexcused night out. I hope Mr. Seabass doesn't get mad at me for it. Would apologizing the way Mr. Rickle does lessen my sentence? Alan had feared that if he did not press the attack today and left halfway through, the armored ants might recover their numbers. To prevent that from happening, he had prioritized killing the Queen Armored Ant, but an infraction was an infraction. He recalled how he had seen Rickle apologize before and imagined himself doing the same. But for now, let's strip away the Queen Armored Ant's shell. Then I'll bring it back and apologize. There was little point in overthinking things. Alan produced the illuminating magic tool from storage and twisted the dial to turn it on. It was true that he could see through Bird D's night vision, but it was hard to see what he was doing from over his shoulder. Harvesting was best done with his own eyes. When Alan approached the monster to confirm its state, a powerful stench assaulted his nose. Ugh, that stinks so bad. The sour, acidic smell was coming from the fluids that had leaked from the Queen Armored Ant. It was so intense that Alan thought he would be hit with a debuff from smelling it one too many times. Still, it was pretty strange how sluggish the boss's movements were. Was she under the weather today? As the Queen Armored Ant was classified as a rank B monster, Alan had expected it to be as formidable as a Murdergalsh. The actual fight, however, had ended in no time at all. He mulled over whether this specific monster just happened to be a weak one, or if it was the species as a whole.
Oh.
Is it because she was exhausted from laying too many eggs? Over the past 2 months, Alan had killed more than 5,000 armored ants. If what Raven had said about a nest being home to around 1,000 was true, that meant this queen had birthed more than 4,000 eggs in that short period of time. Perhaps exhaustion was the reason she had died so easily. So monsters need to eat and sleep and can become weakened. The Bird DS did find pupa and eggs throughout the nest too. Catching them when they're not in perfect condition can make a big difference. All right, let's get the harvesting done and head back. Not wanting to stay down there any longer than necessary, Alan got to work. Thanks to his beloved mithril sword, harvesting the Queen Armored Ant went easily. It did not take long before he had secured both the magic stone and shell. Oh right, mithril ore. That's important. I should look around a bit. It was said that there was a possibility there were exposed mithril ore veins in the tunnels inside an armored ant nest. For all he knew, there might be one in this very cavern. Well, this should do. He had never seen mithril before, so he grabbed 10 lumps of rock that seemed reflective under the light of his magic tool and threw them into storage to include in his report to Seabass afterward. Okay, time to go. Having finished doing everything he needed to do, Alan started making his way back upward, dragging the Queen Armored Ant's shell behind him. After staying at the smelting village for another night, he then returned to Granvelle City the next morning. It was around noon when he finally reached the mansion. Right before turning the final corner, he took out the rocks that might or might not be mithril, put them into a jute bag, and slung the bag over his shoulder. Alan had wanted to get a one-on-one with the butler first thing to apologize for staying out last night without permission. However, it turned out Seabass had already headed to the dining room on the second floor. So Alan left the Queen Armored Ant shell in the garden and headed up. "Please excuse me," he said as he entered the dining room. Everyone within turned to look at him. Cecil was the first to react. "Do you know how late you are, Alan?" It was the Baron, not Seabass, who questioned Alan. Alan, tell us why you could not make it back yesterday. Yes, my lord. I have been attacking the same armored ant nest in the foothills of the White Dragon Mountains for the past 2 months. Yesterday, my efforts finally paid off, and I saw it as an opportunity to get at the queen armored ant. I was worried that if I did not press my attack, she would spawn more armored ants again. So, I prioritized killing her and finished too late in the night to make it back in time. I am deeply sorry. After explaining his circumstances, Alan bowed with his waist at a 90-degree angle. This was the Rickle-style apology that he had seen being used quite often. Yes, my lord. I brought her shell back. It's in the garden right now. The Baron looked at Seabass with a blank face. Seabass, in turn, returned the look with a blank expression of his own. The two of them continued looking at each other blankly for a few more moments before the Baron turned back toward Alan. I'm sorry, Alan. I'm afraid I did not quite catch the meaning of what you just said. Could you repeat it to me one more time? I thought I was pretty clear in my explanation. Is he angry at me? I'm not sure I get it, but I guess I'll do it again more thoroughly. After Alan went through the account of what had happened once more, the Baron, who still looked very confused, attempted to sum the entire story up in his own words. So, you're saying that you defeated a queen armored ant and completely cleared out an armored ant nest. The Baron looked at Seabass again. Summon Xenoff for me. I know he just returned last night and is likely tired, but tell him that this is urgent and he is needed immediately. HM? What for? I've already told Captain Xenoff that I've been attacking that armored ant nest. That one night Alan had spent camping out with a chivalric order after the whole Orc village incident. Captain Xenoff had asked him to share the details of his hunting activities whenever he visited the mansion. Ever since then, Alan had ensured that he kept the knight captain in the loop. Although the man was often away, Alan remembered clearly informing him 2 months ago that he had wiped out all the Orc villages and was now moving on to attacking armored ant nests. And Alan, you mentioned bringing back a queen armored ant shell? Then let us take a look at this shell while waiting for Xenoff to arrive. Alan led everyone to the garden, secretly rejoicing at the fact that the Baron never veered back to the topic of his staying out without permission. Just as he had said, there lay the gigantic pink gold shell that he had harvested from the queen armored ant. The shell of normal armored ants was silver, so the difference was obvious at a glance. The Baron nodded repeatedly and went, while touching the shell all over. Thomas followed suit, his curiosity piqued, when Seabass returned from calling for Xenoff.
Good.
By the way, Seabass, Alan claims that this is the shell of a queen armored ant. Have you ever seen another before? I am sorry, Master. Unfortunately, I am not too familiar with monsters.
Huh?
Oh, queen armored ants are quite rare, I imagine, what with being rank B, plus living so deep inside the nest. Are they summoning Captain Xenoff because they have no way to verify my claim themselves? After admitting that he had no idea whether this was truly the shell of a queen armored ant either, Seabass also reached out with curiosity to touch it all over. Before long, the knight captain rushed into the mansion. May I ask why I have been summoned with such urgency, your lordship? Both his clothes and his hair look really well-groomed for someone who had been suddenly called over at an hour when everyone's normally lounging about after lunch. I apologize for interrupting your rest, Xenoff. There is something I need you to confirm for me. Is this a shell from a queen armored ant? Xenoff approached to take a look, but then shook his head. I'm sorry, my lord. I have never seen a queen armored ant myself. Alan tells us that this is the shell of a queen armored ant. My memory might be fuzzy, as I heard this quite far in the past, but aren't armored ant nests supposedly unclearable?
Huh?
Unclearable? Not just difficult to clear, but outright impossible? Yes, my lord. It is impossible to clear an armored ant nest. Even if our entire order was to be dispatched, we would not be able to do it. I believe it is beyond Silver Fong of the Gale as well. Hearing how certain Xenoff had sounded, Alan inadvertently blurted, but armored ants are only rank C, right? Silver Fong of the Gale was the name of a rank A adventure party. Alan had difficulty understanding how even a rank A adventure party would struggle against rank C monsters. How could anything be impossible for rank A adventurers and the Knight Captain? To sum up Xenof's explanation, clearing an armored ant nest involved killing more than 1,000 armored ants that would keep emerging in a seemingly endless flood. I mean, yes, that's how it was for me too, though it was over 5,000 in my case. Xenof continued to explain that his chivalric order would suffer severe casualties if they really had to fight more than 1,000 rank C monsters without rest. What's more, killing a queen-armored ant meant going into a nest with all its countless branching passages and finding the cavern where she resided. The monsters still remaining within the nest would use their bodies to seal the passages, especially when the exploration party was turning back from a dead end. The party could kill the ant that was in the way, but its body would remain, leaving them still trapped. Then only death awaited, as it was nigh impossible for another group to find them within the labyrinth. That's true. My summons did get trapped quite a few times. Every time it happened, Alan had simply recalled the trap summons by reverting them to card form and then sent them back out right away. For all these reasons, clearing an armored ant nest is, for all practical purposes, impossible. If someone really had to clear one, the question would be one of how many casualties the process would incur. However, this is entering the realm of academic deliberation. In any case, I have never heard of an armored ant nest ever being cleared before. No one, be they knight or adventurer, would willingly step into an armored ant nest. Over the past year or so, the chivalric order had been mobilized only to deal with goblin and orc villages. There had been no mention whatsoever of attacking ant nests. Alan looked confused.
Huh?
But I heard that some of the mithril mines that we currently have used to be armored ant nests. The queens in those nests happened to die. Then the armored ants abandoned them of their own accord. After hearing this explanation, Alan finally understood the blank look that the Baron and the butler had exchanged. If there was no one attempting to clear these nests, then obviously there were no accounts of anyone having succeeded. The two of them had been bewildered by the report of a feat that they had understood to be absolutely impossible. So that's what happened. Oh, right. The shell isn't the only thing I brought back. I also have these. Alan lowered the sack that he had forgotten about from his shoulder and took out one of the rocks inside. I picked this up in the cavern where the queen armored ant was. I was wondering if it might be mithril or... Now this they understood, much more than all the talk about the queen armored ant and nest clearing. The Baron and Knight Captain both walked over briskly and peered closely at the rock, beckoning Alan to follow along as he, Seabass, and Xenof headed to the 3rd floor together. Yes, my lord. Alan was a little hesitant to place the rocks that might possibly be dirted with the queen armored ant's bodily fluids on top of the stately, antique-looking table, but he had no choice but to follow a direct order. The Baron promptly stepped out of the room, quickly returning with a heavy-looking lump in his hands.
Whoa.
There's the lord of a realm that used to thrive on mithril mining for you. I guess it only makes sense that he has a sample. The mithril ore was placed right next to Alan's rocks. They both gave off the same luster and had identical textures. The butler fetched a map of Granvelle from another room. This was not Alan's first time seeing a map in this world, as Xenof had previously brought one out when the two discussed their relative progress in wiping out the orc villages. Upon being asked, Alan was able to point to the location of the armored ant nest that he had just cleared, indicating that it was somewhere between the two northernmost mines. I see. It's quite close to the village we're developing, the Baron murmured, stroking his beard. Xenof agreed, then said, I strongly believe that we should be dispatched with haste to secure it before other monsters move in. Despite having just returned to town, the Knight Captain was proposing that he and his men set off again immediately. Oh, right, Alan interrupted, having remembered something else that he had yet to report. If I may have a sheet of paper, I can draw a simplified illustration of the entire layout of this nest. It was simply a matter of copying over the finished map in his grimoire, so Alan did not think much of it. This was, after all, a labyrinth more than 5 kilometers long. Having a map, even a simple one, would make an enormous difference for those who would be managing the place. You mean it? Bring him a large piece of parchment immediately, the Baron barked. However, instead of immediately heading out, Seabass said, Master, This would be a good time to give Alan an explanation about the mining rights. Emma might know. I'll do it now, the Baron replied before turning to Alan. Alan, you have done incredibly good work today. Naturally, you will not be penalized for the unauthorized night out. As for this mithril vein, the credit for its discovery goes to you. In this country, those who discover a source of a natural resource, not just limited to mithril, are granted 30% of the harvesting rights. Indeed. As such, 30% of the harvesting rights for this mithril mine goes to you, Alan. Seriously? Damn, I feel like I just figured out a way to get filthy rich in this world. I see. Harvesting rights, huh? According to the explanation that followed, the actual amount that would enter Alan's pockets was a lot less than 30% of the full profits. First of all, the revenue from the mithril would be used to pay for all costs associated with the mining operation, including the maintenance of the mine, construction and maintenance of the furnaces needed to smelt the ore into ingots, and the personnel expenses for the knights, miners, laborers, and guards. 60% of the remaining amount would then go to the royal treasury as tax. The amount actually left after all the above-mentioned subtractions was what the term harvesting rights referred to. This was the sum that Alan would be receiving 30% of, with the other 70% going to the feudal lord. In this way, Alan managed to gain 30% of the mining rights of Chapter 12, Assault. October arrived, and Alan finally turned 12. This month marked his 4th anniversary here at the Granvelle mansion. During the past 5 months, the chivalric order had assumed supervision over the armored ant nest that he had cleared, and in September, the northernmost mithril mine finally began operations. Mine development for the vein Alan had discovered would begin next year. Specialist miners had taken a look at it and confirmed that this was indeed a brand new vein that no one else had happened upon before. It was expected to be a very rich vein at that. When the knight captain had saved him at the orc village, Alan had realized how much freedom he had been given to do what he wanted. The number of hours he spent hunting had shot up ever since he had obtained sharing. And next year, the mining rights he held would enable him to live a comfortable life without even having to lift a finger. Back when he lived in Krina village, there was something that he had desperately lacked: status. In a desperate bid to raise his family's social class, he had hunted albaherons en masse and spearheaded changes to the great boar hunting party. Despite being unable to leave the village as he pleased, it had still been a very fulfilling time. Now, though, he felt like he was just hunting slimes around the starter castle. He had more than enough money to live off of, and the monsters he fought posed no threat to him. All he was doing was grinding to the level cap, without any particular goal in mind. What Alan sought was not a cushy life. He had come to this world in search of excitement, something that could clutch his attention and consume his every waking thought. What he now had was not what he wanted. Partly due to these thoughts, when he went on to clear 2 more armored ant nests and realized they were not mithril mines, he did not feel particularly disappointed. When he arrived at the mansion at 8 years old, he had planned on becoming an adventurer. Then Mihai had asked him to protect Cecil, and Alan had said, yes. He still fully intended on keeping this promise, but now that he had turned 12, he was also thinking it was about time for him to embark on the next phase of his life. This life of grinding slimes around the starter castle could not be the right answer for him. The two were currently sharing breakfast together, just as they had for the past 4 years. Next year, Rickle would be quitting as head manservant to become either a coachman or a cook. The position of head manservant was not one that could be held for several decades, and it was high time he passed it on to someone else. He was currently musing with Alan about which would be the easier profession in his usual flippant tone. Alan thought this a very Rickle-like question to ask. When he looked at the superior of his, he wondered if maybe he was the one overthinking his life. I heard the royal envoys coming again, Rickle said, changing the subject. I'm starting to get tired of all this talk about mithril, honestly. So I've been told, Alan replied, even though he came just last month. Visits from a royal envoy were hardly unusual, but their frequency had jumped up significantly over the past year. Many of these had been to confirm the progress of preparations for the mithril mining operation, with there being a noticeably pressing tone in their questioning. Alan wondered if it was due to a shortage of mithril in the kingdom now that Karnal was no longer able to produce any. The advance notice that came the other day included the date and time the envoy would be arriving, but not the nature of his business. Seabass had told Alan to stay in the dining hall after lunch, as part of the service staff that would be on hand during the audience. The Baron's family had lunch, then 2 men arrived at the Granvelle mansion. Around 1 p.m. When Seabass escorted them into the dining hall, the Baron gasped. Not because of the royal envoy. It was usually the same one who came every time, and even Alan had seen him multiple times by now. What caught the Baron by surprise was the identity of the royal envoy's companion. He knew this person, and he was much more than a mere passing acquaintance. "Welcome," the Baron said, keeping a straight face. He had allowed his wife and children to sit in for today's audience, as he had expected it to be about the mithril mines again. If he had known the Viscount was coming, he would have handled this visit on his own. "I have heard that you apply yourself to your fiefdom's development with such eagerness and vigor. You are a true model for the other nobles," the envoy began, insolently leaning back into his seat and staring at the Baron from across the table. Instead of sitting, Viscount Karnal was standing behind the envoy, almost as if he were the man's attendant. The positioning looked just like how Seabass stood behind the Baron. "May I ask what is the nature of your visit today, my lord?" the Baron asked respectfully, a tinge of wariness in his tone. The envoy grunted. After a pregnant pause, he answered, "I've come to bring you a proposal, Baron Granvelle." "That's right. You are involved in a dispute that is well known even among the nobles. So what I bring today is a proposal to resolve that dispute." "What dispute might that be, my lord?" The Baron racked his brains, but nothing came to mind. "The centuries-old dispute between House Granvelle and House Karnal. This is an issue that even the royal family cannot overlook. A reconciliation must be achieved." When speaking of a dispute between these two families, only one thing came to mind: the mithril mines in the White Dragon Mountains. It was true that this was an issue that had hung like a shadow over both houses for generations. The two realms constantly cycled between prosperity and decline in turn, forever at the mercy of the White Dragon. The Viscount walked forward with a rolled-up parchment in hand. Seabass met him in the middle and accepted it with both hands, then brought it back and placed it before the Baron. The Baron undid the string and spread the scroll open. As his eyes flowed across the page, however, shock filled his face. Do you take issue with this solution that I have gone to the trouble of arranging?" "But, my lord, shared management of the White Dragon Mountains is just..." "Just what?" "The two realms being divided by the mountain range is the cause of their dispute. As such, both can share management over the whole mountain. Naturally, profits will also be split equally." "Shared management? As in, both the Baron and Viscount will have equal claim to the entire mountain range?"
Damn.
So that's why the Viscount's smirking so much. What the royal envoy had brought was a contract for House Granvelle and House Karnal to share ownership over the White Dragon Mountain range. The man proceeded to describe how the two families would share both the burden of maintenance and the profits obtained. From his position behind the envoy, Viscount Karnal was clearly having trouble hiding the smile on his face. Even his shoulders were shaking, indicating just how badly he was holding in his.
"What displeases you about this?"
"I even asked the judicial vice minister himself to write up this contract for you."
"Enough."
Viscount Karnal's signature is already on the document. The royal envoy stared down the very confused and flabbergasted Baron, almost as if wordlessly ordering him to stop complaining and sign the blasted document already. After a long, pained silence, the Baron said, "I am truly sorry. This is all very sudden. May I respond after having an audience with His Majesty?"
"What?"
"You are refusing to sign the contract that I asked the judicial vice minister to draft? So, you're a big shot now, are you, Baron?" "Oh, of course not, my lord. Just a brief audience would do. All I wish is for a quick confirmation with His Majesty in person." "So, you doubt me? Being able to mine mithril has made you brazen and impudent. Enough." The envoy shot to his feet and headed for the door in a hurry. Seeing Viscount Karnal hurry after him as an attendant would, Seabass also rushed forward to escort them out, but the envoy shouted loudly, "No need," and furiously slammed the door. After the dramatic exit, Baron Granvelle cast the parchment onto the grand table. "I refuse to believe in the validity of such a ridiculous contract. Seabass, I must pay the royal palace a visit with haste. Xenoph is returning 2 days from now, yes?" "Yes, master. He has gone out on an expedition to the White Dragon Mountains, so he should be returning to town in 2 days." It was as if the clock was now leaping forward after being frozen. The Baron barked out questions, taking stock of the situation. As soon as the knight captain returned to Granvelle City, the Baron would be taking him along when he headed to the royal capital via magic ship. With this, all the members of the Baron's family and servants were dismissed. Several hours later, Alan was busy polishing silverware. During this time in the day, he did not have any particular duties to fulfill, so he normally went around lending a hand to other servants who needed help. At times, he would help cook, tend the garden, do the laundry, and so on and so forth. He was, in short, a jack of all trades. And today, he just happened to be taking a cloth to the silverware used by the Baron's immediate family. But still, shared management? That's a nice name to put on what's definitely going to be trouble. The contract from earlier was still on his mind. Shared management. Peaceful resolution. Equal distribution. With so many empty platitudes that sounded so morally upright, Alan worried how the Baron would be able to turn down this proposal. If he did so, he could end up being accused of trying to monopolize the mithril market. Alan did not have the faintest idea what the Baron could do even if he went to the capital. Suddenly, a scream rang out from the floor above, jolting Alan from his thoughts. Crea-ash. Eahawah. The sound of glass smashing was immediately followed by the sounds of struggle coming from the third floor. Alan hurriedly placed the silverware down and dashed up the stairs from the first floor. Everything was so sudden that he had no clue what was going on. It was not Cecil who had screamed, meaning it was likely one of the maidservants. Soon, Seabass and other servants came into view. Alan rushed past, taking care not to bump into anyone. When he came out the other side of the crowd, the first thing that he saw was a quivering maidservant standing frozen in the hallway and a gentleman-in-waiting crumpled on the floor, the angle of his body indicating that he had been sent flying out of Cecil's room. There was a crater in the wall where he had, presumably, crashed against it. He was on the verge of death, bleeding profusely from his stomach. Seriously? The assailants came in through the window. Alan stepped past the frozen maidservant and rushed into Cecil's room, finding her window gone along with a large portion of the wall. Clearly, the assailants had forcibly blasted their way in. There were 3 of them, all wearing leather armor for ease of movement. At first, Alan thought they were adventurers, but then gathered from their vibe that they were more likely hoodlums or robbers. Whatever they were, they sure weren't knights. One of the men was carrying Cecil tucked under his armpit. As soon as he saw this, Alan knew what he needed to do. He grabbed his mithril sword from storage and rushed at the man. But one of the other intruders, this one big and muscular, blocked the thrust with his greatsword. Alan continued, unleashing a barrage of attacks, but the man managed to parry them all, swearing at him the entire time.
Shit.
What's with this guy? He's really strong. I need to change out my cards. Oh, and after the first 2 clashes, Alan could already tell that his opponent was no pushover. He carefully observed the other 2 as well, worried that they were equally as skilled. Currently, 30 of Alan's 50 holders were occupied with fish D cards. While continuing the sword fight, he fetched a crop of magic from storage and used it to restore his MP, as he had converted everything he had into skill XP earlier on. After this, he sent away his grimoire and briefly turned around to call it back out directly over the gentleman-in-waiting, page down. A leaf of life fell out, fluttering until it landed on the man's body. Once he had confirmed with his eyes that the servant was fully healed, Alan whirled around once more. This opponent was far too powerful for Alan to keep his back turned for too long. While he maintained his onslaught, the grimoire floating in midair flipped its pages furiously as cards were deleted and created at a blistering rate. Alan felt power welling up inside as his stats climbed higher and higher. I know.
Already.
The man apparently did not expect to struggle so much against a child who appeared to be about 10 years old. He grew increasingly frustrated as time dragged on. Upon understanding the situation, Seabass had started shouting down the hallway, "Intruders! Intruder alert! All gentlemen, take up weapons. Someone call the knights." At the same time, the Baron was also barking out orders, and all the gentlemen in waiting who had not already rushed for their weapons after the maidservant's scream did so now. All of them pounded down the hallway, fast approaching Cecil's room. "There are knights gathering in the garden. Helgi, that's enough. We got the target. Time to clear out." The assailants seemed to have given up on defeating Alan, but Alan kept attacking in a furious bid to save Cecil from their clutches. That moment, however, the assailant armed with a short sword took something out from a pouch on his waist and threw it hard against the ground. Smoke exploded throughout the destroyed room. Alan tried to hold his breath, but his reaction had been a beat too late, and he managed to get a small whiff. His consciousness faded to black, and he collapsed in place. Did the assailants kidnap me together with Cecil? Shit, that smoke probably paralyzed me or put me to sleep. I didn't have any precautions in place against status debuffs. I'm tied up? Upon regaining full control of his faculties, Alan gleaned that he had been abducted. Just in case his kidnappers were watching him, he kept his eyes closed and pretended that he was still unconscious as he checked his body. Thankfully, he had no injuries or broken bones, but he did realize he could not move his arms and legs. Ropes dug into his skin, and his mouth was biting down on a gag. He had been thoroughly trussed up, much like a caterpillar. Alan concentrated his senses and picked up on several presences. Perhaps the kidnappers were still close by. It was still a mystery whether Cecil was unharmed or not. However, if these men had planned on killing her, then they would have done so back at the mansion. Alan himself being kidnapped meant chances were that she had been as well. Checking up on her took priority. "Robbers, you done fucked up." No, I should really call this a stroke of luck instead. I would have been powerless if they had blindfolded me too. Although Alan could neither move his limbs nor speak, there was no pressure around his eyes, meaning that he could open his eyes to examine his surroundings. Summoners had one huge weakness: their eyes. They had to visually specify the spawn location whenever calling out summons. This was why it was impossible to summon on the other side of obstacles. Naturally, it was also impossible to do so with their eyes closed. So Alan cracked his eyes just the slightest, barely enough that they still appeared closed. Several large wooden crates first came into sight. This appeared to be a rather sizable storeroom. Alan promptly summoned out a bird G on top of some boxes and shared with it. The first order he gave the parrot was to not flap its wings. So far, so good. It might raise suspicions if I get too many out, so just one more for a second perspective. The eyes of the two bird GS transmitted a group of men lounging around in seats. These were indeed the same three who had assaulted the mansion. Cecil quietly lay on the ground a slight distance behind Alan. Through bird G, Alan confirmed that Cecil was also bound and gagged. Her restraints proved that she should still be alive. The pit of Alan's stomach plummeted as he thought the robbers had figured out he had regained consciousness and was surveilling them. Through bird G, he watched as a fourth man whom he did not recognize walked in. He had not been with the group that attacked the mansion. Appearing to be slightly over 40, with gaunt cheeks and belligerent eyes, the newcomer wore a similar outfit to the others, but was surrounded by a markedly different air. He seemed like someone deeply involved with the criminal underworld. The hell's the meaning of this? We were supposed to nab one brat, so why are we there too? This one looks like a servant or something. He seemed to be really good with a sword despite being a kid, so I thought we could sell him as a slave for some pocket OF. Before the man could finish speaking, the fourth man had driven a fist into his side. The speaker was wearing leather armor, but it did nothing to soften the force of the blow. Listen closely, you pieces of shit. Don't do anything unnecessary. You heard it, right? I'm the leader for this mission, which means you do what I say. The next time you decide to get creative, I will fucking end your pathetic lives. Capice?
Y decir.
Sorry, sir. The man said through gritted teeth, clutching his side and propping himself up on the ground with both elbows. After casting a glance over at the other two men who were acting as if nothing had happened, the gaunt man left the room. Apparently, he had dropped by to confirm how the kidnapping had gone. Once Dagra was gone, the two others approached the man who had gotten punched.
Ah, yeah, fine.
Why the boss hired a hitman like that is beyond me. He's such a massive asshole. Marcus spat angrily. Alan attempted to glean what information he could from the kidnappers through his shared bird GS. It seemed like this was a storeroom in town, but there was no way to see outside, as there were no windows. Alan wanted to know where they were so he could figure out how he would escape with Cecil after getting away from their captors. You sure you okay, man?
Helgi asked.
You look like you're in pain. I'm good, Marcus replied, despite still holding his side and wincing. Shit, that bastard seriously pisses me off. He didn't break a rib, did he? Seriously, why the hell is he the leader? Alan continued eavesdropping on the men's conversation while pretending he was still asleep. He's all full of himself just 'cause he survived a battlefield or two, Xenoph countermeasure or not.
Did you know?
I heard he ran with his tail between his legs after just 1 year on the front lines. So why is he strutting about like he owns the goddamn place? Dude, leave it at that. Someone told me Umbra said that to his face and got his head chopped off right then and there. Dead serious. Still, Xenoph was supposed to have protected some fortress for a decade, right? Can Dagra really beat him in a fight? Probably. I mean, he may have protected the place for a decade, but did you hear what happened to it afterward? Why do you know so much about that battle? All right, I'll bite. What happened to it? After 10 years, the place got attacked and fell. Helgi snapped his fingers. Just like that. Everyone inside got massacred. Those bastards aren't human. No idea how Xenoph got away, but he sure is shameless being a high and mighty knight captain after all that.
Dumb man.
Having a sword-using talent is good and all, but it sure ain't worth dying for. That's why a year, 10 years, it makes no difference. Only idiots go to the battlefield. Battlefield? But Mr. Rickle was insistent the kingdom isn't at war. So there really is a war going on. The discrepancy between what Rickle had said and what these abductors were saying did pique Alan's interest, but his highest priority at the moment was getting out of his current situation. He continued eavesdropping, hoping to gather more information. An hour passed. Unfortunately, the men did not talk about anything particularly useful. Even now, they were having a blast discussing how they would use the money from selling Alan to go gambling. Doesn't look like I'll get much more info. I still have no idea where we are. Let's move on to taking stock of what I've got at my disposal and figure out how to secure an escape route. Alan's mithril sword was probably still back in the mansion where he had dropped it when he lost consciousness in the middle of fighting the kidnappers. All he had with him currently was the short sword that Dagra had given him. And the iron balls. Even if he were to start fighting, getting away with Cecil would still be top priority. Oh, is he leaving? Let's go with him. Under Alan's instruction, one of the bird GS that had been hiding behind a wooden box flew out. The two men remaining in their seats immediately noticed the bird flapping its wings, but it ignored their stares and darted straight through the open door. Did that seem suspicious? Oh well, doesn't matter. It's a fair price for figuring out where we are. Huh? What's a bird doing in a place like this? Some rich asshole probably brought their pet bird on board or something. Must be nice to be them. Alan kept an eye on the field of vision from the bird G that flew out while continuing to eavesdrop on the kidnappers. He had thought this was a storeroom somewhere in town and had expected the door to lead outside. Instead, it turned out to be a long hallway with a ceiling about 2 meters high. The bird shot past the occupied kidnapper and found a staircase at the end of the hallway. The summon immediately flew up it. Does this lead to a higher floor? The storeroom itself was rather spacious. If this really is a ship, it must be huge. The staircase opened up to another long passageway. Bird G proceeded down its length and quickly found a door on its right. It had a round glass window that could be peered out of. Oh, does this door lead outside? It was all dark on the other side of the window. Alan tried to look through it from various angles, but he still could not see anything. Why is it all black? Wait, those are stars, and that's the night sky. Which means I am looking outside. It's just nighttime now. But that's strange. Where's the ocean? When Alan squinted, he realized he was looking at a starry sky. The kidnappers had attacked before twilight, which meant several hours had passed by now. However, if this was a ship, then the light from the stars should be reflecting off the surface of the water they were sailing over. Yet there were no such reflections. As Alan was occupied with analyzing what he was seeing through Bird G's eyes, the room he was in jerked violently all of a sudden. Just as the men were complaining among themselves, an announcement similar to what Alan had heard in his previous life rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the turbulence our magic ship, the Baona, is currently experiencing. This won't affect our steering ability, but be aware that the sudden jerking might cause you to lose your footing and fall over. We recommend that you remain seated. As it turned out, Alan and Cecil had already left Granvelle City and had been brought on board a magic ship that was currently making its way through the night sky. What should I do? There's no place to run if we're up in the air on a magic ship. I guess I really do have to take out our captors. Actually, no, let's look around the ship a bit more first. Intel first, then fight. The Bird G turned away from the window to explore the interior of the ship. Alan realized that he and Cecil were located in the belly of the vessel where the passengers' luggage was stored. Interesting how they have a door for going outside that's accessible even when the magic ship is flying. I mean, it is true that this thing is flying a lot slower than airplanes. The fact that he could see the night sky through the door from earlier meant it led outside. Perhaps it was a maintenance door for checking on the outer wall of the vessel. Either way, unlike planes in his previous life, the door was operable even during flight. Opening it and jumping outside was still suicide, though. At the other end of the corridor with the door was another flight of stairs that headed up. It led to a floor lined with doors at regular intervals in a design similar to a business hotel. As Bird G continued down the corridor, it picked up lively sounds up ahead. It eventually burst into what looked like an onboard restaurant. Damn, there are so many people. So food is served on magic ships. Pretty funny how this is how I get to experience my first time riding one. Multiple passengers noticed the bird and pointed, but Alan ignored them and continued surveying the place. As Bird G continued deeper in, there was a marked shift in the clientele. Judging by the formal outfits of the passengers here, this was a separate area for the rich. Elegant, noble women lounged on comfortable-looking sofas, chatting with each other over glasses of wine. Just as Alan was about to conclude that there was no further information to glean, he spotted two men seated at the far end through Bird G's eyes. The two men were also lounging on comfortable sofas and enjoying an expensive vintage. They appeared to be tipsy, so Alan had Bird G surreptitiously approach and duck behind the shade of a nearby lamp to eavesdrop on their conversation. The Viscount seemed to have caught sight of the parrot for a split second, making Alan's heart skip a beat, but the man looked away almost immediately, apparently thinking nothing more of it. Thanks to this, Alan could now hear everything the two men were saying. Seriously, how can His Majesty support someone from the Academy faction for judicial minister? The royal envoy complained, clearly already quite drunk. That seat is supposed to be ours. We must help the vice minister gain the position, no matter what it takes. Because Alan had dropped in halfway through the conversation, he had no idea what the two men were talking about. According to what he gathered by listening carefully, the position of judicial minister in the government would become vacant this year. The next person who would fill the seat was a noble belonging to a party named the Academy faction, but these two men wished to change that arrangement as a political maneuver. The Viscount took a swig of wine and sighed with satisfaction. The look on Lord Granvelle's face makes any wine taste better. He was getting full of himself after his mind started back up, wasn't he? Let's just say that keeping the lesser nobles in line is also part of my duties as a royal envoy. Thank you very much for pulling strings and getting the vice minister to help with the contract. Oh, don't mention it. I only did what was natural, considering our relationship. But still, that white dragon couldn't have picked a more inconvenient time to move. We're already spending enough as is, trying to change the appointment for a judicial minister. The Viscount bowed obsequiously. I'm truly sorry for burdening you with this matter at such a time. I see. So it was Viscount Carnal who had planned the whole scheme with the contract suggesting joint management over the White Dragon Mountains. And this is probably how his family's been using their mithril money for the past 100 years or so, throwing it around, forging relationships with other nobles and government officials to do whatever they please. You're sure that you have things under control, yes? The envoy asked. The palace is far from being entirely on our side. Without the contract, the Baron is able to make as much of a fuss he wants, and His Majesty would be unable to intervene. Things could get very messy. Make sure you get the Baron to sign that contract, no matter what. Of course, my lord. That's why I kidnapped his precious daughter. Oh, how he dotes on her. So, I made sure to leave him a letter to ensure he doesn't do anything stupid. So this is why the envoy's attitude suddenly turned sour when the Baron said he would be visiting the palace. That is the plan, yes. Though I do hope Xenoff doesn't end up winning and going on a rampage in my realm. You could spin that to your advantage too, couldn't you? If a knight captain makes a scene in another realm, then his lord can be convicted and forced to take responsibility. After all, rioting is a serious crime. If Xenoff does end up going off the handle, perhaps you should thank him instead. Of course, you know why I've gone to all this trouble for you, right? Absolutely, my lord. As promised, a portion of the mining rights is yours. So Viscount Carnal's got the upper hand with his political influence, and the law's on his side since there's no way to prove he's behind Cecil's
Kidnapping.
The Baron's hands are tied as long as she's held hostage. And the reason for this attack and kidnapping is mithril mining rights. I guess that just goes to show how much money there is in mithril. The conversation he had just overheard shed significant light on a lot of things. Alan was about to slowly consider what action to take next when his thoughts were interrupted. Did you just wake up? Shut it, girlie. MMPH. Upon realizing that she was tied up, Cecil protested furiously, her face colored with anger. However, she could not move nor speak due to being bound and gagged. She then noticed Alan close by. MMPH. MNNGH. Cut it out. Stop kicking me. How are you even doing that when you're tied up? Cecil was clearly under the impression that Alan was still unconscious. She pulled her legs in and extended them sharply multiple times in an effort to wake him up. However, he was determined to show no reaction, as he was pretending to be asleep. Shut up already. Your attendant's knocked out 'cause we drugged him. We'll be arriving in Carnal City soon, so be quiet. So this magic ship is heading for Carnal City. Makes sense, with Viscount Carnal being on board. He'll be able to do whatever he wants as soon as we land. I've really got to do something. Okay, seriously, stop it. It hurts.
Ow.
Naturally, Carnal City would be filled with Viscount Carnal's men. Escape would be much more difficult once the ship arrived. While Alan was thinking furiously, Cecil continued kicking his rear by flexing like a shrimp. Oh, all right.
Hey, stupid brat.
Shut the hell up if you don't want me to knock the living daylights out of you. MNNGH. Cecil continued kicking Alan in desperation. She probably thought he would be able to take care of the situation somehow as soon as he woke up. Seriously, I need to do something. My card distribution is fine, so let's do this. Skill levels fish. D. Despite her fear, Cecil gave Helgii a death glare as he approached. The man pulled his fist back. Ugh, you guys are really forcing my hand here. Ajiha, use scale powder. What? The kidnappers exclaimed in astonishment as a massive, meter-tall swallowtail butterfly appeared out of thin air. It flapped its wings furiously, filling the entire room with yellow powder. The dagger user collapsed like a toy that had its batteries taken out. Helgii quickly reduced the summon to light bubbles with a swing of his weapon. In that time, Alan ripped apart his restraints with his brute strength. The ropes that he had been tied up with meant nothing to him given his current attack stat. Helgii whirled around, his eyes wide with surprise. Before the man could gather himself, a giant bear appeared in front of him. Roar! Teddy charged forward and used Crush, but Helgi calmed down just in the nick of time and stepped aside, even slashing the beast as it pounded past. Although that was not enough to finish the bear off, Helgi had proved that he was much faster. None of Beast D's following attacks landed either. Conversely, the bear disappeared into light bubbles after taking 3 slashes. While everyone present was transfixed by the battle, Alan sneaked around to Marcus's side. Beast D had been a diversion. This had been his true aim. He unleashed a blow with all the strength he could muster precisely where the man had just been wounded by Dagra. Ugh, you fucking brat. Marcus groaned before crashing to the floor headfirst, knocked unconscious by the pain. He lay twitching like a dead frog. Taking out the weakened one first is just common sense. Now, there's only one left. The sole remaining kidnapper, Helgi, calmly brought his sword up to a middle stance, asking loudly, "Marcus, you okay?" While taking out his short sword from Dagra, Alan threw an iron ball at Helgi. However, because he had come from the front, the swordsman had no trouble knocking it down. This is my first time pointing a real sword at a human, but surprisingly, I don't feel any hesitation at all. Oh wait, no, I'd done the same when these guys attacked the mansion. A bit late to be having such thoughts, I guess. Does this puny little shit scare you? Alan asked, provoking the man. 2 stone DS materialized abruptly before and behind Helgi, sandwiching him before promptly activating Defend. So far, so good. He needed to attack Teddy 3 times to kill it, so this should be enough to make him skip a few turns, so to speak. Even while finishing Marcus off, Alan had been monitoring the fight between Helgi and Beast D through the eyes of the bird G that he was still shared with. He determined that it would take Helgi a while to take care of Stone DS with their ability activated. Now that he had some breathing room, Alan summoned a Fish D and had it use Splash. 2 Insect GS attached themselves to the trapped man as an Insect D started spewing him with sticky threads, further restraining his movements. Nice, Insect G's ability is affecting him. So the debuffs from insect summons do affect humans too. And just now, Cecil didn't glow when Fish D cast its buff. Is she not recognized as my ally because she's not actually fighting? Alan found a lot to analyze about his first ever battle with a human enemy. The hitman's around too, so I should quickly finish this person off. Neither Fish D's buff nor Insect E's debuff had affected Cecil. Further testing was needed to figure out the exact conditions for determining allies or enemies, but this was hardly the time for it. Including the currently absent Dagra, there were a total of 4 people who meant Cecil and Alan harm. As such, finishing off the 3rd enemy, Helgi, was of the utmost urgency. Alan brought his sword down as hard as he could on the shoulder of the man pressed between the 2 stone DS. He's so tough, or maybe I'm just too weak. And this sword isn't good enough for fights of this level. Should I raise my attack and try to push through? On second thought, it probably suits me better to use agility to whittle him down with the number of attacks. Helgi's class was likely swordsman or some other related variation. Due to this, his endurance was so high that Alan could not deal any significant damage to him, even with 750 attack. Even if he managed to stab the man with his sword, it would not be lethal. In this world, a person's physical parameters were quantified, so when someone with high endurance was stabbed, a mysterious force prevented them from dying. It was Alan's first time experiencing this strange phenomenon. Even so, Alan was absolutely overwhelming Helgi. With his agility-based build, he was raining attacks on the man, who was not only held in place by the stone DS, but was also too tall to properly strike down where Alan was. Consequently, Alan was now basically hacking away at the man one-sidedly. As a finishing move, Alan kicked the man in the stomach, sending him slamming against the wall of the storeroom. Helgi's head drooped as he finally lost consciousness. At that exact moment, an announcement came over the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for riding with us. Our magic ship, the Baona, will be arriving in Carnal City shortly. We have begun our descent, so kindly please remain in your seats. I finally managed to take him out, but I'm running out of time. Gotta free Cecil right now. Alan could physically feel the magic ship's descent as it shook even harder than before. Once it docked, the two children would have nowhere left to run. He hurried over to Cecil. Cecil, who had seen the fight from start to finish, was in a stunned daze. Alan pretended not to notice as he proceeded to tear her bindings apart. Come on now, what the fuck happened here? How does single brat get the jump on all of them? These babysitters the client hired sure are weak. Suddenly, Dagra, the hit man hired by Viscount Carnal, walked in. He was startled at the large beasts all around, then eyed them warily. Without missing a beat, Alan immediately let go of Cecil's ropes and turned around while calling out a new stone D. Before Alan had managed to do his summoning, however, he already found himself slammed against the wall. He had been kicked in his sides so hard that several of his ribs broke.
Shit.
This guy's so fast. Does he have a scouting build? It looked like he straight up disappeared for a split second. Thanks to the vision provided by the bird G remaining in the storeroom, Alan had known exactly where Dagra had been even while he was facing Cecil. However, he could not perform summoning through the eyes of a shared summon, so he still needed to turn around to look in person. It turned out that tiny window of time was more than enough for the hitman to close the distance. Within that split second, Alan had been kicked against the wall so fast even he himself had disappeared from Bird G's vision for a moment. What's with that look? Never got hit with a skill before? Those guys were seriously trash, getting taken out by a brat like this. Continuing to maintain a wary distance from the summons, Dagra drew the rapier from his waist and slowly approached Alan. So that was a skill just now? No, I don't have time to analyze it right now. Fighting here is not an option. That leaves me only one choice. Alan understood from that one blow that this opponent was far too strong for him to fight. He used a leaf of life to heal himself, then Dagra whirled toward the corner of the storeroom where Viscount Carnal's voice had just sounded from. Of course, this was due to Bird G using its ability, Voice Mimic, to speak using the Viscount's voice. The instant Dagra was caught off guard, Insect D wrapped him up with spider silk. Alan threw his short sword into storage, dashed over to grab Cecil, then darted past Dagra and through the open door. Looks like spider silk isn't slowing him all that much. Bronze, seal the passage behind us. Alan dashed down the corridor outside, but it took almost no time for Dagra to break through the silky threads and give chase. While running, Alan turned around for a split second to summon two stone DS. As this corridor was only about 2 meters high and less than 3 meters across, the bronze statues made for very effective obstacles. From the other side, the Insect GS and other rank D summons that had remained out all this time surged toward the man as one unit, doing their best to slow him down. One brawn just got done in. I'm running out of time. Should I make my way to where the other passengers are? No, we'd still get caught eventually. That leaves. Currently, Alan and Cecil were in the passage with the door that led outside that Alan had found while scouting earlier. He could see the ground gradually drawing near through the glass window. Magic tools similar to searchlights illuminated the landing pad so that the vessel would not crash. This made it easy for Alan to accurately gauge exactly how high up they still were. He gently set Cecil down, then wrestled the door open. A gale roared up, but he ignored it and stuck his head through the doorframe to look down. There were still more than 100 meters to the ground. Lady Cecil, I'm sorry. We'll be jumping down, but please don't worry. Cecil seemed to be saying something, but it only came out as meaningless grunts. Gotta change up my cards to raise my endurance. Brahm would be able to raise my HP too, but I don't have enough time. The Beast D cards and the card holders were quickly replaced with Insect DS for their endurance buff. Stone cards required multiple steps of synthesizing, so Alan had to settle for Insect for now. It's fine, milady. I should have enough endurance. Stat points don't lie. and NPH. Cecil used every single part of her body to express her resistance. However, even though she was moving even more violently than she had in the storeroom, Alan paid her no mind. He fetched his mantle from storage and wrapped it around her just in case, then hugged her close so as to not drop her. As Cecil desperately pleaded with him not to, tears spilling from her eyes, Alan stepped out from the magic ship into the beautiful starry night sky. Chapter 13. Flight. Alan leaped out of the magic ship with Cecil in his arms. They were more than 100 meters above ground, but he was almost certain that he would be fine with his current stats thanks to his level and card buffs. Several seconds later, he slammed into the ground with tremendous force, feet first. The impact caused the beautifully laid stone pavement to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Phew, that hurt. The bones in both of Alan's legs snapped, unable to bear the shock of the landing. However, he immediately used a leaf of life to restore himself to full health the next instant. He checked to see if Cecil had gotten hurt during the fall. To his relief, aside from a few stone fragments that had hit the mantle she was wrapped in, she was entirely fine. All right. As expected, we managed to escape without Cecil getting hurt, although I did end up using a leaf of life. Honestly, the shock didn't even travel up to my arms. That endurance stat is really showing its worth here. Alan's understanding of endurance as a stat was that it served as a shock absorber for all physical damage to his body. From what he observed in himself every day, having higher endurance did not translate to having more muscles. Rather than his body getting bulky or his skin becoming as tough as metal, it was as if there was a protective membrane around him that helped alleviate incoming damage proportionate to the stat. This time, Alan had just fallen more than 100 meters with his and Cecil's weight combined. It was not surprising that he had taken damage. His legs did shatter, but thanks to the effect of the endurance stat, the shock from the impact had been suppressed, leaving Cecil unaffected. Just in case, Alan had used a leaf of life on Cecil as well right after the fall. Even so, he still carefully checked to make sure she was fine, then used his short sword to slice through all her ropes. The moment Cecil was freed, every inch of her body expressed her indignation toward Alan's unbelievable actions. However, Alan had no time to hear her out. He wrapped his mantle around her shoulders once again. This should do. It'll provide some protection, just in case any pursuers shoot arrows at us. Alan, listen to me. Where'd you take this cape out from? And what was that just then? Our top priority at the moment is to take you somewhere safe. Therefore, we will leave this place immediately. Please climb onto my back, so I can carry you. Alan's tone was firm and brooked no protest. It would be hard to run with Cecil in a princess carry, so he was planning on giving her a piggyback ride instead. The magic ship seemed about to land at any moment. Despite being disgruntled with the current situation, Cecil still obediently did as Alan requested. "Wah, you're going too fast," Cecil cried as Alan started sprinting faster than a horse. 4 owls appeared in midair, then dispersed to provide Alan with a comprehensive view of how Carnal City was laid out. He quickly worked out the shortest route to a city gate, then headed in that direction as fast as he could. "Nice," Dogra went to report what happened to the Viscount. "Yes, please give us more time to get a head start." All this time, Alan had been using the bird G left inside the magic ship to continue keeping an eye on the situation on board. He watched as Dogra went to find one of Viscount Carnal's men and explained how Alan and Cecil had escaped through a lower maintenance door of the ship. The Viscount asked in an agitated voice, "They're alive, right? Tell me they're alive." However, Dogra could only shake his head and say that there was no way to confirm until they were back on ground. He was currently in the middle of explaining that, considering the altitude, there was definitely a chance that both children had died. While on the fly, Alan quickly changed his card distribution. The kidnappers seem really flustered. After all, this world has never even heard of a tamer class before. My summons were probably a huge shock. In the games that Alan had played in his previous life, there had been a class that functioned similarly to Summoner, Tamer. The main difference between the two was what kind of creatures they each used to do their bidding, with Tamers using monsters they encountered and tamed and Summoners calling forth beings not normally found in the wild. As he ran, Alan recalled when he had broached the topic with Raven. The adventurer had said emphatically, "There's no way anyone can tame a monster." Based on that, Alan had concluded that this world did not have taming as a class. The idea had never even occurred to the inhabitants. This explained why the kidnappers had been so bewildered upon seeing Alan's summons. If this had been a world where everyone understood the concept of tamers, their reactions would have been very different. The gates of Carnal City were still open. When Alan produced the crest of House Granvelle, The guards let them through without giving them trouble, being good enough at their job to recognize the crest from a neighboring realm. Alan was aware that, as a boy in a servant's uniform carrying a girl on his back, he looked quite suspicious. However, it apparently was not enough of a reason for them to detain him. The stars shone brightly, illuminating Alan's way as he took off at a run. The first order of business was to distance themselves from Carnal City. Once they got their bearings, then they would head back to Granvelle City. It's a relief we managed to get out of the city. Now we'll have to find the White Dragon Mountains and take a detour around the north of the range. I wonder how many days it's going to take us. After running for a while longer, Alan finally stopped to allow Cecil some rest. She stared as he openly took out an illumination magic tool, water, and foodstuffs from storage. A little time into their rest, however, the bird D that Alan had instructed to remain on standby above the magic ship landing pad caught sight of a troubling development. A group of people had gathered around the conspicuous crater in the pavement where he and Cecil had landed earlier. Looks like Viscount Carnal's giving out instructions, and Dogra's there too. I guess without our bodies being there, it's pretty obvious that we survived. The Viscount was gesticulating furiously at the men grouped around him. As Alan continued keeping an eye on the situation through Bird D so as to glean any information he could about any prospective pursuers, he noticed Dogra cutting the Viscount off and making some sort of argument. The summon was too high in the sky to hear what was actually being said. However, just as Alan was focusing his attention on the shared feed, Dogra's body blurred for a split second, followed by an aura bursting out from it. The next instant, he took off in a flash. Damn, he's fast. I knew it. He must have a class similar to a scout. His agility stat has to be at least rank A if not S. As Alan continued watching, Dogra made a beeline for the gate that Alan finally realized that Dogra was running in a straight line right towards Cecil's and his current location. Judging by how quickly Dogra was closing the distance, it was clear that he could tell where Alan was, perhaps thanks to the help of a tracking ability tied to his class. Lady Cecil, I'm very sorry. There are already pursuers on our tail, so we must resume moving immediately. Dogra was fast, true, but after rearranging his cards just now, Alan now had more than 2,000 agility. Despite being handicapped by shouldering Cecil, he should be able to stay ahead for quite a while longer. And so the game of tag began. Sure enough, Alan stayed ahead, but he never managed to actually throw the man off his trail. He tried various tricks, such as veering in a completely different direction and purposely crossing a river without using the bridge, but nothing seemed to faze the hitman. Even though he was lagging behind quite significantly, Dogra still managed to stick closely to Alan's trail. The Bird D that was scouting ahead had just spotted a sizable town. Its gates appeared to be closed, but Alan still veered toward it. Soon enough, they got close enough to where even Cecil noticed the watchfires that dotted the town wall, giving it away. But the gate looks closed. When Alan approached the gate, the guard on lookout barked at him. A boy in a servant's uniform carrying a young girl on his back dashing toward the town at an incredible speed this late at night naturally cut a very suspicious figure. Not only did the guard look wary, he even brought his spear up. However, Alan, who was making a show of panting heavily, purposely ignored the man to talk to Cecil in a reassuring tone. Phew, what a relief. We've finally reached a town, milady. Please hold on just a little longer. Only then did Alan turn back to the guard. Mr. Guard, I'm really sorry, but can you let us into the town, please? Why, you know I can't. We closed this gate ages ago. There's no way I can let you in. Besides, you seem awfully suspicious, arriving at this time of night. But we aren't suspicious at all, Mr. Guard. Alan produced his crest. So, you're from House Granvelle. The man faltered slightly. However, the fact still remained that someone from the family of the Baron of the neighboring realm arriving this late at night made very little sense. Dubbage, why are you even out this late? Unfortunately, our carriage broke down a distance away. It's in such bad shape that it won't be able to move any more without attention. However, Milady insisted that she could not bear to sleep outside. Alan lied as naturally as he breathed. He made a show to convey how troubled he felt dealing with a broken-down carriage and a demanding mistress. Cecil was dumbfounded at suddenly having all the fault shoved onto her, forgetting to back up Alan's claim. So, that's what happened. The guard crossed his arms and groaned. Even so. Oh, looks like I only need one more push. Dogra is almost upon us, so I can't afford to spend any more time here. I'm aware that I'm asking for a lot, Mr. Guard. However, would this be enough to convince you to overlook this? Alan surreptitiously pressed something into the man's hand. The guard started, then examined it closely. Gold glinted in the light of the watchfires. Well, I can see that you're clearly in need of a break. Just saying, though, the inns are all closed by now. I'll figure something out, Alan replied, insinuating that he would use money to convince an innkeeper to let them stay. The guard shook his head wryly while opening the small door to the side of the gate. After entering the town, however, Alan immediately turned off the main street, heading deeper and deeper down the alleyways in an irregular, zigzagging path. There were multiple lodgings along the main street, but Alan had ignored them all. Just as Cecil asked him where they were going, the bird D monitoring the town gate spotted Dogra. After showing the gate guard something, Dogra also entered the town through the side door, at the gate. Then the man took off again at a run. All right, that confirms it. His skill enables him to follow my footsteps. What a relief that it's not a mapping skill. Alan had just finished analyzing Dogra's tracking skill based on everything he had noticed during the past few hours. Back when he was Kenichi, he had experienced playing a large variety of classes in his games. Most of the time, he chose classes that focused on dealing damage, such as warrior and mage. He was all about those big DPS numbers using powerful weapons or spells, respectively. In short, he was a bit of a meathead player. Consequently, he was not all that familiar with classes that relied on trickery like Scout. That said, he knew quite a bit about them. And to his knowledge, there were two main kinds of tracking skills. Alan could now say with certainty that the skill Dogra was using belonged to the first type. After all, he was precisely following all the detours that Alan had made, including crossing the river where Alan had instead of taking the bridge. Even now, the man was wasting his time weaving through the alleyways. If he had known Alan's exact coordinates, he would not have gone to such trouble. With a powerful leap, Alan landed on the roof of the nearby building and took off again, leaping from rooftop to rooftop. Due to constantly chasing Alan's tracks, Dogra had his head down most of the time while running. Alan took care not to draw attention to his position up on the rooftops as he drew farther and farther away. Hell yeah! Finally lost him. My analysis was spot on. You need 100 years more experience to come after me. Through Bird D's eyes, Alan watched Dogra freaking out at seeing Alan's tracks seemingly vanish into thin air. He turned back as if he thought he had made a wrong turn somewhere. It apparently never crossed his mind that Alan would be taking countermeasures against being tracked and therefore never thought to check the rooftops. At the moment, Alan was already standing on top of the town's wall. Aren't you going to fight him, Alan? Cecil asked suddenly. You're really strong, though. I'm afraid he's a bad match for me. I don't think I would be able to beat him. Even if I went all out without considering the consequences, my chances of victory are probably still below 10%. My summons are slow on their feet, and if I try to set a trap for him and lay in wait, he'd probably just evade it. And even if I manage to land a few blows on him, he probably has HP potions on him. That's it, we're leaving town. Braun, come out. Alan summoned a stone D on the ground outside the wall with its shield held aloft horizontally. He then jumped down onto the flat surface, summoned another one a slight distance away in the same pose, and leaped over. After this, he repeatedly called out bronze and reverted them to card form so he could travel across their shields a la stepping stones. He did this for several kilometers in an effort to travel without leaving any tracks. I wonder if Dogra can see the tracks of my summons the same way he can see mine. No idea, but it does seem like a good idea to do this every once in a while to throw him off the track a little. As this method proved time-consuming, Alan reverted to running on the ground in spurts, alternating between the two at irregular intervals. In this way, he continued heading toward the northern tip of the White Dragon Mountains, which he had already located with Bird D. Once they passed the border checkpoint, they would be back in Granvelle territory. A while later, Alan stopped and got to work preparing a camp for Cecil and himself. Unfortunately, the distance to Granvelle City was much farther than he could travel in just a day or two. Multiple bronze materialized to stand in a protective circle around the two children while Alan took out blankets and other camping equipment that he kept in storage. Yes, I do. It's quite convenient too. I can do a lot of things with it. Now then, I hope we can get back within 3 or 4 days. I'm not sure I can last any longer than that. While staring at Cecil's sleeping face, Alan checked in on Dogra through a summon. His sleep tonight would be brief and fitful as he continued monitoring the situation. Ugh, he's found the tracks on the roof. He sure knows what he's doing. As soon as his trick was out of the bag, Alan packed everything away, shouldered the still groggy Cecil, then took off again. On the other hand, Dogra soon reached the town wall. He descended, but, upon failing to see Alan's tracks yet again, started busily looking around. Alan was keeping an eye on Dogra's movements even as he himself was running. However, as soon as he realized the tracks were gone, Dogra took off in one direction. After running several kilometers, he began running at an angle, alternating between left and right in intervals of several kilometers. By doing so, Dogra would eventually stumble upon Alan's tracks. And sure enough, he picked up the trail soon enough and resumed the pursuit. This isn't good. I need to increase the distance where I run without tracks. Although traveling by summons did prove effective, Dogra never failed to eventually discover where Alan had started running normally again. In response, Alan decided to spend more time using his summons in order to be more thorough with erasing his trail. With Dogra repeatedly losing and rediscovering Alan's trail, the distance between the two increased and, on the morning of the second day, Alan successfully managed to reach the northernmost border checkpoint. He was finally back in Granvelle territory. The way Alan had immediately taken off again in a hurry after passing through the checkpoint had aroused Cecil's suspicions. Ugh, she's caught on. I guess being honest is the best play here. All this time, Alan had been keeping a constant eye on Dogra through a summon that he was sharing with. He explained to Cecil that Dogra was following them, as well as who he was, and that he had a tracking ability. Of course, this required that he reveal he also had a means of tracking someone. A while ago, Dogra had suddenly taken off at an incredible speed and lost the bird E that had been following him from behind. Now Alan had several bird Es flying around trying to regain a visual on the man. However, because he was running faster than the birds could fly, it was proving very difficult pinning him down. So he did have a skill that supercharges his speed after all. I knew it. Alan recalled when Dogra had kicked him in the storeroom. The man had been so fast that he seemed to have disappeared for a split second in Alan's eyes. However, whereas Alan had only seen Dogra use it for the short distance that was the length of the storeroom, the hitman now proved that he could indeed use it for a prolonged period of time to traverse an incredible distance. He had vanished from Bird E's vision in no time at all. From her position on Alan's back, Cecil suddenly said, completely out of character, "If you leave me behind, you'll be able to get away no problem, right?" Oh right, Cecil is only still 12 years old. It's only natural for her to feel faint-hearted in a situation like this. The back-to-back days of being on the run had apparently gotten to Cecil and left her feeling quite timid and out of her element. Don't worry, milady. We will safely make it back to Granvelle together. I've got everything under control. I did make a promise after all. I promised Master Mihai that I would protect you, and I keep my promises. Surprise flitted across Cecil's face. After a short pause, she mumbled, "Thank you," and buried her face in Alan's shoulder. I said the cool lines and all, but I really ought to prepare some insurance. Now that we've crossed the border, it's about time. Alan sent several summons flying off into the distance as insurance and continued scouting the area using Hawkeye in order to get a bead on Dogra as soon as possible. The third day out of Carnal City started once again with Alan shouldering Cecil and taking off at a run early in the morning. He was hurrying with the aim of reaching Granvelle City within the next day. At this time, there was a monster eyeing one bird E from a distance away. The monster had learned that this bird's presence indicated that a certain playmate, whom it once had so much fun with, was close by. Its half-human, half-dog-like face with one squashed eye twisted into a sneer of sheer ecstasy before it set off at a bound. The bird which Alan was naturally sharing with, eventually noticed the approaching monster. It was a being that he was very familiar with.
Ha!
It's the Murdergalsh from before. It's heading straight for me. The monster had managed to close the distance quite significantly before Alan caught sight of it. It was only several kilometers away by this point. What should I do? Can I outrun it? My agility's gone up a lot more since 3 years ago. Alan racked his brains trying to work out what the best course of action would be. He had Cecil on his back and no idea where Dogger would pop out from. If possible, he preferred to avoid getting into combat. However, as it turned out, Alan was not very good at maintaining a poker face. Either that or Cecil had an exceptionally sharp intuition. Either way, she picked up on the change in his demeanor almost immediately. Alan candidly explained that the monster was several kilometers away and currently heading straight for their location. In this situation, being chased by 2 pursuers at the same time will make things very complicated, so I'm considering killing the Murdergalsh first before going any farther. With my current abilities and stats, I should be able to kill the Murdergalsh. The best way to handle this is to kill it first before continuing on. I think so. After all, it wouldn't be my first time fighting it. I fully analyzed what it's capable of 3 years ago. All right. Cecil believed in Alan's strength, so much so that when he said he could win, she did not question it. Several minutes later, the Murdergalsh had caught up to them. Alan faced off against it, with Cecil already hidden safely a distance away. Eowah. With a human dog face, a human-like upper torso and arms, and a wolf-like lower torso, this one-eyed Murdergalsh was the very one that had chased Alan for 3 days straight all those years ago. The 5-meter-tall monster was so excited about getting to fight him again that it was unable to wipe the smirk off its face. Look, Mutt, I don't have much time. Let's get this done and over with. After declaring that he would instant KO the Murdergalsh, Alan summoned 20 beast DS around the monster and sent them all charging in at once. It was the same simple strategy that had worked on both Orc Kings and Armored Queen Ants. Whittle the enemy down with sheer numbers. As expected, Spider's Silk isn't very effective. It's not lowering the Murdergalsh's speed by any noticeable degree. There's no point in using up card slots for them when I can have more Beast DS instead. Bronze, hold it down. Based on his experience fighting against other Rank B monsters, Alan came up with the idea to use 4 stone DS to hold the Murdergalsh down from all 4 sides. This made it much easier for the Beast DS to land their attacks, which meant the battle could finish faster and with fewer Beast D casualties. Even so, Beast DS kept getting killed one after the other. At the same time, Alan's grimoire flapped furiously overhead, creating, strengthening, and summoning more as replacements. The teddies continued spamming Crush, drawing blood from all over the Murdergalsh's body. As it writhed in pain, Alan kept throwing iron balls at its remaining left eye. If possible, Alan wanted to completely rob the monster of its sight. Even if he himself got done in, there was a chance for Cecil to survive. However, Alan was having difficulty getting his throws to land, even with his stats being so much higher after all the level-ups and buffs from cards. Without the element of surprise on his side, the Murdergalsh had no issue swatting all the iron balls down. An Orc King would have already died by now. I guess this is an upper rank B for you. But still, I think we're almost there. About 10 minutes in, the Murdergalsh was bleeding from all over and seemed on the verge of collapsing. That very moment, however, it flexed its back legs and leaped with every ounce of strength it had remaining. Crea Ash. After running out of iron balls, Alan had retreated about 20 or so meters back to direct his summons from a safe distance away. However, in the blink of an eye, the Murdergalsh came crashing down at his location. In a panic, Alan willed all the Beast DS to rush back to his side, but they were too far away. He had kept 4 stone DS at his side just now as a precaution, but the monster swept them all away with a single blow, desperate adrenaline coursing through its body. Then it grabbed Alan with both its hands and started squeezing him like an iron vice. Oh. Am I in trouble now? Aline, Cecil screamed from her position at the far back from which she had been observing the fight. Alan shouted back, I am fine, milady, but Cecil very much doubted it. While he braced himself against the Murdergalsh's grip, his grimoire repeatedly created and synthesized cards in a frenzied fury. At the same time, he did his best to reassure Cecil and warn her not to approach. Despite bleeding all over, the Murdergalsh was back to smirking with its hair-raisingly disgusting grin. It stared closely at Alan as it gradually clenched harder and harder, fully intent on slowly torturing the boy instead of killing him off in one swift strike. Alan was supposed to have died a while ago, being crushed in this way. Sure enough, his bones shattered and he spat up blood, but he managed to hold on by using leaves of life liberally. Several minutes later, the Murdergalsh suddenly loosened its grip, grabbed Alan by his head, then chomped on him with an affected air. Its fangs pierced his abdomen, sending blood exploding like a fountain. From her position in the distance, Cecil crumbled to her knees, mumbling Alan's name in a small voice filled with despair.
So much.
Turns out you're the type who eats from the tail first instead of the head. I had you pegged wrong. With a single utterance referencing the 2 ways of eating fish-shaped taiyaki, Alan got out his short sword from storage and held it firmly in his hand. Alan used every last ounce of strength he could muster in his upper body and jabbed the short sword directly into the Murdergalsh's left eye. The monster screamed in absolute agony and flailed around, scattering gelatinous, vitreous humor everywhere. Alan wiggled the short sword, pushing it deeper. Soon, his entire arm was buried within the gushing eyeball. Even so, he continued pushing with all his might. How's that for size, Mutt? If you don't bite down harder, I just might finish you off first. Despite the sword in its eye, the Murdergalsh still refused to spit Alan back out. It tried biting harder to finish the boy off, but for some reason, its teeth could not clamp down any further. Tough, right? And I'm only going to get tougher. It's your loss, and the reason is because you took your sweet time instead of killing me straight off. The instant he had gotten caught, Alan had started changing the cards in his holders to Stone D, which buffed his HP and endurance by 20. As a result of him creating 48 copies of it, his HP was closing in on 2,000 and his endurance was almost 1,500. When it figured out that it could not crush Alan with its teeth, the Murdergalsh shifted to crushing him with its hands. Alan paid its efforts no mind, focusing solely on driving his sword in further. There was no way to determine the Murdergalsh's exact stats, but the fact that it could not kill Stone DS with Defend activated meant that its attack had to be under 2,000. Based on this fact, Alan figured that he was more than capable of finishing off this monster if he continued using Leaves of Life. During the brief naps he had caught during this journey, he had created hundreds of them just in case Dogger really did catch up. How long has it been since I felt such an adrenaline rush? This is what I'm talking about. A similar situation had happened to Alan in his previous life. When he faced a boss that was capable of ending him in several hits, he had to keep a close eye on his HP and rely on spamming healing items while slowly whittling the monster's HP down. He was doing the same thing here, constantly casting glances at his grimoire to see how much HP he had remaining and carefully timing the uses of Leaves of Life. The sword had already reached the bone behind the eye and was still going deeper. Although the bone stopped the sword, Alan continued pushing until cracks began forming. Ah-ha-wah! The socket shattered and gave way for the sword to reach the monster's brain. The Murdergalsh screamed the loudest it ever had, then collapsed to the ground. It spat Alan out and convulsed violently, but eventually stopped moving altogether. You have defeated one Murdergalsh. You have earned 82,000 XP. This is my complete and utter victory, though the bottom half of my body is now all sticky and gross. Cecil rushed over. She looked at Alan from head to toe, checking for. The next instant, after sighing with relief at seeing Alan alive and well, Cecil noticed the man who had just showed up. It was, of course, Dogra. I finally caught up with you little shits, Dogra screeched. He was so furious that his voice broke. So he's finally caught us. Though I'd already realized he would when the Murdergalsh bit me. Not a single one of the birds that had been scouting in the sky remained. The moment he had found Dagra again, the need for scouting had disappeared. He had replaced the cards with more stone DS instead. Dagra approached, one step at a time. It was as if time had slowed down. He shot a glance at the dead Murdergalsh by Alan's side, but did not seem particularly interested. A mere Murdergalsh was not worth his attention. When he directed his gaze back toward Alan returned the look and pushed Cecil behind himself protectively. I have no more iron balls left, and my short sword is still inside the Murdergalsh. My summons are too slow to match Dagra's speed. But funnily enough, when I have so few options, it makes it easy to figure out what I have to do. Please stand back, Lady Cecil. Alan shouted, spreading both hands as wide as he could. I'll hold him back. Hopefully, he'll focus his attention on me now. What's this? The model servant Einshaw? You're putting your own life on the line? That sort of shit really pisses me off. Dagra used some special power to close in on Alan at high speed and kicked him far away. Oof. Seriously? I was looking right at him, and he still disappeared from view. My eyes can't keep up at all. Alan! Cecil screamed, rushing over. However, Dagra sent her flying with a slap. She lost consciousness from that single blow. What's the matter? Dagra asked mockingly. You not gonna attack me? Come on, bring out those monsters of yours again. When Alan remained silent, he smirked. I see. You used up all your MP fighting this monster? After shaking his head to regain his cool, Alan returned. And haven't you used up your MP chasing us too? How about saving some for your trip home? Dagra scoffed. I obviously have MP potions, duh. Don't put me on the same level as you. Looks like we have a chatterbox here. Good. So he does use MP for his skills. This confirms a hypothesis that I'd had all along. What could someone who ran away from the battlefield after a year with his tail between his legs teach me? Alan once again lost sight of Dagra and found himself blasted through the air. The man was so furious that he felt he had to give the boy a slow and thorough thrashing. As the blows fell like rain, Alan worked out a certain question in his mind, specifically what skills were. To his understanding, there were 3 types in this world. The first difference between the first and second types that came to mind was whether they cost MP or not. Throwing did not cost MP, but summoning did. At least, it did during the creation stage. This led to the next question. How? Were skills displayed on the status screens of everyone else in this world? What Dagra just said had provided a hint to the answer. His indirect confirmation that he had to spend MP to use his skills meant his status window most likely looked like the following. Dagra likely had a basic skill corresponding to his class, like how Alan had summoning, as well as a few others that branched off of his capabilities as a scout that became unlocked with each level up of the basic skill. The answer had been in front of my face at the very start. It was written right there in the explanation text for Hell Mode that I read before I came over to this world. The text implies that everyone with a class gets a skill tied to said class. Cecil's status window very likely has magic 1 or something similar. Hell Mode. One way that those with a class were distinct from those without was how much their stats increased upon leveling up. However, this was something that could only be seen in their status windows and generally could not be objectively determined or confirmed by anyone else, short of getting appraised. Alan had come to the conclusion that there was one other, much easier method to determine whether someone had a class or not, whether they had a skill or skills that required MP to activate that could only be developed by repeatedly spending MP. Dagra is so strong because he has a class and he's diligently raised both his level and his skill levels. What a creepy-ass little shit you are. The fuck you grinning about? To think that someone with a mere 1 or 2-star class can get this strong. Just how powerful can I, with my 8-star class, get? A broad grin covered Alan's face from ear to ear, even though he was being endlessly beaten with blows faster than he could follow. An hour later, Alan laid on the ground looking like a ragged dishcloth, with Dagra standing over him, breathing heavily. How the fuck are you so tough? You a monk class? Is that monster over there related somehow? Even Dagra did not start out with the intention of beating up Alan for a whole hour. He had shifted from torturing the boy to seriously trying to kill him quite a while ago, but due to the stat buffs from his cards raising his HP and endurance to ridiculous numbers, combined with his spamming of Leaves of Life, Alan had managed to doggedly cling onto life this entire time. Are you done attacking me? Then you should turn back and return to Carnal City. Before you get killed. He even used his freaking mithril rapier on me. That actually hurt like crazy. Ugh, I'm almost out of Leaves of Life. Once you go down, I'm taking that rapier of yours. You still can't tell? I see. So you don't have area detection abilities, despite having a scout-like class. I'm really learning so much from this encounter. The fuck you talking about? Even if you stall for time, you're still gonna die in the end. What do you Dogger cut himself off as he suddenly noticed the dust cloud being thrown up by someone approaching at an incredible speed. As he stepped back from Alan and raised his guard, Captain Xenoff suddenly appeared before his eyes. Honestly, I'm only hanging on by a thread. Couldn't you have run faster, please? Replied the parrot on the knight captain's shoulder with Alan's voice. Come now. You know I can't run as fast as you. And here you are, still alive. I would say I made it in time. There was a bird circling in the sky above. When Alan passed through the border checkpoint, he had sent off a bird and a bird G together, the former to find Xenoff, the latter to explain the situation to him. Having already learned about Alan's ability beforehand, the man believed the summons immediately and promptly rushed over. Alan was not picky with how his enemies went down. If the knight captain would do it for him, then he was more than happy to yield the challenge. Oh, Dogra knows Xenoff? Is it because they were on the battlefield together? Look at this parasite leeching off of a noble, showing up like he's hot stuff. You heard me. I'm sure you know what I mean. You saw how nobles use commoners like they're disposable pawns on the battlefield, didn't you? Right? And those who fight with their lives on the line for those shitty nobles are shit themselves. That includes you. What did you get for protecting that stupid fortress for 10 years? Now you're only leading a ragtag bunch of sorry excuses for knights here in this godforsaken countryside. What a reward. Sounds like the biggest fucking joke ever. Right after speaking, Dogra abruptly disappeared. The dirt and grass being kicked up into a cloud indicated that he had not fled but was still around, just moving too fast for Alan's eyes to register. Alan, stand back, Xenoff said, his voice like naked steel. You'll get caught up otherwise. The anger in Xenoff's voice was so palpable and terrifying that Alan was already backing up before he knew it. He unconsciously stumbled backward even more due to surprise as, in the next moment, an aura sprang up around the knight captain's body like a heat haze as he slowly drew his sword. I see. This visual effect must be the indicator of someone using their extra skill. Which reminds me, Captain Xenoff never used it when he fought the Orc King. Dogra abruptly reappeared and thrust his rapier straight at Xenoff's heart. However, the weapon stopped at the man's chest, refusing to dig in any further. We fought for everyone's sake, Xenoff growled. Then all my brothers in arms died, every last one of them, leaving me the sole survivor. Dogra ignored what Xenoff was saying and desperately focused on pushing his rapier forward. It penetrated the knight's armor, but despite him using both hands, the tip of the weapon failed to draw even a single drop of blood. Wow, his endurance must be really high. So this is a sword master. I probably can't even imagine just how much fighting he must have done on the battlefield. Clearly, Dogra's attack stat was nowhere near enough to hurt the knight captain with his rare 2-star class, Sword Master. We all risked our lives and fought with every last drop of blood we had. No one is allowed to deny what we did. Xenoff raised his sword and brought it down, bisecting Dogra's body diagonally from the shoulder. The slash generated a shockwave that roared 100 meters into the distance, tearing the ground apart and sending grass and dirt bursting into the air. Alan gasped at the raw power of the knight captain's extra skill. And this was how the 3-day-long game of tag between Alan and Dogra came to an end. Chapter 14, Starting a New Quest. The day after Xenoff killed Dogra, Alan and Cecil finally made it back to Granvelle City. When Alan stopped before the front gate to look up at the mansion with Cecil on his back, the guard recognized them right away and rushed inside to inform the Baron of their return. The sight of his flustered response convinced the pair that they had truly come home. Phew, we're finally back. Feels like it's been ages since I last saw the mansion. So, my spoils from the past few days are the Murdergalsh's rank B magic stone and Dogra's mithril rapier. The magic stone was a given, since he was the one who had killed the monster, but Alan considered it a stroke of fortune gaining the rapier too. The knight captain had told him to take it. Apparently Alan was terrible at hiding his thoughts. His face made it clear as day just how much he had wanted the weapon. Lady Cecil, I'm setting you down now. The knight captain had accompanied the children for the remainder of their return journey. However, it was Alan, not Xenoph, who had carried Cecil back on his back. He did not let her down right until before the door to the house. When they stepped inside, they found all the members of the Baron's family waiting in the entrance hall. Father, I am back. Even though this was supposed to be a touching reunion, everyone's eyes were on Alan, not Cecil. When the Baron noticed this and turned to look at him, the relief on his face immediately gave way to alarm. Yes, master. After nearly being eaten by the Murdergalsh, then getting pummeled and slashed by Dogra for over an hour, Alan's current appearance was absolutely deplorable. His clothes were now mere rags wrapped around his body, their design barely held together by the last few threads. The ripped edges were plastered with the blood he had lost when he suffered each wound. Given how he looked, anyone would conclude that he was on the verge of death. However, when he realized that everyone was worried for him, Alan swung his arms in an exaggerated manner. No, I'm entirely fine. I've already used recovery potions on myself. Another lesson learned. I should keep several sets of my uniform inside storage. That, and I need to take countermeasures against getting poisoned. Of course, that includes stocking up on antidotes, but I wonder if there are items that help protect against the kind of instant-acting sleeping agent that got me this time? Through this incident, Alan had learned a lot of information that he otherwise would not have cooped up in the White Dragon Mountains, hunting solo. He was aware that this had proven to be quite the educational experience indeed. Being able to test several of his hypotheses in his fight with Dogra had been a boon. For example, no message had appeared in the grimoire when Dogra died, meaning that killing humans did not yield any XP. Alan was instructed to come to the dining hall to deliver his report after taking a bath. Everyone was then dismissed. Water was drawn up for him, and he got to enjoy his first ever bath at the mansion. When he walked into the dining hall wearing brand new clothes, he was urged to take the seat at the middle of the long dinner table. The Baron usually sat at the end of the table, but today he had adopted the position directly across from Alan. Cecil soon arrived as well. The Baron started the conversation. I'm sure you're tired, having just gotten back, but we have to decide our next move. Explain in detail everything that happened. Since everyone was present, Alan began his account. He told of being kidnapped and stowed aboard the magic ship, the conversation he overheard between Viscount Carnal and the royal envoy, jumping off the magic ship and running toward Granvelle City on foot, encountering and killing the Murdergalsh along the way, being caught by Dogra, and eventually being saved by the knight captain. Yes, my lord. He is working with the royal envoy who visited the other day. Their aim is the mining rights of all the mithril mines. Alan explained how the royal envoy needed money to prop up the judicial vice minister, a man from his own faction, as the new judicial minister. The Viscount, who had been relying on mithril money to throw his weight around all this time, was now in dire straits without that income. Thus, the two plotted to seize half the mining rights from Granvelle. It would really throw a wrench in their plans if Baron Granvelle were to bring the matter directly to the royal family, who were not in on the con. This was why they had kidnapped Cecil, to keep the Baron in check. So that's what happened. Thank you for telling me, Alan. Seabass. We're heading to the royal palace now. The Baron had both fists clenched on top of the table. Alan had never seen him look this furious. The rage from having his daughter taken away from him fueled his burning desire to have the Viscount and envoy charged and thrown behind bars as soon as possible. He's heading to the royal palace? Now? Just like that? Alarm bells went off in Alan's head before he asked out loud, My lord, may I ask what you will be doing at the palace? Isn't it obvious? To let His Majesty know of everything that Viscount Carnal did. I'm sure he would take action on a matter such as this. You being sure won't be enough, though. That might be true if you were up against the Viscount alone, but what do you plan on doing about the royal envoy? He'd likely just give some random excuse and cut the Viscount off like a lizard's tail. If all the blame falls on the Viscount, the envoy gets off scot-free. I have a suggestion for how to resolve this incident. May I share it? Alan and the Baron had been the only people talking all this time. The rest of the Baron's family was present, as was the Knight Captain, but understandably, everyone's attention was focused on Alan, the person who had literally risked his life to save Cecil. My lord, I want to give you all 30% of the mining rights I possess. The entire dining hall gasped in shock, but Alan paid them no mind. Please use that share of the rights to convince the royal family to thoroughly investigate what happened and to set up safeguards so that it doesn't happen again. The Baron's face froze. Why, you mean, be bribed the royal family to take action on my behalf? He stuttered, clearly shaken. To do the very thing Viscount Carnal did? That is correct, my lord. I mean, you did try to do the same thing to get Cecil exempted from her duty, right? Though, I guess that's a bit different. Knights fight in the manner befitting knights. However, my lord, you are a noble. The way I see it, nobles ought to fight in their own manner. Yes, my lord. Would you please look down at your hands on the table? Alan commanded the entire dining hall's attention. The Baron did as he was told, as if hypnotized. Everyone else also looked at his hands, curious where Alan was going with this. My lord, now is the time to dirty those hands. Please show us how you fight as a noble. Seabass blurted out, Alan, watch what you say. He could not help himself after seeing Alan so blatantly overstep his bounds as manservant. Master, the butler cut himself off as he saw the tears streaming down his master's face. Staring at his own hands with a brooding look, the Baron said, You see, Alan, my father departed from this world when I was about your age. At the time, he told me, Take good care of this realm. Protect it with your older brother. My older brother was barely of age when he assumed the title of Lord of Granvelle. I did my best to manage this land with him, but he joined our father right before turning 20. This still holds true today, but I had to rely on Seabass so much back then. I thank you, Seabass. The age of adulthood is 15 for nobles too, if I remember correctly. The butler wordlessly lowered his head in response to the Baron's words of appreciation. Alan stayed silent, waiting for the Baron to continue. Just as my father did, my older brother taught me to be an upright noble, and I've done everything in my power to live by those teachings so far. However, I must have misunderstood something somewhere. So, this is how nobles fight, huh? To think I'd be admonished by a child as young as I was back then. The Baron clenched both hands and stood up. Very well, I will fight in the manner of nobles. Alan, I will be taking you up on your offer of your mining rights. Seabass, prepare for our departure. Now we should be good. Everyone who participated when Carnal baited them with promises of mining rights shares will surely bite once the Baron dangles those rights in front of their faces for real. Now, there's only one more thing I want to ask him for before he heads to the capital. Just as the Baron was about to leave, Alan said, My lord, I don't mean to ask for this in exchange for the mining rights, but may I know what the duty of House Granvelle is? I've left it unexplained long enough, I think. It's time to insist on this. After a short pause, the Baron answered, Very well. I'll arrange for a tutor to give you a lesson.
Huh?
He's going that far to explain? Is it going to be like a lesson on royal service in general? Without further ado, the Baron left for the royal capital with the butler and, for protection's sake, the vice-captain in tow. The storm that swept through the royal court at the end of that year would later come to be known as the House Granvelle affair. As a result of everything that ensued, a group of nobles, Viscount Carnal included, were charged with corruption and forgery of official documents and brought to justice. The Viscount insisted that Baron Granvelle was making everything up right to the very end, but when he refused to cooperate with the royal family's investigative efforts, he was slapped with insurrection charges, and 1,000 of the kingdom's most powerful knights were dispatched to his fiefdom. The knights uncovered so much evidence that Viscount Carnal was divested of his title, and his realm was confiscated and incorporated into the lands under the royal family's direct management. Even a royal envoy and the judicial vice minister, both highly eminent positions, had been implicated in the scandal, causing nobles to speculate in whispers what drove the royal family to go so far. Many were jailed, with noble houses going back generations erased entirely. The kingdom was wrapped up in a purge so intense, it matched, if not exceeded, the talent fraud incident. According to rumors, the root cause of the incident was Viscount Carnal kidnapping Baron Granvelle's daughter over mithril mining rights, with the Baron then raising hell in the royal capital in a mad rage. For the sake of getting revenge, he yielded full rights of his newly discovered mine to the royal family in order to have all the royal retainers and multiple political factions thoroughly investigated and, where necessary, punished. Some wondered whether the Baron had really done all this just to get revenge for a single daughter, but no one pushed him for the full truth. Now that the Baron had the royal family and multiple political factions on his side, no noble dared even look at him wrong anymore. Several days had passed since the Baron had set off for the royal capital. Alan was asked to stay with Cecil and protect her until the Baron's return. Of course, he accepted. Consequently, he spent most of the entire day stuck in her room. According to Xenoff, Vice Captain Leybrand would not be able to defeat someone of Dagra's level. This was why Xenoff now protected the mansion together with several of his knights, leaving Leybrand to accompany the Baron on his trip. Bird ES and Bird DS constantly circled in the sky, Hawk Eye and Night Vision permanently activated. Honestly, all this security did not seem that necessary, as the chances of the Viscount making a move were very low. With the Baron using the mithril mining rights for negotiation, there were no more cards for the Viscount to play. Now that he was Cecil's constant companion, Alan ended up sitting in on her lessons and receiving his own portions whenever she had tea or snacks. And ever since returning, her prickly attitude toward him had softened. It was making him miss her former self a little. The two were currently in the conference room on the 3rd floor. They had been led here by Captain Xenoff, who had told them this would be where they would be conducting the day's lesson. "That's right," Xenoff replied. "This is because you asked to learn the details of House Granvelle's duty. The tutor will arrive soon. I'm sure I don't have to say this, but the details that you will learn today must remain secret." The captain left the room, but quickly returned with the magic tutor, holding the old man's large bag for him. The magic tutor?" Right after stepping in, the tutor turned to Xenoff. "Everything, yes?" "Permission," he replied in a surprisingly respectful tone before leaving the room once more. "Did he come all this way just for my sake?"
Alan bowed deeply.
"Thank you very much for today, sir." The first thing to say is, everything I will now tell you is strictly confidential. It won't be covered even in the Academy's entrance exam. It is rumored about by those with looser lips, but if it gets out of hand, the royal family will take direct action. As such, I strongly recommend against sharing it for no reason. So this is something actively being hushed up? Now, what was it that you wanted to know that led you to this topic? Hey, he did this during my magic lesson too. I guess asking questions is his way of teaching. My question was what House Granvelle's duty is. Alan shared how he had heard from Rickle, the head manservant, that the kingdom was not at war, but then also gleaned through the kidnapper's conversation that there was indeed a battlefield somewhere. I see. I'll start by confirming what that idler Rickle said. He's not incorrect. However, what he had learned was kingdom history. Did he just offhandedly diss Rickle? Why is it kingdom history? Is it not just history? In order to know the truth of this world, you need to learn demon lord history. The wizened old man spread a large folded piece of parchment. Despite only having ever seen a map of the realm of Granvelle, Alan somehow picked up on the fact that he was now looking at the entire world. It depicted several masses that were likely continents. It is indeed. You're as sharp as ever, lad. The largest continent, this one in the middle, is where we are. This is the central continent. Oh. Hey, we live on a pretty big continent. Rickle once told me that there's an empire to the north that's several times the size of our kingdom. That means this large region must be the empire, and this small country below it is us. So, we're in the southern portion of the central continent. This is where we live, the kingdom of Radash. And north of us is the empire of Jayamut, the tutor said, tapping the country's respective locations on the map. I wonder how much of this Cecil already knows. The Baron already told her most everything, right? Cecil simply stared at the map in silence as the lesson continued with Alan and the tutor doing all the talking. Alan recalled how the Baron had told her about House Granvelle's duty on the day news of Mihai's demise arrived, but he was not sure how detailed the Baron's explanation had been. Was the part of the map she was staring at related to the battlefield that had taken Mihai's life? Judging by the name Demon Lord history, a demon lord has appeared in this world? The tutor found himself struck speechless for a brief moment by how unfazed Alan seemed upon learning of the existence of the demon lord, but he then tapped a finger on the map. Yes, the demon lord was born 112 years ago on the Forgotten Continent, the northernmost one. The one claiming to be the demon lord had sent a proclamation to all the world's heads of state that read, "I am the demon lord of the end, the one who shall bring about the demise of this world. Submit to me." What did the nations do? They all ignored him. There was no reason for them to make a decision about it either way. The demon lord, for his part, did nothing afterward. 50 years passed. With each transfer of power, the nations of the world began to forget his proclamation more and more. That was until 62 years ago, when he once again urged the countries of the world to submit to him. This time, there was one more line. There will be no more chances. And everyone ignored it again? What happened? The demon lord strengthened all monsters throughout the world by 1 rank. There was no way to know for sure that it was his doing, as he did not claim responsibility afterward. Even so, the large majority of people attributed the disaster to him. In any case, this marked the dawn of an age of terror. All the monsters in the world had ranked up. Rank E monsters had become as strong as Rank D. In the same way, D had become C, C had become B, B had become A, and A had turned into the as yet unheard of S. It was said that Rank S monsters had power rivaling that of minor deities. The powered-up monsters, drunk on their newfound strength, went on a rampage, massacring people who had been living in peace all this time. During that year alone, millions had lost their lives. Hold on, isn't this the answer to what I've been asking all this time? Ever since he took down his first Albaharan, Alan had nursed the feeling that monsters in this world seemed stronger than their rank indicated. This sense of discrepancy, this intuition that something was off, had nagged him the entire time. What happened to the actual ranks of the monsters, then? If the demon lord made them all 1 rank stronger, does it mean the ranks assigned to them also went up by 1? Good question, but no, the ranks were left as is. It is the Adventurers Guild that assigns ranks to monsters, and they decided to leave all the rankings the same. I see, so there is an actual reason goblins all look so muscular and why neither the knights nor adventurers could do a thing against the Murdergalsh. Due to the great calamity, the Rank B Murdergalsh now had the strength of a Rank A monster. In the same way, the Rank A White Dragon possessed fighting strength on par with Rank S, making it a truly unassailable being. The tutor continued his lecture. As it turned out, the great calamity was but the overture. That same year, an army of several million under the Demon Lord's command crossed the seas to attack the central continent. The Kingdom of Cortez, the Kingdom of Gamelo, and the Principality of Bashley were all wiped out in that year. That is so. Even after that, what we today call the Demon Lord Army continued pressing its attack. 3 years later, the Demon Lord Army also annihilated the Kingdom of Rastjali. This rocked the entire world. You see, Rastjali was a mid-sized country multiple times the size of our own Radash. And yet, it only took the Demon Lord Army 3 years to obliterate it. This was an incredible shock. The first 3 that had fallen were tiny nations on the northernmost edge of the continent. Unlike them, however, Rastjali shared a border with Jayamut and had enough power to deal with the Empire on equal footing. This meant it was by no means a pushover. The story of the nation's last moments became public, and the world was shaken once again. Supposedly, when the Demon Lord army had surrounded the capital, the king had begged for his people to be spared in exchange for his own life, but the demons had rebuffed him, saying, "We already gave 2 opportunities to surrender. You are the ones who refused us. Now, grab your weapons and fight to your last breaths." The Demon Lord army had forced a country that had already surrendered to continue fighting. After this exchange with the king, the fight naturally turned single-sided. According to the refugees who managed to escape to Jayamut through secret passages, it was a massacre beyond description. The enemy forces advanced relentlessly until not a single human life remained within what used to be Rastali. Less than half of its population managed to escape to Jayamut. In other words, the Demon Lord has no interest in ruling over humans. Correct. His title implied that he, too, was some kind of ruler. As such, the world expected him to reign over the lands and peoples he conquered, albeit in some twisted demonic way. However, that was not so. Everyone had assumed that the newest Demon Lord was a king hellbent on subjugating and commanding the entire world. However, nothing could have been further from the truth. No, this Demon Lord intended to wipe out all life in this world. Alan had only asked about the duty of House Granvelle. Before giving him the answer, the magic tutor had dived into a history lesson on a scale that entirely exceeded his expectations. And there was still more. 2 years after destroying Rastali, that is, 57 years ago, the Demon Lord army launched their assault on the Jaimutan Empire. This marked the start of a war between the superpower that controlled 2/3 of the central continent and the demons. Having seen what became of Rastali, Jayamut did not hesitate to bring all its forces to bear on the front. The current world map showed the Demon Lord army located at the northern borders of Jayamut. That implied that the Empire was successfully keeping it at bay. And thanks to that, Radash, the kingdom where Alan lived, remained safe. That is not so. Jayamut's forces kept losing battle after battle. Though they were not as overwhelmed as the 4 countries that had already fallen had been, the Empire continued losing to the point where the large majority of their border fortresses had fallen. The best it could do was slow the advance of the demons. So Jayamut formed the 5-continent alliance. As soon as he determined that the Demon Lord army was far too powerful for his country to handle alone, the Emperor of Jayamut immediately approached the heads of state in the 4 other continents, excluding the Forgotten Continent where the Demon Lord lived, with talks of an alliance. This was what led to the formation of the 5-continent alliance that was still active to this day. You see, the Demon Lord had made a grave mistake. Instead of focusing his attacks on the central continent, he also attacked the Empire of Bakis and Rosenheim, the major powers on 2 other continents, at the same time. The magic tutor pointed to a landmass northwest of the central continent half its size, and to another in the northeast a third of its size, introducing them in turn. The great power on the northwestern continent was the Empire of Bakis, a country ruled by dwarves. They possessed prodigious technological prowess and were the source of all the magic ships in use worldwide. 60% of the magic tools in Radash came from Bakis. The country commanded military might surpassing that of Jayamut in the form of tens of thousands of golem troops that exceeded even the magic ships in size. On the northeastern continent was Rosenheim, the country ruled by elves. Both the continent and country were named after Rosen, a spirit who had surpassed the power of a common spirit to reach the realm of a minor deity, gaining command over all spirits in existence. Through his contract with the Queen of Rosenheim, this sovereign of spirits lent his power to the entire elven race, enabling them to repel the demonic invasion using powerful spirit magic. Due to the Demon Lord attacking 3 continents simultaneously, the leading powers in all 3 became equally aware of the threat the Demon Lord army posed, and in no time at all, they pushed through the formation of the alliance. This led to the establishment of a system for countries not on the front line to supply troops and supplies to those that were. This improved the situation somewhat, but the alliance's forces still continued losing their battles. An allied force was formed and deployed, greatly bolstering the military might of Jayamut. Even so, this proved insufficient to halt the demons' advance. The Demon Lord army was not composed of mindless mobs exclusively. It had intelligent commanders who knew to strike where cooperation between the united forces was weakest, as well as the fortresses manned by foreign forces that would flee in fear at the first sign of battle. It took almost no time at all after the formation of the Five-Continent Alliance for the Demon Lord army to see through all of the cooperative efforts' flaws. Unable to bear the mounting losses, Gamut demanded troops from Radash. Being located on the central continent and thus a signatory of the Five-Continent Alliance led by Jayamut, the kingdom had no choice but to comply. So it dispatched its knights to join the war effort. However, the demands from Jayamut soon escalated. Waving the stipulations of the alliance in Ratash's face, it pressed the kingdom to send its royals and nobles to the front lines too, even those without talents. Now, it was common sense to conscript only those with talents, but at the time, the alliance attempted to resist the Demon Lord army by simply matching number for number. The Demon Lord army is composed of monsters, all rank B or higher. Many of noble and royal birth died fruitlessly as a result of the Empire's ill-advised strategy. We're basically talking hundreds, thousands of Murdergalshes, right? No matter how many talentless people you send, they still can't kill a Murdergalsh. The bulk of the Demon Lord army was rank B monsters, with a generous distribution of rank S and several rumored rank S monsters mixed in. The talentless troops were almost entirely wiped out, regardless of social class. This was about the time the Baron's father died, I think. The Baron had said that his father had died when he was around Alan's current age. That meant he had likely been sent to the front lines as a part of Ratash's response to Jayamut's demands and lost his life on the battlefield. This was when the Alliance introduced a system of academies, at least one per country. In this world with levels, individuals could develop to become several, even dozens of times more powerful than they had been. As such, it was only natural to arrive at the idea of cultivating children with talents to reach their maximum potential before sending them to the battlefield. Consequently, all the countries within the Alliance were ordered to set up at least one academy city within their borders. The academy's location chosen by the Kingdom of Radash had plenty of dungeons, making it ideal for training the students. Stipulations of the Alliance stripped authority over the academy cities away from the countries they were located in. After all, countries would naturally be tempted to run their academy cities in a way that benefited themselves instead of the Allied effort. The Alliance maintained direct control over all the academy cities it established. The current headmaster of the Ratashan Academy City was a high elf, a blood relative of the Queen of Rosenheim, who had lived for over 1,000 years. He basically had free rein to run the academy however he wanted. What happened then? Though judging by how the story's going, this probably still wasn't the turning point the Alliance wanted. The magic tutor nodded in response to the look on Alan's face. Even with the academy system, this proved insufficient to push back the Demon Lord's forces. Wave after wave of millions of monsters continued to barrage Jayamut's fortresses and other crucial locations, overrunning them one by one. Eventually, a fourth of the empire had fallen to the demons, and it was losing more and more habitable space. A few decades after the launch of the Demon Lord's offensive, hope had disappeared from the world, and all peoples had resigned themselves to their eventual annihilation. However, Lord Elmia, the god of creation, had not abandoned us. He granted Jayamut a hero. 22 years ago, a commoner child with the talent of hero was born in the Jayamutan Empire. His name was Helmios. It was a miracle. Helmios personified invincibility and indomitableness. Having grown up with the hopes of the world riding on his shoulders, Helmios received the very best education possible at the Jayamutan Academy City at 12 years old. He was then dispatched to the front lines at 15. There, he managed feats that greatly exceeded what anyone had imagined. Rumors that verged on legend abounded, with the most commonly repeated one being, wherever the hero goes, the land becomes stained with monster blood as far as the eye can see. Helmios pushed the Demon Lord's army back with the momentum of a thunderclap, restoring the original borders of Jayamut in only 5 years. He was still fighting on the front lines at that very moment, currently striving to recover the land of lost Rastali. You have heard of our kingdom's land reclamation decree, yes? His Majesty established this policy as an effort to send more supplies to the war effort. As a signatory to the Five-Continent Alliance, Radash was currently focusing all its energies toward increasing the volume of the support it sent to the front lines. Raising the amount of food produced locally was a large part of that drive. So that's the reason behind the founding of the village I was born in. And, that's the reason there was so much pressure to hunt more great boars. For the first time ever, Alan realized how intricately history was woven into the story of his own life. Krina village came into being because of the land reclamation decree. The decree was issued because of a war, and there was a war because the demon lord was attacking all of the civilized world. Why was the Baron so bent on meeting the great boar quota that he made the trip to Krina village in person? Why could the great boar meat produced by the village not be found in Granvelle City, not even on the Baron's own dinner table? These questions that had plagued Alan's mind all these years finally had their answers. The meat was sent along, not simply to the Ratashan royal capital, but beyond, all the way to the front lines north of the Empire of Jayamut. Processed meat could be kept for a long time. The beasts taken down by Alan's father and fellow villagers were filling many soldiers' bellies even now. Finally, we come to House Granvelle's duty. As you might have guessed from everything I've covered so far, this is not something that only House Granvelle is charged with. Naturally, even the royal family is subject to the same obligation. All nobles and royals born with talents in Radash were conscripted for 3 years of compulsory service under the stipulations of the Five-Continent Alliance. Even members of the royal family had no right to refuse. Everyone had to be posted at a fortress on the front lines to fight against the Demon Lord's army for 3 years. Those who attempted to get out of this duty, as well as those who failed to graduate from the academy, were severely punished, with some even having their families stripped of their nobility. If a royal member did so, not only would the country lose influence within the alliance, it would also lose trust from other countries on the world stage, incurring unmeasurable diplomatic and economic losses. Naturally, positive reinforcement had also been woven into this system. First, a reduction in taxes was promised for the realms of any nobles who succeeded in completing his or her 3 years of service. Furthermore, this achievement made it much easier to enter a position within the royal court. All members of the Academy faction, which held overwhelming sway over the royal court at the moment, were nobles who had returned from military service. Additional years were required for those wishing to apply for certain higher positions. Vice-captains of chivalric orders needed to have served for more than 3 years, whereas knight captains and members of the Imperial Guards, the most powerful chivalric order in the kingdom, required more than 5. The magic tutor, being a wizard, had served his 3 years. After returning to Radash, he had assumed a position at the royal court that allowed him to perform magical research, and now he had the freedom to spend his post-retirement life however he wanted. However, even after taking all the promised rewards into account, there was no denying the harshness of the compulsory service. Back when the magic tutor did his service, 70% of talented youngsters lost their lives. The situation was better now, thanks to the efforts of the hero, but even so, 50% never made it back home. Alan shot Cecil a look. She had remained quiet this whole time, her crimson eyes seemingly burning a hole into Jayamut's northern border on the map. In all likelihood, she was thinking of Mihai, the brother whom she had lost to this conflict against the Demon Lord. So this is why it had to be hell mode, Alan thought in retrospection. This is why I had to be reincarnated. Now, everything makes sense. November arrived and, after a month's absence, the Baron finally returned to Granvelle City. Although he looked thoroughly exhausted at dinner, he declared that the matter of the Viscount had been wrapped up loud enough for Alan, who was on serving duty, to hear, then ordered him to come to the conference room the next day. When Alan obediently went to the 3rd floor the following day, he found the Baron and butler together waiting for him. The table in front of the Baron was loaded with 3 bags in a row. The Baron gestured at the seat across from his own, so Alan obliged. The boy looked up and found a conflicted look on his employer's face. Eventually, the Baron broke the silence. Alan, you've already had the lesson with the magic tutor, yes? Alan was now in full knowledge of Demon Lord history. He had learned the choices the nations had made in response to the actions of the demon lord and fully understood the situation of the world, as well as the burden on House Granvelle's shoulders. Once she turned 15, Cecil would have to enter military service with a 50-50 chance of survival, the very same service that had already claimed Mihai's life. In a dejected voice, the Baron said, "I tried asking His Majesty if it were possible to exempt Cecil from her duty, but he said that she had to go. Case closed." After all, after being properly nurtured, her rare 2-star talent could provide fighting strength that the front lines so desperately needed. Holding her back was not up for consideration no matter what. The king gave his condolences, saying that it was out of his hands. That meant the Baron truly had no other way out. A well-trained mage can take out a lot more enemies than a well-trained swordsman after all. This is all the more so for her, being not a mere 1-star mage, but a 2-star wizardess. Yes, my lord. This is what Xenoff was referring to when he told me to lend the Baron an ear that night we camped out, right? Now that I have the full picture, it's easy to see where the Baron's going with this. Please attend the academy with Cecil and protect her on the battlefield. I am aware how unreasonable my request is. Before you here are the reward for killing the Murdergalsh, the reward for saving Cecil, and your wages for being Cecil's bodyguard for 3 years. Each bag on the table held 200 gold, making it 600 in total. The Baron cast a worried look at Alan's face. He was well aware that this boy was not particularly attached to money. He had given up his mithril rights without a second thought when he thought it necessary. In the first place, he already possessed over 500 gold from selling the materials he had gathered from armored ants. He had no great need for money. I've already answered in the affirmative twice, but he still doesn't look convinced. I should probably say it one more time and make it clear. Talk about déjà vu. How many times have I experienced something like this before? Back when Alan was Kenichi, he had found himself in a similar situation many times in the games he played. His first experience was a king asking him to save a princess kidnapped by a dragon. In another game, someone begged him to save a shrine maiden who had been sent as a sacrifice to appease the master of a lake. Countless village heads, town mayors, feudal lords, and kings had approached Alan with their requests, and he had accepted and granted them all. He even recalled a few times when he had found the request too unreasonable and chose no, only to find the conversation stuck in an endless loop. Right now, before his eyes, was a feudal lord in the throes of despair after having his father, brother, and recently, even his son killed by the army led by a demon lord. And his request was to protect his one and only daughter, preventing her from meeting the same fate. There's no doubt. This is a quest. You can also say that the plot is finally moving. I see. In this world, it takes 4 years to trigger the kind of quests that you normally get the second day after arriving in town. My lord, Alan, shall protect Lady Cecil with my very life, Alan declared, taking care to enunciate each syllable. You accept. The Baron leaped to his feet with emotion. You really do? The boy reached out to take only one of the 3 bags resting on the table. Furthermore, I'll accept one of these bags, but may I ask for something else in exchange for the other 2? What a noob quest giver. It's common sense that the completion reward is given after the quest is over. And how this hopelessly poor family gathers 600 gold anyway? Don't tell me he put the mansion up as collateral? The Baron's family was poor because he was shouldering a portion of the taxes his citizens were supposed to pay so as to lighten their burden. It would take a few more years before the mithril mining operation turned a profit. In short, Alan suspected that the Baron had gone to rather absurd lengths to procure the money sitting on the table. Moreover, now that he had learned Demon Lord history, Alan knew that the other nobles, and even the royal family, of this country were destitute. No one had the leeway for extravagance, drained as they were by decades of fighting against the Demon Lord. There was no way the Baron had 600 gold sitting around in his ledgers. I don't need this 400 gold. In exchange, please exempt my family from having to pay head tax. If possible, then please exempt Krina's family too. That's all I want in exchange for this 400 gold. Very well. Your families and Krina's families are exempt from their head tax as of now. Perfect, since I probably won't be able to send money home for a while in the near future. Now that they don't have to pay taxes, life should be much easier for both of our families. I hope Mash and Myella will grow up healthy and happy. Lastly, my lord, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving me the opportunity to serve you and for raising me as a member of your family throughout the past 4 years. Alan dug out the Granvelle crest in his pocket and laid it on the table. After figuring out what the Baron's request would be, he had made up his mind what he had to do. As the Baron waited quietly for him to finish, Alan declared, Alan, will return to being a commoner. Then, as a commoner, I will protect Lady Cecil and fight the Demon Lord army by her side.
Oh,
he saw this coming? Seabass, who had been standing behind the Baron, stepped forward as if prompted. After picking up the crest Alan had left on the table, he set something else down in its place. Alan examined the beautifully ornamented silver dagger in confusion. What is this, my lord? This, the Baron replied, is the proof of being a guest of Viscount Granvelle's household. It was forged under the royal family's auspices. Thanks to you, Alan, House Granvelle will be a viscountship as of next year. The Baron went on to explain that he had yet to tell anyone else. He planned on announcing it over dinner that night, but wanted to let Alan to be the first to know as an expression of his gratitude for all of the boys' contributions so far. The king had been incredibly delighted by the Baron splitting the proceeds from an entire mithril mine among the royal family and other noble families, touting him as a role model for striving to enrich the entire country as a whole instead of hogging all the profits to himself. As a reward for the Baron's endowment and for righting wrongs, the king would be bestowing him the peerage of Viscount next year. The Baron ended with a dry laugh. To tell it like it is, I basically bought the viscountship with money. So, you have been promoted. Please allow me to express my heartfelt congratulations. Alan bowed his head. When he looked back up, however, the look of confusion from before was back. However, what does it mean to be a guest? It means you have been accepted as a part of House Granvelle. If another noble causes you trouble, we will take your side, as if you were a part of our own household. Conversely, if you cause any trouble, we promise to take responsibility and handle it for you. In other words, House Granvelle now shared collective responsibility with Alan and would back him up with all it had. That was the contract implied by this crested ornamental dagger. Alan had yet to know this, but the Baron had somewhat overdone things at the royal palace, spurred as he was by Alan's words. When word of him being willing to share mithril mining rights went around, the general poverty of the nobility prompted many to leap at the opportunity and express their willingness to cooperate with the Baron's investigative efforts. This was how he had managed to wrap up the affair so quickly. A dagger as a reward. I see, so this current quest is complete. Alan thought back over the past 4 years as he stared at the blade. At the same time, he realized why he was here. All this time, I'd asked the question of why I had been reincarnated and forced to start this life as a newborn instead of being transmigrated. Turns out it made all the difference. If Alan had been simply brought over, the whole chain of events that led to his current situation would not have happened. No hunting great boars with the villagers of Krina village meant no serving House Granvelle as a manservant. No service with House Granvelle meant no attending Academy City with Cecil. Furthermore, in this world where information about the Demon Lord was so strictly controlled, he might have bumped into the Demon Lord army and died without being any the wiser. And there's meaning in Hell Mode too. It had to be Hell Mode. Ah, I see. So this is the answer to how I came to this world. When he learned the truth of the world, Alan finally understood the importance of Hell Mode. Back when he was Kenichi, he had found the website that led to this world after typing Game Hell Mode Challenging into a search engine. In all likelihood, if he had typed casual game, the link would not have shown up. The god of creation had been looking for someone who was up for the challenge of the ultimate Hell Mode, being reincarnated into this world. So, you want me, the person who selected Hell Mode, to save this world where the balancing has all gone to shit? Those in normal mode, no matter how many they numbered, were powerless against the Demon Lord's army. This was a world heading for destruction due to the game balance getting completely ruined, so to say, the balancing was now complete garbage. There was no telling whether the current hero even possessed the ability to kill the Demon Lord. This was the backdrop against which, 10 years after the hero's birth, the person that Elmia had been looking for, someone who chose Hell Mode, was brought over. I accept this quest. Alan stood up and clutched the silver dagger tightly to his chest. Please place your trust in us. I swear that Lady Cecil and I will destroy Oi. The first thing to do when trying to kill a demon lord is to look for party members. I'm getting so hyped. The Baron wanted to reply with, I didn't ask you to go that far, but he was so overwhelmed by Alan's confidence that he swallowed his words. Thus, Alan retired from his position as manservant of House Granvelle and became a guest of the household instead. It was time to shift the stage of the story to the Ratashan Academy city. Side story: the boy who wished to be a champion. One autumn day 2 years after Alan had left Krina village, the villagers were about to head out for a day of great boar hunting once again. Don't mind that, his father insisted almost scoldingly while pushing a long spear at his son. Just take this one. Standing to the side, Dagora's mother looked on at the exchange between her husband and son, worry creasing her face. Today was the first day that Dagora, who had turned 10 years old, was participating in a great boar hunt. The boy now begrudgingly looked down at the special 4-meter spear that his father had painstakingly forged for this day's sake. The idea to let new hunters gain levels by attacking with long spears from a safe distance that Alan had come up with 2 years ago was still in practice. As today was Dagora's first hunt, he could not join the front-line group that used 2-meter spears. The boy studied the spear made of steel from head to shaft, with a grip specifically adjusted to the size of his hands. The source of his discontent was not the fact that he had to attack from the back. No, what he did not like was having a weapon clearly different from what everyone else was using. The spears used by both serfs and commoners were basically wooden shafts with small metal spearheads. However, his father practically shoved his handiwork into his son's hands. Somewhat taken by surprise at how much his parents were fussing over him, Dagora replied stutteringly, "I know, Mom. Don't worry about me." He then set off as if to throw off their voices, heading for the village gate. When Dagora drew close, a pink-haired girl brimming with energy despite the early hour noticed him and rushed over. "You're late, Dagora." A quick pan of the area revealed around 50 other villagers who had gathered for the day's hunt. Previously, this hunting party was almost entirely composed of serfs, with there only being the occasional commoner addition. However, many of those same hunters had been made commoner 2 years ago. Consequently, almost all the current participants were commoners with the exception of a few serfs aiming to climb up the social ladder. At least, this was what Alan's father, Rodan, had told Dagora previously. There were plenty of children of Dagora's age in Krina village. However, it was not like all of them would be immediately cleared to join the hunting party after reaching 10 years old. It was only thanks to the girl holding a 4-meter spear before him that Dagora himself could be here today. Originally, it was Krina who had convinced her father, Gerda, who happened to be one of the leaders of the hunting party, to let her participate starting this year. Then Dagora had gone to Gerda and basically said, "If she's going, then I want to go too." Rodan, the other leader, had given his permission too, in light of the fact that Dagora also had a battle-related talent.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Before long, Rodan shouted, "All right, we're off," prompting an enthusiastic roar from the rest of the party in response. Rodan and Gerda headed the procession as Dagora and Krina followed close behind. Despite having been born a commoner, this was Dagora's first time stepping foot outside Krina village. He was not legally compelled to stay within the walls of his village as serfs were, but the fact that his parents managed the village's smithy-cum-weapons shop meant there was little reason for him to leave. He took in the sights as a slight sense of anxiety mixed with exhilaration filled his chest. "Alan's passed this road many times before, right?" Krina asked excitedly. "Presumably," Dagora replied. Although he sounded brusque, he could not deny that it felt odd thinking of how he was now tracing the same path Alan had trodden all those years ago, similarly heading out to hunt great boars. "Come on, Krina, you promised me that you'd be good and follow along properly. Gerda chided when he saw his daughter looking around busily, starting and stopping at times. As always, she replied with an energetic yep and a bright smile that gave no clue as to whether she was really listening or not. Gerda threw up his hands and turned to Rodan. By the way, you think there'll be a lot again this year? Rodan sighed. That's right. And that's why we have to stay careful. The group continued making their way to the hunting ground within the nearby forest, chatting the whole time. When they arrived, Peekage, the leader of the group in charge of drawing monsters over, said he would scout out the situation and quickly disappeared into the trees. Peekage nodded. Yeah, the whole place is chock full with them. If we mess this up, someone could get hurt. That said, thanks to his lordship, we're all equipped with all this nice armor. Gerda cut in, waving a hand dismissively. With the numbers we've got, I doubt any of us gets seriously hurt. By thanks to his lordship, Gerda had been referring to the leatherworker that Lord Granvelle had arranged to set up shop in Krina village. Everyone present today, aside from Krina and Dagora, were veterans who had surpassed multiple trials of the gods before. There were more than enough of them to handle the situation, even if a great boar rampaged a little. That may be so, but we'll still do our best to lure the smaller groups over, Peekage said before heading off once more, accompanied this time by his teammates. While waiting, Gerda suddenly asked, why do you think there are suddenly so many great boars? Although having so much game was a good thing, he couldn't help feeling uneasy, not knowing the reason. I heard that it's because the goblins that used to eat them are all gone, Rodan replied in a low voice.
Sure, keep it down.
Some adventurers that visited the village said that the number of goblins in the area suddenly plummeted. You serious? Bad enough that it's affecting the boar population? What the hell could be doing it? It's only a rumor, but I've also heard that it might be a new type of monster that entered the area and is wiping out the goblins. Don't tell anyone else, though, all right? We don't want to be getting people all riled up over unconfirmed rumors. It was true, however, that great boar was very plentiful this year. They would probably meet the quota of 20 set by the feudal lord in no time at all. That said, there was too little information to speculate any further, so the two men switched gears back to focusing on the hunt. Slightly less than an hour later, Peekage's shout rang out. Sorry, I've got 3 on me. He then immediately burst into the clearing, 3 great boars charging at top speed right at his heels. Gerda barked a laugh. What was that about doing your best to lure smaller groups over? He turned to the rest of the hunting party, who were already in. Yes, Sir, the villagers shouted, gripping their spears and bracing themselves. The ground shuddered under the approach of the 3 giant beasts, but the front wall led by Gerda managed to absorb their momentum and stop their charges. The 3 shields in use bent sharply under the boar's horns, fangs, and tusks but otherwise held fast. The strain of holding 3 great boars back at the same time prompted Gerda to shout, Rodan, hurry. I know, Rodan replied before addressing his team. You lot, focus on taking down 1 boar at a time. To Gerda's consternation, he heard Krina's high-pitched, childish yaya cutting through the other voices. It was then that he realized he had not previously gone over what number counted as too many enemies and became too dangerous for her to join in. He shouted, Wait, Krina, but was too late. Before he could stop her, Krina had already jabbed her long spear into the forehead of one of the great boars. Right next to her was Dagora, who had done the same. It's so too, Krina exclaimed at the same time Dagora grunted. Ugh, we're not getting through. The 2 spears that had landed on the monster's forehead refused to go any further. The hide in this area was extremely thick and sturdy. This was why the hunters normally avoided the head and aimed for the neck. Before long, the finishing team led by Rodan brought down one of the other great boars. Krina and Dagora, who had been trying to push their spears in deeper with all their might this whole time, suddenly felt a lot stronger. They had earned XP as crack. My spear snapped. The wooden haft of Krina's spear had given out, crushed as it was between her newfound strength and the monster's tough hide. Krina hurriedly grabbed onto Dagora's spear.
Yep.
The 2 children gripped the spear tightly and stabbed at the great boar with all their might. Soon, Rodan's team killed their second boar, causing Dagora's and Krina's levels to go up once again. HNNGGHHH. The incredible strength coming from Krina that Dagora felt through the spear prompted him to cry out. Before he could form a coherent sentence, however, Krina's feet dug into the ground so hard that the earth was turned over. Refusing to fall behind, Dagora did the same. Their combined efforts drove the spear deeper, deeper, ever deeper. Gumma. Finally, Dagora and Krina's spear penetrated the great boar's forehead and buried itself deep inside its skull. Blood sprayed everyone as the massive beast fell over with a resounding crash.
Yay.
We did it. Krina threw up both hands in celebration as the jaws of the rest of the hunting party dropped in astonishment. No one had managed to kill a great boar by piercing its forehead before. Everyone's general understanding was that going for the neck was the best they could do. The adults stared at the 10-year-olds, marveling at the potential of those with talents. However, the adults were not the only ones staring at Krina. Dagora was as
well.
Because he had been gripping the same spear, he could tell how much stronger she was than him. It felt like she had suddenly gone somewhere really far away. I will become a champion, Dagora said out loud. I swear I will. It was after Dagora met Alan and Krina, the boy with strange abilities who saved the village, and the girl born with the talent of Sword Lord, that this wish had budded within him. When he was younger, he dreamed of becoming a knight. When he got to know Alan and Krina, however, his dream had changed to wanting to become a champion of the people. Unwittingly, his dream was growing bigger and bigger. Bonus short stories. Bonus story 1. Keel heads to the academy. New Year's had just passed, and it was shiveringly cold. A man pushed open the thick, wooden doors of the church and stepped inside. Again? Goodness, I told you to be careful. You aren't getting any younger. Did you fall off a building again? The woman referred to as Sister approached the man, her brows drawn together into a frown. She reached out and grabbed the arm he was cradling to diagnose it. This injury might be bone deep. The nun then called out, Keel, do you still have MP left for the day? Upon being called by name, a boy who had been cleaning the floor set down his mop and came over. The man turned Keel's way and presented his upper arm. The boy held out his open hands and closed his eyes. His hands glowed with a light that slowly transferred to the man's wound. When the light faded, the man's eyes widened in astonishment. Well, it doesn't hurt anymore. Thanks, kid. Now I can get back to work this afternoon. The man untied the sling and bandages to examine his miraculously recovered arm. As he said his thanks, he ruffled the boy's spiky blonde hair, but the boy grimaced and ducked away. Goodness, the sister tooted. Can't you at least rest on a day like this? Afraid not, sister. I can't just leave all the work to the young uns, can I? The man shot a glance at the clock hanging on the wall, then hurriedly made his way to the door. Money in here, right? He threw a few silvers into the donation pot placed beside the entrance on his way out. Oh dear, look at the time, the nun exclaimed upon checking the clock herself. Here's a little something for your lunch. She produced a silver coin from her pocket and placed it in Keel's hand, closing his fingers over it. Of course. Thank you for always working hard and doing such a good job. With how many mouths you have to feed, a single meal can't be cheap, right? So, make sure that you eat up too, okay? The kindly woman cupped Keel's gaunt cheeks in her hands. The boy looked so haggard that it pained her heart. You look even thinner than when you first came here. I will, sister. I'll be out for lunch, then. I'll see you again in the afternoon. Keel hurried to the nearby market, where he purchased more bread than one single person could eat, plus a few other cheap selections. With bags close to bursting in hand, he made his way to a section of streets lined with dilapidated huts. These were the lodgings that the church had available for those with nowhere else to go. When Keel approached a certain house, he noticed an ornate carriage parked out front. Alarm bells went off in his head, prompting him to pick up his pace. He quickly ducked underneath the sheet that served as the front door. Keel. Nina, the boy's younger sister, exclaimed with relief. She was sitting at a table, surrounded by a protective group of slightly older boys and girls trying. A man in a luxurious outfit who was casually lounging in the seat across from Nina's looked up. "So, you're Keel," he said with a sneer that raised the hair on Keel's arms. "Took you a while. I've been waiting for you." The lavishly dressed man was not alone. Knights wearing expensive-looking full-plate armor stood behind him. They reacted with anger to Keel's disrespectful choice of words, prompting frightened squeals from two children around Nina's age who were embracing each other in terror. An even younger pair started bawling, creating an ear-splitting ruckus. "Come on, don't scare them." The mystery man stuffed fingers in his ears while admonishing his knights. "Now you've gone and made a racket." There was a glint of naked steel as two swords slowly slid out from their sheaths. "Don't bother. You'll just dirty my clothes." The ostentatious-looking man waved a hand dismissively. He apparently cared more about his expensive outfit than the children's lives. Keel settled into the seat next to Nina's, then asked in the calmest voice he could muster, "Would I be correct in assuming that you are a noble, my lord? May I ask what brings you here today, my lord?" Someone attended to by knights wearing such impressive armor had to be a noble with significant standing. Something had to be afoot for such a person to visit a place like this. If he let the younger ones continue making a fuss, there was no telling when the knights might lose their patience. The slow and measured way Keel spoke to the noble prompted Nina to suppress her shaking and look up with a steady gaze. The other children fell silent once more. "Good, very good. I like that attitude of yours. But first, there's something I have to confirm with you, Keel. Is it true that you possess the cleric talent?" Yes, my lord. It's true." Keel gave the man a dubious look. "I've been employed at the nearby church for the past 2 to 3 months for my talent. Why come all the way here when he could have just asked the church?" "Good, just as I'd heard." The man reached out his hand, palm up. One of his knights nodded and handed him a pouch. Upon accepting it, he promptly loosened the cord tying the opening of the pouch and turned it over, emptying its contents. More than 10 gold coins fell out, clinking softly onto the table. "Travel expenses and the Academy's examination fee. If there's any left over, use it however you want." The Academy? Although Keel knew of the Academy and Academy City, he could not understand why the noble would be bringing them up. "That's right. Keel, you'll be attending the Academy starting the month after next. That is what I have come here to tell you today." "There's no problem. And if you do well, you'll get what you want." The extravagantly dressed man explained the circumstances behind why he wanted Keel to attend the academy. When he finished, Keel decided to accept his offer. Bonus story 2. In the Silver Garden. Several days had passed since the New Year's greeting. While a maidservant helped her get dressed, Cecil gazed out her window at House Granvelle's prided garden for no particular reason. After the previous night's snowfall, the garden was now completely blanketed in white. Cecil continued staring blankly at the beautiful virgin snow unmarred by footsteps as she cast her thoughts to the. This year, the greeting had been far grander than ever before. Alan had brought back monsters from the foothills of the White Dragon Mountains that he rarely hunted, and the head chef had used those ingredients to truly outdo himself. It had been so well received that Cecil had heard guests gushing about how only a chef with experience in the royal palace would have been able to achieve such mouth-watering perfection. The maidservant held out a jewelry box, and after picking out a pair of mithril earrings and checking how they looked in the mirror, Cecil called out toward the door of her room. "Alan, you can come in now." When her personal manservant entered, Cecil slowly turned to face him. "What do you think?" Today, she was wearing one of her best dresses, and her hair was suitably styled, crowned with a beautiful gem-studded ornament from the royal capital. Naturally, this, too, was made of mithril. "Why, thank you." Cecil giggled proudly before noticing the look on Alan's face. What's the matter?" she asked with a querying look. After all their years together, Cecil recognized that whatever Alan was thinking always showed on his face. This one meant there was something he wanted to say. Alan looked conflicted. Cecil had never seen him make this particular face before. There was a certain strength to his gaze. She felt a faint heat rising to her cheeks as he continued staring intently at her. "Lady Cecil, everything is ready, the voice of the butler announced from beyond the door. "Thank you, Seabass," Cecil called out. Then she turned back to Alan. "Sorry, you were saying?"
I'm sorry.
"On second thought, I will tell you later." The carriage carrying members of House Granvelle rattled down the streets, heading toward the three-story, high-class and built of stone located in the middle of the city. It soon turned into the cobblestone turnaround in front of the building. The large number of carriages already lined up spoke volumes to the popularity and recognition of the evening's event. Just like all the others, the House Granvelle carriage pulled up in front of the entrance of the inn. Alan got out first, then held out a hand and helped Cecil down. Then Seabass and Viscount Granvelle also emerged, with the latter similarly escorting his wife, the Viscountess, out of the carriage. As the lord of the city and of the fiefdom at large, Viscount Granvelle would normally be the one inviting the city's big shots to his mansion, such as for the New Year's greeting that had taken place a few days before. However, accepting invitations to events hosted by others was also an important part of his duties as feudal lord. After the greeting, it now was the Viscount's turn to visit with major commerce and industry leaders, influential nobles, and visiting dignitaries at their homes, or wherever they were staying. Cecil recalled hearing Seabass, who normally ran himself ragged arranging the scheduling of the visits in previous years, muttering about being busier than ever. When the members of the Viscount's family passed through the double front doors, they were greeted by the sight of a perfectly polished entrance hall devoid of a single speck of dust. A uniformed employee was waiting to guide them to the party venue. They followed him down red-carpeted hallways until eventually coming upon another set of heavy double doors. The doors cracked open. The clamor that had been audible from beyond immediately died down. The instant the members of House Granvelle took their first steps inside, the venue exploded into thunderous applause. This roar of welcome directed at her family sent Cecil's earrings a-quiver. "It's for good reason, Master," Seabass replied. "You did become a Viscount, after all." Baron Granvelle had become Viscount Granvelle at the start of the year. It was only natural for the influential men and women of the city to celebrate the promotion. However, that was not the only reason for the applause. Of course, everyone of importance knew about the launch of the mithril mining operations and the resolution of the uproar involving House Carnal. Once they had learned that House Granvelle now wielded the influence and capability to not only go toe-to-toe with, but to dismantle House Carnal, all the power brokers in town were desperate to attend the New Year's greeting. However, the number of available invitations had been limited. Therefore, those who failed to take part in the greeting now participated in these events hosted by the local bigwigs in hopes of forging a personal connection with the Viscount. Today's list of attendees included not only a great many from Carnal City, capital of the territory now under direct royal management, but also a significant number from the royal capital. As the applause continued, the owner of the inn approached Viscount Granvelle. This man also managed multiple lodgings and facilities catering to VIPs in the royal capital and several other fiefdoms. Needless to say, he was one of the big shots in the city. In fact, he was one of the most eminent in terms of sheer economic power. When he respectfully offered the Viscount a handshake and the other man accepted it, the cheering in the venue roared even louder, shaking not only Cecil's earrings, but the very building itself. There was no telling just how much money the inn owner had spent to make this very moment on this very day happen. It was clearly beyond 500, nay, 1,000 gold even. However, despite all that money dedicated to the single night, he must have thought it worthwhile to prove he had a relationship with Viscount Granvelle in front of all the other movers and shakers in attendance. Ever since the previous fall, this inn owner had repeatedly, at times forcefully enough to verge on desperate, sought the honor of hosting the first party of the year following the greeting. This was also information that Seabass had leaked. It was only recently that House Granvelle had grown slightly more affluent, thanks to Alan's efforts. However, it had undoubtedly been destitute during the Viscount's days as Baron. Given this, it was difficult for him to dismiss out of hand someone who had played such a crucial part in keeping the city running all this time. The party then began in earnest, with large crowds immediately forming around the Viscount and Viscountess. As decided beforehand in the carriage, Cecil quickly stepped away. She walked off, Alan in tow, into the party venue. The room was lit even brighter than daytime, thanks to the countless candle stands everywhere. It makes me glad to see House Granvelle being blessed by so many people, Alan replied. A loud voice suddenly interrupted Cecil. My, Master Alan, you came. It was Fiona, the daughter of the inn owner. She, too, was wearing a dress, her hair and neck decorated with splendid ornaments. She was also 12 years old, same as Alan and Cecil. Master Alan, we managed to source some sweets from the royal capital. Fiona approached with a bright smile and grabbed one of Alan's hands with the intention of pulling him away. They taste absolutely wonderful. They're just over there. However, Cecil stepped in, clearly having none of it. Oh my, Fiona. What business would you have with my personal manservant? She asked, emphasizing the my. Fiona's brows drew together in a scowl as she glared at Cecil. Sparks flew between the two girls' eyes with such intensity that they were practically visible. Do you not realize that you are mistreating poor Master Alan? Fiona asked plainly. Previously, Alan had put his life on the line saving a mother and daughter from a Murdergalsh. This Fiona was the daughter from that time. Ever since then, she had kept trying everything she could to meet with Alan. This involved repeatedly pestering her father to hire Alan at the inn and attending all the tea parties Cecil hosted so as to poach him directly. Even now, she was sending him a look as if to say, "Why do you stay in service to her? My father can promise you much better terms and working conditions." To put it simply, Fiona was infatuated with Alan. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Fiona. The sweets sound truly tempting, but... Two disbelieving gasps sounded. A beat later, Cecil gasped again at the fact that she had gasped. Given just how big Alan's sweet tooth was, neither girl had expected Alan to turn down Fiona's offer. Cecil had instinctively stepped in just because Fiona's forceful measures ruffled her feathers, but she had intended on eventually letting Alan go if he really wanted to. The face that Alan had made before they set off for the inn abruptly came to Cecil's mind. However, when she saw Fiona's face, she found herself more concerned about this girl, whom she normally could not stand, than Alan. That was just how sad Fiona looked. Cecil flew into a fluster and whirled around, finding Alan gazing at Fiona with firm eyes and a resolute expression. After a pause, Fiona gathered herself and mumbled, "Please enjoy yourselves." Cecil noticed the girl clearly trembling as she spoke. The Viscount's family returned home before night fell. The party would continue until noon tomorrow, but as guests, they had no obligation to stay the entire time. When Cecil stepped off the carriage, she said, "Alan, come with me." Leaving her parents behind at the carriage, Cecil headed for the garden. The beautiful snow crunched under her boots as she trudged on. She could hear Alan's footsteps following close behind. When she reached the area underneath her window, she turned around, illuminated by the setting sun. "No one will hear us this far in," she said. "Alan, what's going on? You even turned down the sweets at the party." "Well, about that." Alan looked straight at Cecil and fell silent. A gust of wind blew up behind them, blowing Cecil's hair forward. The wind then reflected off the wall of the mansion to hit her in the face. Her mithril earrings jangled, pulling at her earlobes. Why were you being so formal about it? Suddenly, the thought that Alan might be confessing his love for her crossed her mind, and she gasped. "Wait, no. You can't. You're my manservant," she exclaimed, heat blooming on her chilled cheeks. "It means this." Alan produced an ornamented dagger that served as proof of him being House Granvelle's guest. Cecil laughed, small chuckles that soon turned into howls that shook her body. She did not know how to react aside from laughing.
Milde?
Worry crept into Alan's voice as he approached Cecil, just as he leaned in to peer into her lowered face. "How dare you quit being my personal servant without telling me?" Cecil's arm shot out to grab Alan and grapple with him, just like how she had learned in her self-defense lessons, but he managed to slip away and run off. She gave chase, feeling a joyful grin spread over her face. Soon, the previously untouched silver garden was decorated by 2 pairs of footsteps in the snow.